There are people who were never meant to become heroes, yet fate forces them to be. And Wang Lin is one of them. Born into an ordinary family, he carried a simple wish in his heart to cultivate immortality and repay his parents' kindness. But the world is never that kind. No talent, no background, no guidance, everything seemed to whisper to him, the path of cultivation is not for you. Yet in the midst of that hopelessness, Wang Lin chose something that very few have the courage to do. He kept going. He walked forward with stubbornness. He walked forward with longing. He walked forward with everything left in his resilient heart. A strange opportunity came to him, opening a path of cultivation drenched in blood and loneliness. There, every improvement required a sacrifice. Every step forward meant losing something precious. To grow stronger, he had to endure 100 times more than ordinary people. Renegade Immortal is the tale of a man who never submits. A man willing to defy the heavens, defy fate, and defy the world just to protect what his heart refuses to let go. This is not merely an immortal cultivation story. This is the journey of a soul so powerful that even eternity must bow. And today, I invite you to step into that journey, the journey of Wang Lin, the man who walks against the will of heaven to find the answer meant for himself. What is this? This planet is truly a beast. How can we possibly kill it? This monster must have existed before the collapse of the immortal realm. That Sumu deliberately led us here to use us as pawns. This monster is irresistible. Retreat quickly. A series of shocked cries rang out, and more than half of the cultivators around them retreated without hesitation. In their eyes, this beast was not just a second-stage, wine-level cultivator. It was simply invincible. At this moment, Wang Yue was extremely furious. The pain in his body wasn't severe, only enough to awaken him. But what truly enraged him was that his deep sleep had been disturbed so early. Decades, for it, felt like nothing more than a blink of an eye. In its consciousness, it felt as if it had just been awakened from a deep sleep. This feeling fueled its rage. At this moment, seeing countless tiny life forms rapidly retreating in all directions, a roar erupted from its mouth. This roar was infinitely stronger than before, shattering the starry sky into countless fissures that spread wildly, engulfing the entire northern Luotia region. Under this roar, some cultivators were instantly shattered, their souls unable to escape, collapsing in an instant. Wang Yu's hatred was far from extinguished. It was only just beginning. Its body moved slightly forward. Indeed, its body only moved slightly, but the cultivators in front saw this ferocious beast, roaring and charging forward with furious intensity. All the cultivators in front, their pupils constricted. The cultivators in front of Wang Yue felt a whirlwind rush straight into their faces, followed by a violent tremor throughout their bodies, causing them to lose consciousness. Wang Yu's enormous body, with terrifying speed, directly slammed forward. With this collision, the starry sky seemed to collapse, emitting a continuous banging sound. The vast majority of those surrounding Wang Lin were at the peak of the nascent soul stage, or the Yin Void realm. There weren't many at the Yang True stage, and very few at the Nirvana stage. Among these, those who were unlucky were directly struck by Wang Yue, their bodies shattered into a mass of blood and flesh, their souls unable to escape, directly crushed. In a short time, a series of agonizing screams rang out continuously, and the cultivators on all sides panicked and fled at lightning speed. This is absolutely not something we can resist. Losing our lives for the Yao family's reward is not worth it. Well, this Sumu unexpectedly managed to use this thing to his advantage. A character of this caliber is untouchable. It's best to leave early while he's not paying attention to us. The ancestor is right. Only cultivators below the Yin Void realm are allowed to participate in chasing and killing this Sumu. After all, this Sumu isn't some nobody from the streets. A variety of thoughts arose in the minds of the cultivators as they quickly retreated. Wang Yu's enormous body paused slightly. Its huge mouth opened wide, as if splitting its body in two. A sharp roar erupted from its mouth. This sound was incredibly powerful, forming an unimaginable penetrating force, radiating outwards from Wang Yu's body as its center. The booming sounds were like countless thunderclaps, constantly exploding everywhere. Under this sound, cultivators who hadn't managed to escape quickly were instantly blown apart, their bodies and souls shattered. With a fierce roar, Wang Yu's body moved through the starry sky. Its countless, extremely long tentacles became powerful magical weapons. Often, just one cultivator who came into contact with them would instantly turn pale. If repeatedly struck, their soul would instantly dissipate, leading to death. This scene was extremely terrifying. Its egg-shaped body, no smaller than an entire planet, swayed with countless tentacles tens of thousands of feet long. The surrounding cultivators, no matter how far they retreated, were unable to teleport away. It was almost as if all the cultivators' faces were filled with fear and terror. This was a massacre, a complete annihilation of the cultivators by Wang Yu. As the anger erupted, the surrounding cultivators only regretted their own slow speed. Overwhelming regret surged in their hearts. The cultivators from the 5 major planets of the Luotia northern region, at this moment, all flew out from their respective cultivation planets, their faces extremely terrified. And all activated their planet-protecting formations. No one dared to come out to help. After the roar subsided, Wang Yu's body suddenly stopped. A low growl emanated from within its body. Only then did streaks of dark light flash, and countless monstrous beasts resembling Wang Yu, ranging in size from thousands of feet, hundreds of feet, to tens of feet, rushed out from its mouth. Compared to Wang Yu's main body, which could be compared to an entire planet, these beasts, though countless times smaller, were still incredibly enormous in the eyes of these cultivators. With the appearance of these smaller moon-gazing creatures, this slaughter has reached its peak. Countless crescent moons swarmed towards the retreating cultivators, devouring them in all directions. The Yao family members who fled, except for a few who had reached the Nirvana stage and miraculously escaped, all perished. More than half of the cultivators from the Luotia star domain who had come to their aid were killed by the crescent moon's wrath. The entire starry sky was filled with a pungent smell of blood. However, the crescent moon's anger had not completely subsided. As its colossal body moved, complex sounds emanated from its mouth. This scene instantly terrified the surviving cultivators. They could hardly imagine that this gigantic beast possessed such divine power. If it unleashed its divine power, all the surrounding cultivators would be completely annihilated. The awakening of the crescent moons was a catastrophe. At this moment, in the northern Luotia region, 10,000 miles away from where Wang Yue massacred, 3 figures stood. Their silhouettes were rather indistinct. Their ages varied considerably, but without exception, they all exuded a terrifying aura. Yan Lazy was clearly among them. I didn't expect this little fellow to lead those people to the moon beast's side. However, if he hadn't done so, I wouldn't have taken notice. Yan Lazy's lips curved into a smile as he slowly spoke. To fellow Taoists, I've been planning this for many years, eyeing this moon beast. I've come here to show you its strength. Now that you've seen it, do you have any objections to my plan? Yan Lazy withdrew his gaze and smiled. Yan Lazy, your plan is insane. A middle-aged man in a black robe beside Yan Lazy, with a yin-yang symbol on his chest, frowned and calmly said, "But I, Xian, actually feel that although this plan is crazy, if it succeeds, it could add another victory to our chances." The other of the 3 was an old man in a red robe. At first glance, he appeared kind, but a cold glint shone in his eyes, making it clear that this old man was not a benevolent person. The middle-aged man in the black robe snorted softly and said nothing more. Indeed, it's crazy, but for the cultivators of the Luotia star domain, wanting to wage war against the Star Alliance without sufficient strength, there's basically no chance of winning. The cultivators of the Luotia star domain are few and far between, having experienced life and death trials. This is a limitation of cultivation within the clan. Conversely, in the Alliance star domain, although masters and disciples are within the same sect, they often engage in internal strife, and a slight carelessness can lead to their demise. Those who survive in such circumstances are all cunning, ruthless, and decisive. You can see this Sumu better than I do. The man in the black robe showed a pensive expression. The old man in the red robe beside him smiled slightly and said, "This Sumu is indeed not bad. He's very suitable to become a member of our Donglin star domain. This time we need 180 mortals, all of whom must be decisive and ruthless. With them as the vanguard, we can lead all the cultivators of the Luotia star domain in a bloody purge." Yan Lazy's eyes flashed with brilliance as he smiled. It seems that the old man, Blood Godzi, is still the decisive one to prepare his clansmen for the battle against the Star Alliance. he unexpectedly sacrificed that treasure, exchanging it for a bloody massacre for his clansmen. The old man in the red robe smiled upon hearing this. Blood God's son simply wanted to gain as many advantages as possible in the battle against the Star Alliance. Even I didn't expect him to be so decisive. That magical artifact only has one use left, and he didn't even keep it for himself. Yan Lazy shook his head, his eyes showing regret, but also a hint of admiration. The middle-aged man in the black robe, who had been silent until now, spoke coldly. A cold glint flashed in Yan Lazy's eyes as he stared at the middle-aged man and said, Daoist Gongsun, I also come from the Star Alliance. Aren't you afraid that after this great battle, I might betray the Star Alliance? The middle-aged man coldly glanced at Yan Lazy before averting his gaze, saying nothing more. Yan Lazy inwardly scoffed, thinking, I know Sumu's background like the back of my hand. He was chased here, exactly like my situation back then. With such a character and temperament, the chances of him rebelling are slim. Even if they truly rebel, I will personally eliminate them. I won't wait for you to point the finger. I don't even care about ancient cultivation families. Well, if fellow Taoist Yan Lazy is so confident, then there's no need to mention this anymore. Now that this moon beast is in this state, we should also take action. After all, if too many people die, our Luotia star domain will suffer losses. However, we need to consider how to use this moon beast. The old man in the red robe gazed at the void before him, seemingly able to see directly 10,000 miles away. This isn't difficult. We'll join forces, and we'll also have those old monsters. When the passage opens, we'll definitely drive this moon beast to the Star Alliance. By then Yan Lazy's eyes showed a hint of madness. His body flashed, and he disappeared from the spot. The other two also flashed and disappeared. Wang Yue unleashed its fury, its countless tentacles sweeping across, annihilating another group of cultivators. The ferocious roar caused a shockwave that rendered many cultivators unable to teleport. Even if these cultivators tried to flee, Wang Yu's speed could easily catch up. Especially the smaller Wang Yue creatures, which plunged the surrounding cultivators into despair. The stench of blood filled the air. Wang Yu's colossal body slowly moved. But at this moment, a blood-red octagonal pattern instantly appeared above its head. This octagonal pattern radiated an extremely powerful aura, immediately creating countless ripples. Within the range of these ripples, anyone who came into contact with them felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness. Standing atop this octagonal formation was the old man in the red robe, the Xiang family's son. His expression was solemn, and his body descended with the formation. The ripples emanating from the formation immediately enveloped Wang Yu's colossal body, forming a prison. Hurry up, I can't hold them back much longer, the old man in the red robe roared. Wang Yue, beneath this octagonal formation, was seething with rage. Roars echoed incessantly, and his colossal body rose up. At the same time, outside Wang Yue, the figure of Yan Lazy emerged from the void. He waved his sleeve, and immediately a large number of cultivators merged into the heavens and earth, being swept into the starry sky and disappearing. On the other side, the middle-aged man in the black robe also appeared, his right hand forming a hand seal, and a gigantic vortex instantly appeared before him. This vortex was like a lightning bolt. Any cultivator who touched it was instantly absorbed into the heavens and earth and vanished. The speed of Yan Lazy and the middle-aged man in the black robe was extremely fast. The moment the old man in the red robe surrounded Wang Yue, he had already drawn all the surrounding cultivators into the surrounding heavens and earth. Among them, if he encountered members of the Ya family, Yan Lazy's cold light would flash, intentionally increasing the force slightly, causing these clansmen to be severely injured, spitting out fresh blood before disappearing into the heavens and earth. Wang Yue was furious. Although this octagonal seal only trapped the giant Wang Yue, smaller Wang Yus also fell into a similar situation, their bodies also surrounded by octagonal seals, temporarily immobilizing them. Wrath surged through Wang Yu's entire body. It couldn't remember how many years it had been since it had been trapped. It roared in anger, frantically attacking in all directions. Each collision generated a huge counterforce against these octagonal seals. The rumbling sounds intensified, and Wang Yu's rage grew even higher. Above the head of Wang Yu, in the position above its enormous mouth, two slits appeared. These two slits were its eyes. Its gaze was gloomy, seemingly shrouded in mist, yet filled with a frenzied madness. A series of indistinct sounds emanated from Wang Yu's mouth. In a short time, countless points of light flashed from the void before it, forming an extremely large, rough finger. Wang Yu's rage was like the finger of an ancient god. Quickly, the old man in the red robe didn't hesitate, simultaneously pressing down on the formation with both hands, his expression becoming even more serious as he shouted. His voice was so loud that his clothes flew up, and his hair scattered. A massive surge of primal energy coursed through his body, like a raging storm. Beneath the seal, a finger materialized before Wang Yue, causing the old man in the red robe to tremble violently. Following Wang Yu's roar, the ancient god slowly pointed at the octagonal seal. Upon contact, the seal immediately collapsed with a resounding crash, shattering into countless fragments. The old man in the red robe's face instantly turned pale, his body swiftly retreating with the fragments, then swiftly moving towards Yan Lazy and the man in the black robe. At this moment, the two had already evacuated the surrounding cultivators. Yan Lazy stared at Wang Yue, his eyes filled with excitement, and laughed, saying, "A very good moon beast. If I bring you to the Star Alliance, it will surely shock Zhuan Jiangzi." With a low growl, the ancient god pointed again, powerfully towards the three of them. This scene was as if a true ancient god had descended, raising his finger and pointing forward. To fellow Taoists, we cannot withstand the most powerful attack of the moon beast unless our true form arrives. Now that our objective has been achieved, why not experience the power of the moon beast for yourselves? With a loud laugh, Yan Lazy took a step forward, directly targeting the ancient god finger. In an instant, his entire body flashed with fire. In a flash, a terrifying flame erupted from his body, enveloping him completely. The moon-gazing finger pointed towards Yan Lazy. Immediately, Yan Lazy let out a low roar, his hands forming a hand seal forward, his entire body condensing into a fiery dragon to meet the ancient god finger. This fiery dragon represented Yan Lazy's full power at this moment. As the fiery dragon charged out, Yan Lazy's body vanished, as if even his primordial spirit ceased to exist, leaving only this fiery dragon crashing violently against the ancient god finger. A deafening roar echoed across the land, reaching more than half of the northern Luotia region. The flame dragon collapsed, transforming into an endless inferno that engulfed the ancient god finger, burning fiercely. A strange glint appeared in the eyes of the old man in the red robe. With a resounding laugh, he took a step forward, his right hand forming a hand seal and placing it on his forehead. In an instant, his entire body transformed into a crimson sword, simultaneously thrusting it out as the ancient god finger was enveloped in flames. The middle-aged man in the black robe also showed a resolute expression, thinking to himself that he didn't need this clone body. But he needed to experience the moon beast's most powerful attack. Perhaps he could gain something from it. At his current level, further advancement was extremely difficult. In his eyes, the moon beast was a rare opportunity. Leaping forward, the middle-aged man in the black robe clasped his hands together, transforming into a black eagle. Although this black eagle was only a phantom, it exuded an extremely desolate aura, charging straight towards the ancient god finger. At this moment, an unimaginable explosion resounded throughout the northern Luotia region, as if the entire region were collapsing. All the cultivators on the various cultivation planets felt a powerful spiritual energy that shook them. Flame dragon, freeze. Red sword, shatter. Black eagle, vanish. The ancient god finger dimmed slightly but suffered no damage. Under the roaring sound of the moon gazing, the ancient god finger swept around once more before finally transforming into starlight and merging into its body. Its eyes revealed an icy coldness, and it opened its mouth wide, instantly swallowing countless smaller moon gazings into its mouth and disappearing. The gigantic moon gazing slowly moved forward, its countless tentacles swaying. It gradually disappeared into the starry sky. At this moment, in a secret chamber within the Thunder Immortal Palace, three people sat cross-legged. Beneath them was an ancient formation. The three people sitting were the three key positions of this formation. One of them was Yan Lazy. At this moment, Yan Lazy suddenly opened his eyes, a pensive expression on his face. At the same time, the other two also opened their eyes wide. These two were the old man in the red robe surnamed Xiang and the middle-aged man in the black robe. Very powerful, the middle-aged man said in a low voice. This moon beast is indeed as described in my family's records. It cannot be easily provoked, the old man in the red robe surnamed Xiang said slowly. If that's the case, then we will gather more people and implement a plan to capture this moon beast. A hint of madness flashed in Yan Lazy's eyes as he calmly said. On the blood-red Swallow Bridge of the eastern Luotia region, inside the Yao family's ancestral hall, the tokens behind Blood God Sun clanged loudly. More than 10 of them shattering into white mist which Blood God Sun then collected with a wave of his sleeve. His eyes were gloomy as he looked up at the sky, muttering, as expected of someone from the Star Alliance, compared to the third-generation Yao family members. He is clearly more decisive and resolute in his actions. After a long silence, Blood God Sun's right hand grasped the void, and immediately a red light condensed, transforming into a blood-red jade slip in his hand. Send Yao Yun, a second-generation clan member, to the northern Luotia region to kill Sumu. After leaving a divine thought, the jade slip disappeared in front of Blood God Sun, dissipating into a wisp of blood-red light. In the Luotia Star Domain, the name of the demonic Taoist Sumu, after the tragedy in the Luotia Northern Domain, became thoroughly known to all cultivators. Under the pursuit of the Yao family and countless other cultivators, he not only survived but also cleverly used the power of that giant beast to launch a terrifying counterattack. This resulted in the deaths of the vast majority of cultivators and terrified the entire Luotia Star Domain. No cultivation family dared to get involved in the conflict between him and the Yao family anymore. All the cultivators who survived the battle with Wang Yue spread the news like a storm throughout the Luotia Star Domain. The demonic Taoist Sumu is someone not to be trifled with unless absolutely necessary. This man is extremely insane, not only possessing immense personal strength, but also being bloodthirsty like a demon. Not only did he kill lower-level cultivators, but he also awakened that colossal beast, creating a catastrophic event. Such a cultivator's fearsome reputation could even rival that of Donglin Star. Therefore, no one had any intention of getting involved anymore. Similarly, all sorts of rumors related to Sumu in the Thunder Immortal realm back then were once again brought up, etched in the hearts of all cultivators. Wang Lin was unaware of the unimaginable fame of the demon Taoist in the Luotia Star Domain. At this moment, his expression was grim as he cautiously fled within the body of Wang Yue. Behind him, countless smaller Wang Yue creatures relentlessly pursued him. These creatures all closed their tentacles, seemingly extremely excited. While relentlessly chasing, they opened their mouths, devouring the remaining breath of Wang Lin as he moved. Wang Lin frowned, continuously rushing forward. He had a bad feeling early on. This time, entering the moon-gazing creatures' bodies was completely different from previous times. These tiny moon-gazing creatures, upon seeing him, were all extremely excited. They even unexpectedly assisted Yao Bingyun when she attacked him. This scene made Wang Lin ponder. The main reason must be the ancient god's armor. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, his thoughts shifted slightly, and his primordial spirit detached from the armor, manifesting in his hand, and was immediately absorbed into his storage bag. Having done that, his body flicked again, quickly changing direction and rushing away. The moon-gazing creatures pursuing him became agitated, as if their prized possession had been taken away, and they roared in anger. They scattered, merging into the surroundings, relentlessly searching. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Within Wang Yu's body, the cauldron continued to move cautiously, constantly searching for the location of the Tham-Ling Great Cauldron from before. This great cauldron had even stirred his usually calm heart. But at this moment, a sudden tremor emanated from within his body, spreading in all directions. This tremor generated ripples that swept outwards, instantly approaching Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression changed, and he quickly retreated, intending to avoid these ripples. However, ripples appeared behind him as well. These ripples were incredibly fast, instantly penetrating Wang Lin's body. In an instant, these ripples dissipated, seemingly a divine ability of Wang Yue to locate an object within a body, allowing Wang Yue to find Wang Lin's location. A low, deep roar echoed from within Wang Yu's body, the divine ability to shatter the primordial spirit. The roar was initially faint, but it quickly intensified, eventually transforming into countless deafening thunderclaps that echoed wildly in his ears. The intense sound reverberated, and Wang Lin's face instantly turned pale. His primordial spirit felt as if it were being torn apart. Previously, he had the ancient god's armor protecting him, so this feeling wasn't very clear. but the pain now caused blood to flow from all his orifices. In this perilous situation, Wang Lin smiled bitterly, sighed inwardly, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, the ancient god's armor reappeared, enveloping his primordial spirit. In an instant, it acted as a barrier between two worlds. The rumbling sound, though powerful, was greatly reduced when it reached his primordial spirit, allowing Wang Lin to endure it. However, the aura emanating from the ancient god's armor caused the small moon-gazing creatures within the giant moon-gazing creature, which were already agitated, to immediately retract their tentacles and frantically rush towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's scalp tingled. He was now in a dilemma. Removing the armor would instantly shatter his primordial spirit amidst the fierce roar, while wearing it would attract countless smaller moon-gazing creatures. Sighing inwardly, Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and a chilling aura instantly enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, a crack appeared in front of him, and a moon-gazing beast, several tens of meters in size, rushed towards Wang Lin as if in triumph. Looking at its gaping mouth, Wang Lin realized it wasn't simply absorbing the aura of the ancient god's armor. Having cultivated for 1,000 years, Wang Lin certainly wouldn't be fooled. He didn't believe that the ancient god's armor could recognize him. Wang Lin's expression turned serious. A cold glint flashed in his eyes, and he quickly retreated. The moon-gazing beast lunged forward, its gaping mouth relentlessly devouring the aura of the ancient god's armor that was continuously emanating from Wang Lin's body. This aura was imperceptible to any cultivator, not even the ancient beasts of the prehistoric era. Except for a select few, only the moon-gazing beast was extremely sensitive to the aura of the ancient god. The cold light in Wang Lin's eyes intensified. This moon-gazing beast before him seemed to be devouring not only the aura of his armor, but also his own. Just as Wang Lin was retreating desperately, a sudden, even more intense wave of icy coldness enveloped him. Wang Lin's expression darkened, and without turning around, he immediately changed direction. In a patch of mud ahead, another crack appeared, and a 100-foot-tall moon-gazing beast roared out. Its entire body was covered in countless tentacles, its mouth wide open, extremely excited. Unexpectedly, a large glob of saliva spurted from its mouth, aimed directly at Wang Lin. Wang Lin changed direction again. In an instant, cracking sounds echoed around him, and more than 10 cracks appeared, from which numerous moon-gazing beasts of all sizes rushed out, charging straight towards Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes showed a calm expression as he retreated, channeling the elemental power within his body, forcefully pushing it outwards to form a vortex. A loud bang echoed, causing him to retreat even faster. Behind him, numerous moon-gazing beasts pursued him. These moon-gazing beasts all displayed excitement, but within this excitement was a chilling, terrifying aura. They wanted to devour the aura of the armor, and even more so, to directly swallow Wang Lin whole. In that way, they could forever possess the aura that excited them. Being pursued by so many moon-gazing beasts, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. As he was rapidly fleeing, his expression changed drastically, revealing a grim smile. Suddenly, from the mud ahead, over 100 cracks appeared, and numerous moon-gazing beasts frantically rushed out. Almost instantly, including those that had been chasing Wang Lin, they formed a dense encirclement, trapping Wang Lin in the middle. At that moment, the swarm of moon-gazing beasts all charged forward. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, a ruthless look in his eyes. Suddenly, a fierce roar erupted from the body of the gigantic moon-gazing beast. This roar echoed everywhere. Countless moon-gazing beasts, which were preparing to devour him, immediately surrounded Wang Lin. Then, in one direction, the moon-gazing beasts parted, forming a passage. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, a rapid cracking sound rang out, and a massive moon-gazing beast, about 10,000 feet tall, directly rushed out through the passage. Its speed was extremely fast, and it exuded an aura no less powerful than that of the blood ancestor. In that instant, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. When the first moon-gazing beast lunged forward with unbelievable speed, it directly bit off a mouthful, swallowing Wang Lin whole. Then it immediately recoiled, burrowing into the mud and heading straight into the distance. Behind it, all the other moon-gazing beasts followed in unison. The 10,000-foot-tall moon-gazing beast's body turned gray, its eyes showing a ruthless expression as it fled. Especially the giant mother moon-gazing beast. It thrived like a fish in water. It moved relentlessly, and in just half an incense stick's time, it arrived at a very strange place. There was no mud here, only a huge vortex slowly rotating. Each rotation emitted waves of icy cold air permeating the surroundings. At this moment, if Wang Lin could see this vortex, he would surely realize after careful consideration that this was the brain of the moon-gazing beast, the very place where it lived. After arriving at this place, the 10,000-foot-tall moon-gazing beast suddenly opened its mouth wide and spat out something. Wang Lin's body was pushed away by a powerful force, completely unable to resist, and he was absorbed into the vortex, disappearing. The other moon-gazing beasts outside lay prostrate, motionless. Inside the vortex, after Wang Lin entered, his eyes suddenly flashed. Earlier, after he was swallowed by the 10,000-foot-tall moon-gazing beast, a strange aura emanated from its body. This aura instantly entered Wang Lin's body, causing his elemental power to immediately cease circulating, as if isolating him from his body. At this moment, Wang Lin, from a cultivator, had completely transformed into immortal. This scene greatly shocked Wang Lin's mind, but he immediately saw a suction force emanating from the primordial spirit on the ancient god's armor, absorbing the strange aura within his body. Therefore, the primal energy in his body resumed its circulation. At this moment, it was expelled into the vortex, and when he could clearly see his surroundings, he took a deep breath, his face showing surprise. This was a narrow, elongated space, with countless tentacles extending from the void, slowly moving. In front of Wang Lin was a large cauldron wrapped around by countless tentacles, seemingly absorbing the energy within and transmitting it into the void. This cauldron was the artifact of the greedy Volf. What made Wang Lin take a deep breath was that one of the tentacles was constantly twitching, and a group of people were wrapped around it. All of these people were naked, their bodies thin and emaciated. There were men and women, old and young, in great numbers. Almost every tentacle had a person on it. These people had their eyes tightly closed, all their life force gone, like corpses. The tentacles wrapped around them were clearly continuously absorbing their life force. Wang Lin didn't recognize any of them, but he vaguely sensed that these weren't all cultivators, but also ordinary people. For example, not far away, there was a boy who looked like he was only 6 or 7 years old. Although he looked wrinkled and disabled, his small stature made it clear at a glance that he was just a child. At this moment, he was skin and bones, without the slightest sign of life, and his expression was one of extreme pain and despair. A powerful chill arose in Wang Lin's heart, instantly spreading throughout his body. His gaze penetrated deep into the void. It was vast and boundless. Wang Lin could imagine that there were certainly many more tentacles ahead, each wrapped around a person. Wang Yue. Wang Lin fell silent. He could guess that these people had all been devoured by Wang Yue over countless years, thus becoming a source of life for Wang Yue. A terrifying thought even crossed Wang Lin's mind. Back then, Wang Yue transformed into Yunhe Star. This planet was a desolate wasteland. Of course, cultivators and immortals existed on Yunhe Star before, but where did they go? Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes filled with complex emotions. His gaze remained fixed on the 6 or 7-year-old boy. At that moment, countless tentacles suddenly appeared from the void, moving with lightning speed towards Wang Lin, attempting to entangle him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. Without the ancient god's armor, he would have been just like any other mortal, utterly powerless to resist, his life force drained away by the tentacles, slowly dying. At this moment, a murderous glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His body moved slightly, avoiding contact with the tentacles and swiftly dodging them, rushing straight towards the large cauldron. Wang Lin didn't want to touch these tentacles unless absolutely necessary, otherwise, if Wang Yue discovered him, she would likely take further action. With this leap, the tentacles missed him, and Wang Lin's body transformed into a wisp of smoke, instantly reaching the cauldron. An ancient, desolate aura permeated the area around the cauldron. Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the cauldron, the aura intensifying. The tentacles wrapped around it only clung to the outside, not reaching the inside. At this moment, countless tentacles emerged from the void behind Wang Lin, rushing towards him. Without hesitation, Wang Lin plunged directly into the cauldron. The moment he entered, a powerful force suddenly erupted from the distant entrance of the enormous vortex. Immediately afterward, the figure of a graceful woman appeared in the vortex. Her face was pale, her eyes tightly closed, clearly having lost consciousness. As soon as she appeared, the tentacles that were aiming at Wang Lin suddenly split in half, quickly wrapping around her and pulling her up, continuously absorbing her life force. In the blink of an eye, as Wang Lin fell into the cauldron, he still managed to clearly see the woman's face. She was indeed Yao Bingyun. Yao Bingyun's clothes, under the countless tentacles wrapping around her, showed signs of being corroded. Even her storage bag was not spared from disintegration. Yao Bingyun's clothes were damaged, revealing her skin in many places. She trembled all over, and at this moment, she suddenly opened her eyes. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and his body entered the large cauldron. The cauldron wasn't very large, and after Wang Lin entered, he immediately circulated his entire body's elemental power. At this moment, the tentacles outside extended to encircle the large cauldron, but they didn't penetrate inside, only swaying around the outside. Wang Lin breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, he could only say he was temporarily safe. His eyes showed a pensive expression, ignoring what was happening outside, and he immediately sat down cross-legged, closing his eyes to meditate. While he closed his eyes, a phantom figure behind him flickered. Tar Mountain emerged and also sat cross-legged inside the cauldron, his eyes flashing. If there was any movement, he would immediately and without hesitation act to protect. As Wang Lin sat cross-legged, a feeling of weariness welled up in his heart. Since entering the Thunder Immortal realm, he had always been in a state of caution. He had been pushed into the body of the Netherworld beast, and after a fierce battle, he had escaped and returned to the Luotia star domain. He had originally planned to take the Immortal Selection clan members to the Scattered Spirit Star, while he himself would seek out Li Yuan to learn the Heart Annihilation Forbidden's technique, and then rest a little. But what followed left Wang Lin unable to control his own destiny. He had no choice but to fight, no choice but to retaliate. The Yao family pursued him, and several other cultivation families joined the fray, forcing Wang Lin to flee for his life. In the continuous battles, although he held the advantage, the feeling of exhaustion, the thought that even the slightest carelessness could lead to serious injury or death, accumulated in his body. By this time, Wang Lin had accumulated a considerable amount of fatigue. Now, sitting in the large cauldron, Wang Lin's physical and mental exhaustion finally eased somewhat. The cultivators outside, under the attack of Wang Yue, will undoubtedly die in countless numbers. Thinking about it, in such a short time, no one will be chasing after me. Even if there were still some, they wouldn't dare enter Wang Yu's body to find me. So it seems this place, though dangerous, is also safe. Wang Lin closed his eyes, circulating the primal energy in his body, slowly nourishing his primordial spirit. As the primal energy circulated, waves of pain emanated from his primordial spirit. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. In the past few days, he had faced numerous dangers. If it weren't for the ancient god's armor protecting his primordial spirit, he would have perished long ago. The cultivation world is cruel. Life can destroy the body and dissipate the primordial spirit at any moment. But this could not shake Wang Lin's Dao heart. He had become accustomed to this during his time in the Lianese star domain. It could be said that this kind of experience had been with him since birth. Yao Binyun's divine power inflicted too much damage on my primordial spirit. If it weren't for the ancient god's armor, Wang Lin opened his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. His physical injuries weren't severe, only his primordial spirit, despite the ancient god's armor, was wounded. However, the injury wasn't too serious. At this moment, he calmed his mind, concentrating his thoughts, and slowly immersed himself in breathing exercises. Outside the great cauldron, countless tentacles swayed slowly. Near the vortex, Yao Bingyun's face was pale, her eyes calm, showing no sign of panic. Ever since she escaped from the planet transformed by Wang Yue, she had been pursued by a 10,000-foot Wang Yue, who swallowed her in one gulp. Immediately, a strange force surged into her body, causing her to be instantly separated from her primordial power, turning her into an ordinary person. Immediately afterward, she lost consciousness. When she regained it, she found herself in this place, with tentacles wrapped around her body, exerting immense pressure. A chilling sensation emanated from the tentacles, circulating within her, stripping away her vital energy and absorbing it little by little. This process wasn't fast, but it was almost continuous and uninterrupted. Yao Bingyun's eyes showed a calm expression. She was devoted to the Tao, possessing a calm and composed nature. Although she noticed her vital energy being slowly eroded, she knew that panic wouldn't change the situation. Only by remaining calm could she think of a way to escape. However, after clearly seeing her surroundings, her face instantly turned pale. A group of thin, naked figures surrounded her on countless tentacles, nearly shattering Yao Bingyun's composure. After a long while, she took a deep breath, trying to regain her composure. When she calmed down, she discovered that the tentacles wrapped around her body were not only absorbing her elemental power, but also her life force. Close your eyes. Yao Bingyun remained silent for a moment, her mind steady as she closed her eyes. Cover your ears. Her body trembled slightly, her hearing instantly blocked and shut off. Conceal your breath. Yao Bingyun's entire being became completely calm, her breath disappearing from her mouth and nose. Seal your spirit. The primordial spirit within Yao Bingyun's body instantly ceased its circulation. Although her vital energy was separated, her primordial spirit also sat cross-legged, self-sealing, entering a mysterious and inexplicable state. Seal your thoughts. This thought, that is, the thought of survival. Every person with life has the thought of wanting to survive. At this moment, Yao Bingyun resolutely sealed off her thoughts of survival. In an instant, all the life force in her body seemed to vanish. She was completely devoid of any life, like a corpse. Yao Bingyun had cultivated this spirit sealing technique to the level of sealing thoughts, a truly high level. Cultivating the soul sealing technique doesn't rely heavily on innate talent, but it places extremely strict demands on one's Tao heart. Without a firm Tao heart, it's impossible to enter the soul sealing realm. After completely sealing herself, a series of crackling sounds emanated from Yao Bingyun's body. In an instant, a thin layer of snowflakes appeared within her, spreading and merging into a single sheet. These snowflakes even sealed the tentacles wrapped around Yao Bingyun. A moment later, the sounds within her body grew louder, and the snowflakes increased in number. Finally, amidst the lingering cracking sounds, a 3-foot-thick layer of ice formed within Yao Bingyun's body. Her entire naked body was sealed within the ice, her expression calm, causing anyone who looked at her to feel their heart pound. Time slowly passed. Within this body of Wen Yu, day and night seemed to have vanished, as if time had ceased to exist. In the vast starry sky, the colossal figure of Wen Yu slowly drifted through the northern Luo Tie region. Today, Wen Yu stopped. It was here, deep within the northern Luo Tie region. The surrounding starry sky was extremely sparse, devoid of any cultivation planets. After Wen Yu stopped, its body slowly coiled, its head and tail connecting to form a circle, transforming into a cultivation planet. Countless 10,000-foot-long tentacles outside its body twitched and contracted, large chunks of black mist spewing out as they contracted, swirling around the planet. Gradually, the tentacles grew shorter and shorter, eventually stopping when they were less than 100 feet long. When they transformed into a celestial body, the tentacles gently swayed. Silence returned to the surroundings in the strange, cramped space within Wang Yu's body. Wang Lin opened his eyes. A glint of light flashed in his eyes. His injured primordial spirit was not easily restored. Even after this period of recuperation, it had only recovered about 8 parts. Wang Lin's gaze, like lightning, swept across the peak. The aura of ancient gods on this great peak was extremely dense. Although it was constantly being absorbed by Wang Yue, the aura was still incredibly powerful. Wang Yue didn't kill me, but threw me into this place. Obviously, this is where Wang Yue absorbs not only life force but also the aura of ancient gods. Wang Lin's eyes showed a thoughtful expression. This gigantic Wang Yue had clearly thrown anyone or anything with the aura of ancient gods into this place. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a sharp light as he muttered softly. In other words, there must be something else here related to the ancient god. A strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his hands and pressed them against the sides of the cauldron. His mind stirred, and his consciousness immediately flowed into the cauldron through his hands. If the mind can use this cauldron, then I can too. Wang Lin's consciousness swept through and instantly merged into the cauldron. In an instant, he felt a colossal, frenzied suction force tearing at his consciousness. Wang Lin was prepared for this suction force. This was clearly the suction force emanating from the countless tentacles. His mind was resolute, his consciousness, like a small boat in a raging storm, resisted while simultaneously merging into the cauldron. Gradually, under that strange suction force, Wang Lin's consciousness struggled to fill the cauldron, leaving his imprint. But he felt no sense of control. Wang Lin frowned slightly, but didn't give up. His divine consciousness continued to permeate every inch of the cauldron, moving relentlessly. This process was extremely slow, and he also had to resist the gravitational pull, making it incredibly difficult for Wang Lin's cultivation level. Time slowly passed, and Wang Lin never stopped. While continuously leaving imprints, he gradually discovered a clue. In a corner on the outside of the large cauldron, there was a place where someone had carved a talisman. This talisman was somewhat complex, and although it was carved on the cauldron, it wasn't deeply ingrained. From the surface, it was practically invisible to the naked eye. Even with divine consciousness, if Wang Lin hadn't used such a method, meticulously searching little by little, he certainly wouldn't have been able to detect it. There was also a trace of divine consciousness imprinted on this talisman. The moment Wang Lin's divine consciousness made deeper contact with this imprint, the cold light in his eyes intensified. He clearly sensed a trace of Tham Lang's aura on that imprint. Tham Lang isn't dead. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, then gradually subsided after a long while. Tham Lang isn't dead. This imprint is still there, so I can't control this great cauldron, but if its consciousness imprint is still there, how could I have left an imprint on this cauldron? Wang Lin pondered, his heart stirring. He thought of the runes where Tham Lang's consciousness imprint was located. This cauldron must have been thrown away by the ancient god Tut. In the ancient god's memory, there's only the shape of this cauldron, not a method to control it. After all, the inherited memories I obtained aren't complete. Wang Lin's consciousness permeated the runes on the cauldron, carefully observing. After a long time, his eyes gradually brightened. Although he was Tham Lang's enemy, at this moment, he felt a glimmer of admiration for Tham Lang. This Tham Lang is truly talented. He obviously didn't know how to use this cauldron after obtaining it. Unable to control it, he sought another way, somehow obtaining this talisman, imprinting it on the cauldron, and linking it to some of the cauldron's divine abilities. In reality, he only controls this talisman, but with this talisman, he can also unleash some of the cauldron's divine abilities. Wang Lin took a deep breath, without much thought. His divine consciousness immediately converged on the cauldron, focusing on the talisman. Erase Tham Lang's divine consciousness imprint. This cauldron will immediately return to its original owner. Wang Lin's eyes showed excitement. The moment his divine consciousness erased Tham Lang's imprint, his expression changed. His divine consciousness suddenly stopped, rapidly retracting, and at an extremely fast speed, returned to his body from the cauldron. Without hesitation, Wang Lin placed his hands on his chest, performing a hand seal. After counting to 3, his entire aura instantly concealed itself, leaving no trace of his presence. He left a trace of his divine consciousness to observe the surroundings. A surge of intensely cold energy filled this small, confined space. The source of this icy energy was a thin figure wrapped in tentacles not far away. This person was an old man, his naked body originally devoid of life. But now, as the icy energy surged from his body, a tremendous surge of life force also emerged from within him. This life force was so immense that the old man's thin frame seemed to inflate, rapidly expanding. However, strangely, the old man's eyes remained closed, showing no sign of awakening. Seeing this scene, Wang Lin's consciousness was shaken. With his cultivation and experience of the reincarnation realm, he clearly perceived that besides the immense vitality, the old man also possessed a hidden aura of death. However, this death aura was completely suppressed by the immense vitality. As the vitality increased, the old man's body grew larger and larger, with a series of bang-bang sounds echoing. His bones seemed unable to withstand the expanding force and began to shatter. Thus, the old man's body, no longer bound by bones, began to grow even larger. A chilling, yin energy surged from his body, enveloping everything around him in cold air. Even his tentacles slowly retracted. As soon as the old man's body grew to a certain size, almost becoming a ball of flesh, a small, elongated bump immediately appeared on his skin. This bump wasn't still. It quickly moved back and forth within the old man's flesh. Sharp, piercing screams emanated from the old man's body. Wang Lin found this sound extremely familiar, and upon hearing it, his expression instantly turned grim. At this moment, the old man's expanding body suddenly trembled. With a loud boom, a crack appeared in his body, and an extremely powerful stream of icy, yin-han energy surged out through the crack. Immediately afterward, sharp screams echoed incessantly, seemingly revealing a sense of excitement. The tentacles all around also swayed, as if welcoming a newborn kin. In an instant, a small creature, about 2 meters tall, forcefully emerged from the crack in the old man's body. As its body continued to twist and contort, the old man's body completely shattered with a loud boom. Without any flesh or blood, a torrent of icy, cold energy erupted from within him. From within, a creature about to jump approximately 3.7 meters tall emerged. This creature violently shocked Wang Lin. It was indeed a small moon-gazing beast. The moon-gazing beast was clearly newly born. Its tentacles were still transparent upon its appearance. Immediately, it turned and powerfully sucked at the old man's shattered body. The old man's entire body seemed to dissolve, completely devoured by this small moon-gazing beast. Immediately afterward, the moon-gazing beast continued to twist and contort, devouring the surrounding icy, cold energy. In almost half an hour, its body grew from 2 zhang to 10 zhang. Its tentacles gradually turned a dark red, and its appearance instantly became ferocious. Its body twisted and turned, transforming into a lightning bolt that shot straight towards the vortex in front of it. Nothing obstructed it. It directly pierced through and disappeared completely. After this moon-gazing creature departed, the tentacles on all sides gradually returned to their original state, the icy energy absorbed by them slowly dissipating. The surroundings returned to calm. Only one person was missing. As for the tentacles that had previously wrapped around the old man, they slowly retracted and vanished into thin air. Wang Lin opened his eyes and took a deep breath. No wonder there are so many moon-gazing creatures here. Based on TUT's memories, once a moon-gazing creature leaves the ancient god's body for too long, it will surely die. But now, this moon-gazing creature not only didn't die, but instead relied on the bodies of cultivators and ordinary people to condense new life forms. Almost forming a cycle, this moon-gazing creature must have undergone a tremendous transformation over countless years. Otherwise, it absolutely couldn't be like this. Wang Lin could be said to understand Wang Yurei extremely well, and seeing this scene, he could only guess about 70 or 80% of what was happening. He pondered for a moment, and after the silence outside subsided, his divine consciousness spread out and converged on the imprint on the runes outside the great cauldron. Almost instantly, it enveloped the runes. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as his divine consciousness clashed fiercely with the divine consciousness of Them Lang on the runes. Them Lang's cultivation at its strongest was only equivalent to Wang Lin's at this moment. Moreover, he was severely injured, and the imprint left on the cauldron was extremely dim. Them Lang's divine consciousness, struck by Wang Lin's divine consciousness, soon collapsed and dissipated. At the same time that Them Lang's divine consciousness was erased, Wang Lin, without hesitation, left his own imprint on the runes. Them Lang, having gone through a near-death experience to obtain this cauldron, knew it was a treasure but was unable to control it. Finally, after much effort, he devised a method to easily control it. It took thousands of years to obtain this talisman, and only by carefully inscribing it on the cauldron could he control it. But at this moment, it was causing Wang Lin to gain a great advantage without any effort. The moment his divine consciousness transformed into an imprint on the talisman, a strange feeling flooded Wang Lin's heart. This feeling was very familiar to him, and it also formed a connection with the ancient god's armor surrounding his primordial spirit. However, this feeling was vague, like a flower in the mist, seemingly always veiled by a thin membrane, unable to completely penetrate. Wang Lin knew this was because his method of controlling the cauldron was not correct, but rather using the method of the greedy Wolf, taking a different path. While this allowed for simple control, it couldn't fully unleash the cauldron's power. But Wang Lin wasn't in a hurry. His eyes flashed, and he muttered, "As long as I return to the Star Domain Alliance, this cauldron, under my control, will definitely unleash its inherent power." Wang Lin clasped his hands together, forming a hand seal. Relying on the vague feeling in his heart, his consciousness stirred slightly. Immediately, the cauldron let out a buzzing sound and vibrated. A wave of ripples spread out, and a stream of white gas emanated from within the cauldron. This gas was extremely dense, enveloping Wang Lin's entire being. At this moment, Wang Lin felt as if he had become one with the cauldron. This feeling was very strange. It was as if I was the cauldron. Wang Lin's thoughts stirred, and he softly chanted, "Transformation." The moment he uttered these two words, the cauldron vibrated and suddenly disappeared. When it reappeared, it was outside the cluster of tentacles. Strangely, these tentacles hadn't moved at all, maintaining their original form. It was as if the cauldron was still inside them. Wang Lin's figure flew out from the cauldron, his body enveloped in white mist, making him look like an immortal walking on clouds. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, falling on Yao Bingyun not far away. He had detected Yao Bingyun earlier when his divine consciousness spread through the cauldron. However, at that time, he was focused on imprinting his divine consciousness and hadn't looked carefully. Now that he had taken possession of the cauldron, he had time to observe Yao Bingyun. Piercing through the ice layer, Yao Bingyun's soft, half-naked body revealed an extraordinary beauty. Yao Bingyun, already beautiful, now lay within the ice, devoid of her usual coldness, instead exuding a captivating charm. However, all of this remained unmoved by Wang Lin. His gaze was as calm as still water. Wang Lin's gaze was icy cold, a hint of contemplation in his eyes. He raised his right hand and pointed at the ice layer. "You've pursued me for a long time, nearly costing me my life twice. If I don't take revenge, it wouldn't be in accordance with my karma." With a cold laugh, Wang Lin's right index finger slammed down on the ice layer. Instantly, the immense power within his body surged from his finger, directly merging into the ice. A cracking sound echoed, and the ice layer, centered around Wang Lin's finger, began to crack. These cracks gradually spread, stopping just an inch from Yao Bingyun's body. Wang Lin stared intently at Yao Bingyun within the ice layer, a cold glint in his eyes. He channeled his power back into his finger, pressing it down on the ice layer again. Amidst the incessant cracking sounds, Wang Lin didn't stop for a moment, his body subtly moving, continuously pressing down on the layer of ice surrounding Yao Bingyun. Gradually, large chunks of ice crumbled away, until finally, only an inch of ice remained around Yao Bingyun's body. This woman is certainly a prominent figure among the third-generation disciples of the Yao family. The Yao family wants to kill me, so I will refine her into a celestial guard. Even if I fail, it doesn't matter. Wang Lin's heart was filled with unwavering determination. If it was an enemy, regardless of gender, even a peerless woman wouldn't evoke any pity in him. Moreover, although the woman was beautiful, she was still no match for Liu Mi from back then. It's all karma. If you hadn't pursued and tried to kill me, you wouldn't be here today. Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of primordial spirit energy directly swirling around the layer of ice surrounding Yao Bingyun's body. The ice layer continuously crumbled, his right hand still pointing at it. Gradually, a cracking sound echoed again, and the ice layer surrounding Yao Bingyun's body began to shatter inch by inch. In fact, if her primordial power had recovered, this divine sealing technique would absolutely not have been so easily broken by Wang Lin. But the fragmentation of her primordial power gave Wang Lin an opportunity. Yao Bingyun could never have imagined that besides herself, there was still Wang Lin inside. Even more unbelievable was that Wang Lin, because of the ancient god's armor, had his primordial power unsealed and could move freely within. The moment a large section of the ice layer surrounding Yao Bingyun's body shattered, she slowly opened her eyes and looked at Wang Lin. When Yao Bingyun opened her eyes, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. His right hand spread open, and the powerful primal energy within his body surged forth, instantly condensing on his 5 fingers, transforming into 5 beams of light that directly struck the layer of ice surrounding Yao Bingyun's body. At the same time, Wang Lin almost, without hesitation, his body rapidly retreating. The moment the white mist enveloped his entire body, he raised his right hand and unleashed the Luo slaying technique, fiercely slashing downwards. This slash wasn't aimed at Yao Bingyun, but at the tentacles wrapped around her body. Everything happened in the blink of an eye, incredibly fast. These 5 streams of primal energy struck the layer of ice surrounding Yao Bingyun's body, immediately producing deep, resounding bang-bang sounds, as if 5 venomous dragons were frantically penetrating her body. Your Dao is what Yao Bingyun couldn't dodge. She didn't even bother to look at the 5 venomous dragons burrowing into her body. A glimmer of determination appeared on her pale face. In this moment of crisis, she had cast aside everything, using her Dao heart realm to engage in a battle of intent with Wang Lin. But Wang Lin had anticipated her actions before she even opened her eyes. In fact, Wang Lin and Yao Bingyun were, in a way, the same kind of people. Even if it meant death, they would fight to the death, even if it meant dragging the other person into reincarnation. The moment Yao Bingyun opened her mouth, her eyes instantly became hazy. A figure materialized before her. This figure was a girl, more precisely, a young girl of 14 or 15. The young girl had cloud-like hair, and her appearance revealed weakness mixed with a hint of helplessness. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately no sound came out, as if she were mute. The moment this young girl transformed, a wave of sorrowful Taoist intent immediately surged forth, directly reaching Wang Lin. However, in that instant, the slaying Luo technique that Wang Lin had previously unleashed with his right hand also struck the tentacles on Yao Bingyun's body. Wang Lin's control over the power of the slaying Luo technique was extremely precise. It wouldn't harm the tentacles but could create a stimulating effect. As the slaying Luo technique descended, the tentacles immediately contracted violently. This contraction instantly affected her entire body. As the tentacles contracted, Yao Bingyun, wrapped around them, instantly turned even paler. A mouthful of fresh blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and even the sound of her bones cracking could be heard. While contracting, the tentacles twitched even more violently. The stimulation of the slaying Luo technique drove the tentacles into a frenzy. As Yao Bingyun, wrapped around by the tentacles, became increasingly blurred. With her body stripped of its primal energy, she had become an ordinary person. At this moment, under the frenzied grip of the tentacles, a tragic smile appeared on her lips, and despair welled up in her eyes. The pain in her body couldn't affect her Tao heart, but the suction force of the tentacles, stimulated by the attack, became even more frenzied. It absorbed not only her primal energy and life force, but unexpectedly, even Yao Bingyun's Tao thoughts were devoured. The illusory figure of the girl that Yao Bingyun had conjured before her instantly became ethereal, finally vanishing completely. Sister Yao Bingyun watched the illusory figure disappear, closing her eyes. On her body, her life force, along with her Tao thoughts and primal energy, were all being sucked away by the tentacles. Wang Lin had calculated everything from the moment he broke the ice. If Yao Bingyun didn't awaken, so be it. But once she did, under the entanglement of the tentacles, Wang Lin had no fear. He only needed a quick opportunity. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's mental state, which had just been overflowing, instantly dissipated. But the sorrowful feeling in her mental state also shook Wang Lin's mind. His eyes flashed, and without hesitation, at the moment Yao Bingyun was in despair, his right hand extended, his two fingers forming a sword, and quickly pointed at Yao Bingyun's body. A bang-bang sound immediately rang out, and the layer of ice outside Yao Bingyun's body completely collapsed, revealing her soft body. Wang Lin's right hand didn't stop for a moment, directly forming a series of sealing restrictions, continuously falling onto Yao Bingyun's body. As the seals entered her body, one by one they imprinted on her primordial spirit. The seals continued without interruption, and Wang Lin's left hand swung up, instantly transforming the Kanji immortal sword, which directly merged into Yao Bingyun's body, forming a pillar of spiritual suppression on her primordial spirit. Wang Lin was still worried, and patted his storage bag. Immediately, the soul-sealing banner appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and the Tenjiang banner swept across, wrapping around Yao Bingyun, leaving no gaps. Finally, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out the immortal seal. The moment this seal appeared, Wang Lin clasped his hands together and softly shouted, "Seal?" More than 100,000 golden runes flashed on the immortal seal, surging out like a long golden river, completely enveloping Yao Bingyun's body. Each symbol that fell represented a seal. The more than 100,000 sealing runes calmed Wang Lin's heart. As he retreated, he stepped on the cauldron, his right hand forming a hand seal, pointing at the sealed Yao Bingyun, and softly shouting, "Transform." The cauldron trembled, as if a force of heaven and earth had forcefully opened the body of Wang Yue, wreaking havoc in this strange place. As this surge of power surged, Yao Bingyun's figure suddenly vanished. When she reappeared, the layers of seals that Wang Lin had placed on Yao Bingyun's body were instantly seized by his right hand like a magical artifact being stored in a storage bag. The inside of Wang Yu's body isn't the best place to refine the immortal guard. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and his figure flicked, flying towards the large cauldron. He controlled the cauldron with his mind, causing it to vibrate and slowly move forward. Along the way, a white aura permeated the peak. as if it could separate everything, preventing the tentacles from wrapping around it. In the past, the Mlang had used its method to evade many of Wang Yu's tentacles, escaping several times. But in the end, under Wang Yu's true form's divine power, he never managed to escape successfully. This shows that the white aura of the peak within Wang Yu's body could create a concealing effect. Wang Lin was extremely cautious, his eyes flashing as he flew, carefully observing his surroundings. Every person entangled by the tentacles along his path caught his eye. The deeper he went into this long, narrow path, the more tentacles appeared. The cultivators and ordinary people entangled looked increasingly ferocious. Their faces, as if suffering immense pain before death, left Wang Lin speechless. During his journey, apart from ordinary people and cultivators, Wang Lin didn't see any objects with the aura of an ancient god. He didn't show any impatience, remaining silent and slowly moving forward. Gradually, the tentacles multiplied, densely covering the path ahead, making Wang Lin's path somewhat narrow. However, under the strange divine power of the cauldron, Wang Lin's body moved as if by teleportation, flashing through them. After an unknown amount of time, as Wang Lin continued forward, the ordinary people and cultivators entangled by the tentacles also underwent a transformation. They were no longer entirely emaciated and lifeless, but possessed a hint of sentience, brimming with a faint glimmer of life. However, this glimmer of life was too weak, like a candle flame in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, and he continued forward. Gradually, more and more people were entangled by tentacles, their bodies brimming with life force. The further he went, the stronger their life force became. Wang Lin suddenly stopped, staring intently at a seemingly endless place ahead, thinking to himself, "It seems this moon-gazing cave has begun absorbing life force from the outside. The further inside I go, the more life force there is. I wonder if I'll encounter anyone who is conscious." Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he quickened his pace, heading straight ahead. More and more people with life force appeared, but Wang Lin didn't stop to examine them. Just as he was nearing the deepest part, a sudden call arose in his heart. This call seemed to come from his soul, causing Wang Lin to instantly rush out, his mind violently shaken. Come here, this feeling seemed to stir up a whirlwind within him. The intensity was countless times greater than after seeing the peak. This cry contained a penetrating force, piercing through Wang Lin's body, shattering his primordial spirit, and directly swirling within his soul. This soul-stirring call affected not only Wang Lin, but also his main body on a distant cultivation planet in the Star Alliance. The main body, hidden on that cultivation planet, now opened its eyes wide. Its eyes shone with a light like sunlight. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his eyes radiating intense starlight. Come, the soul-stirring call continued to emanate, causing not only Wang Lin's primordial spirit, but also his body to tremble. This cry possessed immense power, unexpectedly creating a feeling of an overwhelming urge to reach the ultimate destination, to see it for the first time. In the silence, Wang Lin closed his eyes. Suddenly, he opened them wide, his expression resolute. Without hesitation, he charged forward, directly into the depths of Wang Yu's body, causing her soul to tremble. At this moment, Wang Yu's colossal form, which had transformed into a cultivation planet a few months earlier, had shrunk and fallen into a deep sleep. The surrounding starry sky was silent, not a sound could be heard, as if everything was still. But today, suddenly from the distant starry sky, a rainbow-colored beam of light, carrying an aura that caused a violent tremor in people's minds, roared towards them. This was a middle-aged man. He was the same man in black who had fought Wang Yue before. This was his true form, followed by a 100-foot-tall, illusory black eagle. The eagle's eyes were like lightning, its appearance ominous. At the same time this person appeared, a bolt of lightning roared in the distant starry sky. With a thunderous roar, Yanlazi stepped onto a bolt of heavenly lightning, instantly closing in. The moment Yanlazi appeared, a crimson light flashed in the distance. A colossal octagonal formation suddenly appeared in the starry sky. A vast, surging aura emanated from within, clearly perceptible even from a great distance. The octagonal formation glowed, and an aura capable of shaking heaven and earth surged forth. The formation's light intensified, and four figures emerged from it. All four were clad in red robes, and they were for pupils. Their faces were icy cold, showing no trace of emotion, like puppets that, upon appearing, immediately spread out in four directions, surrounding the planet transformed by Wang Yue. 4 disciples sat cross-legged, and immediately 4 red blood pills flew out from above their heads. A red electric light instantly connected the 4 blood pills, surrounding Wang Yue. Within the 10,000-foot formation, the old man in red robes, surnamed Xiang, stepped out. His expression was calm, but a cold glint flashed in his eyes, and his entire body exuded a strong aura of killing intent as he stared intently at Wang Yue. Fellow Taoist Xiang, I didn't expect you to bring the 4 wine gods of the Xiang family here. Capturing Wang Yue is even more certain now. I wonder, fellow Taoist Gongsun, which fellow Taoist have you invited this time? Yan Leizi's eyes flashed as he glanced at the 4 disciples, smiling as he spoke. Ancestor Shen Gong and Lai Yunzi of the Zan family? The middle-aged man in black robes, surnamed Gongsun, said softly and slowly. I didn't bring many people, only Blood Godson and 5-colored Taoist. They should be arriving soon. The old man in the red robe, surnamed Xiang, flashed his body and stood beside Yan Leizi, smiling. Hearing the name Blood Godzi, Yan Leizi inwardly snorted coldly, saying, I only invited 1 person. As for who it is, please forgive me for keeping it a secret. You will know in a moment. Just then, a silver light roared from the distant starry sky. A person stood on the silver light, appearing to be middle-aged and surprisingly bearing some resemblance to Shen Gonghu. The silver light flashed, and this person instantly approached everyone. Shen Gong. After approaching, this person slightly bowed and said nothing, only staring intently at Wang Yue. His face showed no expression, and it was unclear what he was thinking. Several silver lights swirled around his body in a curve, looking extremely terrifying. At this moment, a rumbling sound echoed in the starry sky, and in the distance, a huge ship moved towards them at an extremely fast speed. Above the boat, countless young women in colorful clothes were dancing. Amidst the lingering laughter, a white-haired old man in a 5-colored robe appeared, and with a single step, he leapt from the boat and approached the group. I apologize for keeping you all waiting. I encountered some top-grade cauldrons along the way, causing a slight delay. The 5-colored Taoist's complexion was rosy and smooth, like a child's skin. As he approached, a strange, eerie aura immediately permeated the surroundings. Ceremonies that can catch the 5-colored Taoists are certainly not ordinary, the old man from the Xiang family chuckled. Brother Su, if you like them, after I acquire this moon-gazing cauldron, I'll give you one. The 5-colored Taoist smiled, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. These were all renowned old masters. Their gathering here clearly a necessary condition for Wang Yue. While the 2 spoke, Ancestor Shen Gong remained silent, staring intently at Wang Yue. The man in black was taciturn and spoke little. Yan Leizi's expression was calm. Although the 5-colored Taoist's cultivation was high, he still didn't consider him a threat. Just then, a figure appeared in the distant starry sky. This person was dressed entirely in white, appearing like a young man, yet imbued with a profound sense of melancholy, giving him an eerie appearance. He carried no magical artifacts, walking steadily on foot, his expression extremely calm. Upon approaching, he glanced at everyone, slightly bowed, and said nothing. Li Yanzi. Yan Leizi's gaze froze. The man in white nodded slightly, standing silently to the side. I've heard that Lai Yunzi of the Zan family has an extremely hot temper. He once, in a fit of rage, annihilated 13 cultivation families in a single battle, a truly famous feat. His fiery temper is especially memorable. Yan Leizi withdrew his gaze, his expression suddenly shifting as he looked into the distance. Suddenly, a large patch of crimson light appeared on the distant horizon, and a thick, pungent aura of blood instantly filled the starry sky. This large patch of blood-red light converged about 10 meters in front of the group, instantly condensing into a figure. This person was an old man with red hair and eyebrows, his red clothes seemingly just stained with blood, his expression extremely grim. After appearing, he didn't look at anyone but stared intently at the planet that Wang Yue had transformed into, a strange light flashing in his eyes. Blood God's son. The moment this person appeared, all the surrounding old monsters focused their gaze on him. Even Lai Yunzi and Shen Gong, the old ancestor, were no exception. Blood God's son withdrew his gaze from Wang Yue, then glanced at everyone. Finally, he calmly looked at Yan Leizi and spoke. Yan Leizi, you took my grandson's primordial spirit. After opening the passage to the Alliance, we must have a battle. A cold glint flashed in Yanlazy's eyes as he smiled and said, "Serves you right." At this moment, streaks of lightning flew rapidly throughout the northern Luotia region. Almost all of the Thunder Immortal Palace participated. All the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys sat cross-legged on the lightning, about 100,000 miles away from the planet transformed by Wang Yue, forming a circular encirclement. These Thunder Immortal Palace envoys all clasped their hands in auspicious hand seals, linking each other with secret techniques. Immediately, dense lightning, like thunder, completely sealed off the 100,000 miles around Wang Yue, forming a thunder domain barrier. Beyond this 100,000-mile radius around the Thunder Immortal Palace envoys, a group of cultivators in red and black robes surrounded them, forming two layers of blockade to ensure everything went smoothly. At this moment, Wang Lin was completely unaware of these things. The calling within his soul grew clearer and clearer, the vibrations almost causing his blood to boil. Wang Lin sped across the peak, charging straight towards the end of the winding path. Gradually, the calling in his soul grew stronger and stronger, eventually almost incessantly echoing. Come, Wang Lin's speed increased rapidly, and after half an incense stick's time, the calling in his soul was almost like thunder, rumbling around. At this moment, he saw the place that had been calling him ahead. With a glance, Wang Lin's entire body trembled violently, his pupils contracting sharply. In front of him, about 100 tentacles simultaneously coiled around a child. This child's body was extremely huge, several tens of meters tall. At this moment, its eyes were tightly closed, its body curled up, and its abundant life force was continuously being drawn from its body and absorbed into Wang Yue. 8 illusory star points flickered on the child's head, appearing and disappearing intermittently, yet none seemed to solidify. They rotated, forming a strange force, and were continuously being absorbed by the tentacles. Wang Lin took a deep breath, his mind shaken, experiencing an unprecedented tremor. A child of an ancient god. Wang Lin stared blankly at the scene before him. With the memories inherited from TUT, he knew that the star points on the child's forehead could only be illusory for 2 reasons. First, it was the power of an 8-star ancient god, left within the child's body by an 8-star ancient godfather. Second, and terrifyingly, this explanation filled Wang Lin's heart with chill. This second explanation was that the child before him was not a child of an ancient god, but a mature 8-star ancient god. It's simply because he was severely injured or experienced some unimaginable upheaval that caused his ancient god power to transform, slowly reverting from a mature state to a childlike state. If it's truly the second type, then where did this ancient god power go? Wang Lin's expression darkened. He looked around, especially at the 100 tentacles. A shocking idea flashed through his mind. Could it be related to the transformation of this moon gazing? This moon gazing retaliated against the ancient god, thus possessing such divine power. Wang Lin slowly retreated, but for some reason, a profound sorrow arose from the depths of his heart. The sorrow came from within his soul. This dense sorrow permeated Wang Lin's body, enveloping him completely. "My clansman," a small voice suddenly echoed within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This voice was the language of the ancient god, revealing a deep sense of desolation that could quickly age an ordinary person. Wang Lin's gaze froze as he looked at the ancient godchild wrapped in countless tentacles. "My time isn't much. Your soul contains the aura of my clan, but it's not very strong. Let a true member of my clan come here to receive my final inheritance." Wang Lin's body trembled, and he lowered his voice. "Are you the child of an ancient god, or a degenerated adult ancient god?" "I am." The ancient god's voice barely escaped, but in an instant, the hundreds of tentacles on his body went berserk, frantically absorbing everything. Bumps constantly appeared on the tentacles, quickly being absorbed by Wang Yue. Not only this ancient god, but almost all the surrounding tentacles twitched violently. Those who were wrapped around him, even those with weak constitutions, shattered, clearly having their life force suddenly absorbed and dying. This sudden change caused Wang Lin's expression to darken. Without hesitation, he immediately returned to the cauldron, his hands forming a hand seal. White mist filled the peak, enveloping his entire body. This transformation wasn't confined to Wang Lin's small area. All the tentacles here went berserk. They seemed to be desperately absorbing the life force, as if wanting to devour all the plants hidden for countless years in an instant. Loud cracking sounds echoed as the dried corpses shattered, their last vestiges of life absorbed by the moon-gazing tentacles. At the same time, the area suddenly shook violently, as if some unimaginable upheaval was occurring outside. As the tremors intensified, a mournful howl immediately echoed throughout the moon-gazing's body. The small moon-gazing creatures lying prone outside the vortex suddenly flew up, revealing ferocity as they charged out with sharp, piercing screams. In that instant, the cries of these small moon-gazing creatures filled every part of the moon-gazing's body. These small moon-gazing creatures were numerous, and under the leadership of the 10,000-foot-tall moon-gazing creatures, they charged forward frantically. Outside the planet transformed by Wangyu, an extremely rare battle erupted between the four major star domains beneath the four great immortal realms: wind, rain, thunder, and lightning. In the Luotia star domain, 7 individuals, almost at the pinnacle of power, engaged in a battle with Wangyu. Wangyu's body, now awakened from its slumber, transformed into a fighting stance amidst furious roars, its 10,000-foot-long tentacles swaying. For the first time, fear flickered in Wangyu's eyes. Its intelligence was not human-like, yet it could perceive an intensely powerful sense of danger. It hadn't felt this kind of danger in a long time. It vaguely remembered that countless years ago, while drifting, a voice had warned it against going to a certain area. The voice seemed to possess an unimaginable force that terrified it. However, this memory was too distant and indistinct. But the sense of danger it had felt before remained vividly etched in its memory. Even now, it directly influenced its way of thinking. At this moment, a powerful danger emerged, though considerably weaker than in the past. It still terrified it. Countless 10,000-foot-long tentacles swayed, and a roar erupted from Wangyu's mouth, a sound that seemed to have been present since the beginning of heaven and earth, surpassing all thunder, capable of shattering the starry sky. This kind of sound had never appeared before, not even during Wangyu's two previous outbursts of rage. It considered these beings before it extremely weak, not something it could simply kill directly. But at this moment, while Wang Yue was consumed by rage, this sense of danger made it feel compelled to act, to unleash its true strength. This voice contained a complex language, like that of humans, transforming into a divine power capable of shattering the starry sky, constantly expanding around its body. The old man in red, surnamed Xiang, pointed his right hand towards the sky, his entire being merging into the 10,000-foot octagonal formation. This formation hovered above Wang Yue, and with Wang Yu's movements, streams of heaven and earth, thunder and fire continuously erupted from the formation, furiously striking Wang Yu's body. Simultaneously, the four pupils, while the blood is floating, formed red lightning tightly, restricting Wang Yu's actions. The middle-aged man in black, surnamed Gongsun, transformed into a gigantic 100-foot eagle, its colossal form resembling a true eagle amidst the howling sounds. Using its incredibly sharp claws, it circled around Vinayat, relentlessly bombarding her. This kind of power, even a genuine cultivation planet would easily collapse under the attack of the man in black, enough to rank him among the strongest in the Luotia star domain. Ancestor Shen Gong took a step closer to Wang Yue. His hands opened, and streaks of lightning surged out from his body. As the arcs of lightning spread, they transformed into countless lightning dragons. While not comparable to the ancient lightning dragons, they were still formed from lightning spirits. These lightning dragons, roaring and numbering no less than 10,000, originated from ancestor Shen Gong and, after surging out, launched a furious attack on Wang Yu's tentacles. Lai Yunzi of the Zan family, clad in white like a ghost, moved with incredible speed. In his hand, a small silver sword flashed, piercing Wang Yu's body. Upon impact, the small silver sword erupted with a blinding light. In the flashing silver light, the small silver sword instantly extended infinitely, piercing Wang Yu's body and passing through to the other side. This was indeed the renowned divine power of Lai Yunzi in the Luotia star domain, the heart-moving immortal technique. With a will, nothing can stop it. The five-colored Taoist's entire body transformed into 5 beams of light, these 5-colored lights seemingly possessing immense divine power, rotating to form a massive vortex. This vortex spread throughout the heavens and earth, extending infinitely. Inside the vortex appeared 99 illusory female figures. Each one had a solemn expression, sitting cross-legged within the vortex. An extremely sinister force surged out from the bodies of these 99 women, condensing into a ferocious 100-foot-tall demon. It charged straight towards Wang Yue with its colossal body. Blood Godzy's face remained indifferent. His entire body flashed, and with a thump, it transformed into a large expanse of blood-red light. This blood-red light, intensely concentrated, slowly spread out, almost becoming a blood mist surrounding Wang Yue, and immediately boiled as it seeped into Wang Yu's body through each of its tentacles. Inside Wang Yu's body, it began to wreak havoc. A continuous rumbling sound echoed from within Wang Yu's body. Yan Lizi, with both hands forming a hand seal, instantly conjured countless fragments before him. Each fragment was a piece of the immortal realm's landmass, and upon appearing, he controlled them, causing them to spin around Wang Yu. A dense surge of immortal realm power, at this moment, transformed into a whirlwind of unprecedented intensity, engulfing the starry sky. Because of this action, the entire northern Luotia region was occupied by the Leishan Palace for several months, solely to capture this Wang Yu. Wang Yu's roars grew increasingly intense, its colossal body constantly colliding. The excruciating pain radiating from within its body drove it almost insane. It had been a very long time since it had experienced such pain. In its memory, except for the voice from years ago, no other living being could inflict such agony upon it. With a furious roar, its enormous mouth opened, and countless small moon-gazing crescents flew out frantically. Among these small moon-gazing crescents, 8 were 10,000 feet tall, while the rest were 1,000 or 100 feet tall. As they rushed out, the mother moon-gazing crescent's body shrieked fiercely, and the language of the ancient gods vaguely emanated from its mouth. It wasn't just the mother moon-gazing crescent's body that emitted the language of the ancient gods. All the moon-gazing crescents, regardless of size, were now speaking the language of the ancient gods. The moon-gazing crescent's anger was like a finger of the ancient gods. In that complex language of the ancient gods, countless points of light lit up in front of almost every moon-gazing crescent. These points of light materialized from nothingness, converging frantically. In an instant, a finger of the ancient gods filled the entire starry sky. In the starry sky, these countless moon-gazing crescents formed countless ancient god fingers. This was one of the moon-gazing crescent's extremely powerful divine abilities. The ancient god finger unleashed its power, raging across the heavens and earth, with Wang Yu at its center, launching a frenzied attack in all directions. The immense force instantly caused the 6 individuals to change their expressions. Wang Yu's divine power showed no signs of stopping. After unleashing the ancient god finger, its colossal body shook violently. A series of low growls continuously emanated from it. Its massive form frantically contracted, seemingly trying to absorb all the life force within its body. With a series of bang-bang sounds, countless tentacles all over Wang Yu's body instantly snapped at the base. Countless tentacles fell from its body, and as they violently twisted, large chunks of tiny tentacles suddenly emerged. In an instant, they unexpectedly formed countless 10,000-foot-tall Wang Yus. This scene was invisible except to Blood God's son, who had merged into Wang Yu's body. The other 6 were violently shaken. Even Yan Lizi's pupils contracted sharply, revealing a look of terror. What kind of moon-gazing is this? Ancient texts don't record any divine abilities like this. At the moment moon-gazing unleashed this terrifying and astonishing divine ability, all the ordinary people and cultivators around Wang Lin were instantly drained of their life force and shattered. After the tentacles absorbed the entire area, they quickly disappeared. Almost instantly, the number of tentacles decreased significantly. Especially in front of Wang Lin, the more than 100 tentacles wrapped around the ancient god were absorbing at an incredibly terrifying speed. This was no longer absorption, but devouring. Numerous bumps appeared on each tentacle, frantically devouring the ancient god's power. At the same time, the most aggressive tentacles, while twitching, split into countless more tentacles. These tentacles almost instantly multiplied, rapidly extending and immediately burrowing into the ancient god's body, continuing to devour. This ancient godchild is the source of Wang Yu's life. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, his right hand forming a hand seal, ready to strike. Suddenly, the mournful voice that had previously faded away echoed once more in Wang Lin's primordial spirit. This voice was extremely weak compared to before, seemingly on the verge of disappearing at any moment. Don't attack! I and Wang Yue are one. If you attack, you will be immediately attacked by Wang Yue. My clan members, quickly leave. Bring someone who can withstand my inheritance. My time is running out. The mournful voice grew weaker and weaker. In the end, Under the devouring tentacles, it was almost inaudible. With your strength, you cannot get out of here. I will see you off. The ancient godchild, wrapped in countless tentacles, suddenly opened his eyes wide. At the moment he opened his eyes, the 8 faint points of light rotating in his forehead suddenly collapsed with a thump. Ancient God shattering star. This shattering force transformed into an unbelievable, enormous shockwave, instantly sweeping past Wang Lin like a whirlwind, heading straight towards the vortex at the entrance of this narrow, elongated place. As this whirlwind approached the vortex, numerous crimson lights appeared within it. The blood god's son. His body quickly condensed, having merged with the moon-gazing's body and relentlessly destroyed its way to this place. However, just as his body condensed, the vortex formed by the ancient god's power struck with a thunderous roar. Even with blood god's son's cultivation, he let out a painful cry, his entire body collapsing. A strange, demonic force immediately surged forth, transforming into a demonic object in front of him, blocking the ancient god's power in his place. The demonic object's eyes showed terror. As soon as it took shape, it collapsed with a thump, being swept backward. The blood light was also directly struck, forced back out of the vortex. Blood god's son's body reformed. His face was extremely pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body rapidly retreating. He continued to spit out blood as he retreated, his whole body quickly becoming weak. His primordial spirit was severely injured. If it weren't for the strange creature connected to his life force preventing him from escaping, he would surely be dead by now. His eyes showed a look of terror, mixed with fear and disbelief. Ancient God! Behind Blood God's son, the illusory figure of the strange creature reappeared, shouting the same words. Even its eyes were identical, filled with astonishment and fear. Almost without hesitation, as Blood God's son retreated, his body thumped with a roar. It transformed into a massive blood-red light, along with the eerie phantom behind it. Using blood escaped to flee. Outside, all of Wang Yu's tentacles snapped from their roots, transforming into countless 10,000-foot-tall Wang Yus. This scene caused the 6 surrounding old monsters to gasp. Yan Leizi's eyes flashed, and without hesitation, he immediately formed a hand seal, unleashing the magical artifact formed from countless fragments of the immortal realm in all directions, creating floating fragments everywhere. At the same time, with a low roar from Yan Leizi, a strange force quickly emanated from these fragments. Each fragment possessed a powerful spiritual energy. After spreading, they quickly rotated, enveloping Wang Yu within, spinning violently to form a gigantic vortex that filled the entire starry sky. The old man in the red robe, surnamed Xiang, swung his sleeves, and the enormous octagonal formation covering Wang Yu collapsed with a loud boom, transforming into countless smaller formations that enveloped each of the 4 smaller Wang Yus. Amidst the furious rumbling of thunder and fire, the old man's figure flashed, and he sat cross-legged high in the sky, one hand forming a hand seal, his mind splitting into countless fragments that merged into each formation. The 4 disciples tightly circled Wang Yus, their blood cores above their heads continuously emitting bang-bang sounds, sealing off all escape routes. Lai Yanzi of the Zan family, his eyes flashing with cold light, wielded his silver light and moved through the encirclement of the 4 disciples, approaching the countless smaller Wang Yus. His movements were swift. Often, the silver light would flash, and attacks would be launched. However, all attacks were ineffective against the enraged Wang Yu's ancient god finger. Countless ancient gods initially concentrated in front of Wang Yue, now frantically rushed out in all directions. Boom, 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 continuous explosions resounded, especially the ancient gods concentrated in front of Wang Yu's mother body, which seemed like a force of heaven and earth, directly striking the seal created by the 4 disciples using blood pills. One disciple's face immediately turned pale, and he spat out a large mouthful of fresh blood. Cracks appeared in the blood pill on his head, and with a crackling sound, a stream of red mist poured out, quickly spreading in all directions. At the same time, the disciple opposite him also turned pale, his body swayed, and he immediately became listless. But a dazzling red light flashed in his forehead. Finally, the red light rushed out and merged into the blood pill on his head. The moment the red light left this disciple, his body collapsed with a thump. Many octagonal formations, deployed by the old man in red robes surnamed Xiang, were now weak and unable to withstand a single blow under the onslaught of countless ancient gods. Collapsing completely, a stream of fresh blood flowed from the corner of the old man's mouth. Yan Leizi's eyes turned bloodshot, and he let out a low roar. His hands formed various incantations, and instantly fragments of the immortal realm enlarged, as if an immense force was surging within them. Almost in an instant, within a radius of countless thousands of miles, it seemed as if the Thunder Immortal realm had reappeared. Looking around, all around Wang Yue were fragments of the Immortal realm. These fragments were linked together by lightning, surrounding Wang Yue and relentlessly pressing forward. At this moment, the entire Luotia northern region was engulfed in a violent tremor, as if the starry sky was about to collapse. Fellow Taoists, help me seal this beast. Yan Leizi's voice was like a thunderclap that split the heavens and earth. As the rumbling sound echoed, he stretched out his arms, veins bulging on his face, unleashing his full cultivation. A trace of primal energy instantly surged from Yan Leizi's body. This energy was only a single trace, but even this one trace caused the surrounding Wang Yue to show expressions of terror. It recalled a long-forgotten memory from the past. The terrifying warning voice had also contained this kind of energy, only the voice itself was much stronger. Even the fear Wang Yue felt years ago when it heard that voice now flooded back into its memory upon seeing the energy emanating from Yan Leizi's body. It remembered how, after sensing this energy, it felt as if it had returned to the body of an ancient god, a vague, mindless existence. A fierce roar erupted from Wang Yu's mouth. Its colossal body moved wildly. Strange, low growls emanated from its furious roar, and almost instantly, all the ancient god fingers surrounding Wang Yue merged towards the mother body of Wang Yue. Countless ancient god fingers merged together, condensing before Wang Yu's mother body. The ancient god fingers were no longer illusory, but seemed to truly exist. Their rough, cracked skin bore the imprint of hidden runes. The ancient god fingers appeared in their tangible form before Wang Yu's colossal body. With a piercing scream, the three pupils outside Wang Yu's body, without any resistance, collapsed with a bang the moment the ancient god fingers pointed. The blood cores above their heads also shattered with a boom, transforming into large chunks of red mist that spread everywhere. The blockade vanished, and a multitude of moon-gazing creatures rushed out with furious roars. At this moment, Ancestor Shen Gong took a step forward, his entire body enveloped in lightning, instantly forming a massive force of thunder that transformed into a roaring thunder dragon, blocking the ancient god's finger. It seemed as if the entire northern Luotia region was shaken. A deafening boom echoed through the starry sky. Even the surrounding space began to collapse in large chunks. Beyond 100,000 miles, the defenses of the Thunder Immortal Palace's messengers were affected by the collapsing starry sky, a gap appearing but immediately sealed by lightning. Simultaneously, the demonic creatures formed by the five-colored Taoist's divine power rushed out with sharp shrieks, beginning their attack on the moon-gazing creatures. The middle-aged man surnamed Gonson, following closely behind the five-colored Taoist, transformed into a giant eagle, spitting out a large bell. This bell, illusory, enveloped the giant eagle. As the eagle charged out, a series of powerful bell sounds erupted. This bell contained immense power. Its resounding chime caused the surrounding starry sky to collapse violently, directly surging and rushing madly towards Wang Yu. However, these attacks, even the almost real ancient god finger, were instantly shattered. First, it was Lai Yunzi of the Zan family. His silver sword clashed with the ancient god finger, and immediately, bang-bang sounds emanated from his body. Lai Yunzi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his body rapidly retreating. But after retreating more than 10 meters, Lai Yunzi's eyes blazed with fury. Unexpectedly, he didn't retreat further, but charged forward. His cultivation was extremely high. At this moment, he hadn't died under the ancient god finger. Only his primordial spirit was severely injured. The ancient god finger didn't stop pointing forward again. The old man in red, surnamed Xiang, let out a low growl, his entire body spreading like a blood cloud, forming a red octagonal formation that collided with the ancient god finger. In the blink of an eye, the demonic creature, transformed by the five-colored Taoist's divine power, directly lunged forward. The moment its body approached the ancient god finger, it collided with a massive black mist, surging wildly as if wanting to devour it. Ancestor Shen Gong didn't hesitate, his hands forming a hand seal and pointing to his forehead. Immediately, the thunder dragons surrounding him quickly condensed, transforming into a lightning bolt over 10 meters long in about half a moment, directly colliding with the ancient godfinger at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The black-robed man surnamed Gonson, transformed into a black eagle, didn't stop either, simultaneously deflecting the ancient god finger. The black eagle swooped down, its head striking the ancient god finger amidst the resounding, majestic bell-like roar. The 5 leaders of the Luotia star domain joined forces, forming a power capable of destroying any cultivation planet. Even destroying the Luotia northern domain wouldn't be difficult. At this moment, their divine abilities formed a powerful, frenzied whirlwind capable of shattering the void. This whirlwind was so powerful that even the messengers of the Leishan Palace, located 10,000 miles away, had their expressions drastically changed. Some of them, whose cultivation had only reached the Yin Void realm, were unexpectedly struck by the whirlwind's aftershocks, their faces turning pale and blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. This whirlwind roared and directly collided with the almost tangible ancient god finger. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed throughout the Luotia northern domain. Lai Yangzi's white robes were stained red, his entire body spewing blood mist as he was thrown back. The black-robed man, surnamed Gongsun, his giant eagle transformed by his divine abilities, collapsed, and even the large bell was tossed about. A rumbling sound emanated from the body of the old ancestor Shen Gong, his face turning pale, continuously spitting out fresh blood as he rapidly retreated. The octagonal formation in front of the old man surnamed Xiang also collapsed, his whole body weakened, his steps unsteady as he staggered backward, his face devoid of color. The most severely injured was the 5-colored Taoist, the weakest of the 5. His divine power was broken, his body immediately shaking violently, a bang-bang sound echoing, and he continuously spat out fresh blood. Without hesitation, he quickly retreated. All 5 were severely injured. The ancient god finger also collapsed under the combined divine power of the 5. This level of divine power colliding with each other formed a shockwave like a raging wave, radiating wildly in all directions from this point as its center. The starry sky continuously collapsed amidst the rumbling rumble, and ripples surged everywhere. A distance of 100,000 miles was instantly covered by this shockwave. In that instant, several discarded cultivation planets shattered under the surging waves. The messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace, 10,000 miles away, immediately spat out fresh blood, their bodies unable to maintain their cross-legged positions, and were all swept backward. Outside, the 2 encirclements formed by red-robed and black-robed cultivators were also similarly affected. Their faces turned pale as they retreated to avoid the onslaught. At this moment, Wang Lin inside Wang Yu's body, the ancient god-child before Wang Lin trembled violently. The tentacles wrapped around him as if in a frenzy, rapidly devouring him. Above his forehead, another planet emitted a boom and collapsed. After the shattered star, a massive force was sucked away by the tentacles, and at the same time, the ancient god's eyes revealed a strange light. A complex incantation came from his mouth, then he directly separated a surge of shattered star power, forming an extremely ancient-style teleportation array in front of Wang Yu's body. "My clansmen, hurry, bring the true clansmen here." Come, Wang Lin remained silent, giving the extremely weakened ancient godchild a deep glance, then stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared. The moment Wang Lin's figure disappeared, countless tentacles instantly stretched out from the void, wrapping around the teleportation array, devouring it after a while. The teleportation array then collapsed. Thanks to the 5 people, including Lai Yangzi, blocking the way, Yin Lizi's eyes flashed, his hands extended forward and contracted into a swirling vortex, and he softly shouted, "Seal." Countless enormous fragments of the immortal realm exploded with thunderous roars at this moment, frantically engulfing Wang Yue from all directions. Wang Yue roared in anger, its massive body charging forward frantically. Rage burned throughout its body, especially the sense of imminent danger from Yin Lizi in the air, which almost drove Wang Yue mad. As it charged forward, its body suddenly trembled, unexpectedly stopping all its movements. Extreme fear appeared in its eyes as it stared straight ahead. In the starry sky where Wang Yue looked, the place had long since collapsed, countless cold winds blew, and a figure emerged. This person's entire body was extremely indistinct, making it impossible to discern their features. All that could be seen was a man, his ethereal form incredibly graceful, slowly taking step after step out of the void. Upon this person's appearance, the faces of the severely injured Lai Yunzi and his group in the distance changed drastically. Even the arrogant Lai Yunzi, staring at the ethereal figure, was momentarily stunned, his heart surging with emotion. his eyes now showing extreme reverence. It's him! Yan Lazy unexpectedly invited him. The other four also instantly changed their expressions, all showing respect. Yan Lazy's eyes lit up with ecstatic joy upon the appearance of the ethereal figure. The ethereal figure walked step by step towards Wang Yue, and at this moment, even Wang Yu's massive body trembled. The person before it exuded an aura that made it apprehensive. Wang Yue slowly retreated. At this moment, in the starry sky about 1,000,000 miles away, a ripple stirred. Wang Lin's figure leapt out from within, and after appearing, he immediately turned around, a pensive expression in his eyes. The transformation of Wang Yue must have a reason. Could it be that someone launched an attack on it? That ancient godchild inside Wang Yue asked me to bring someone capable of withstanding the inheritance into it. Unfortunately, I am far away from the Star Alliance, otherwise, I could have tried. However, I don't know if this ancient godchild is truly sincere in inheriting the legacy, or if he intends to use divine ability like the soul possession technique of cultivators. This requires caution. I absolutely cannot act rashly, however, no matter what, I have now left Wang Yue. Therefore, no one will discover my whereabouts in the short term. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he turned, transforming into a shooting star and flying away. Ripples appeared beneath his feet, and before long, his figure merged with the heavens and earth, disappearing. The northern Luotiao region, extremely far from Wang Yu's location, almost opposite poles, was the location of Qingling Star. Today, outside Qingling Star, ripples swirled in the starry sky, and Wang Lin emerged from within. He looked at the familiar cultivation planet before him, his eyes revealing a hint of emotion. Finally, I've returned. Wang Lin's figure moved forward, his entire being seemingly transforming into a rainbow, heading straight towards Qingling Star. But just as he approached, several powerful auras suddenly appeared on Qingling Star, carrying a hostile intent that immediately swept towards him. Wang Lin raised his eyebrows, but then immediately relaxed them. Those divine senses focused on Wang Lin, and after recognizing his identity, they instantly dissipated. Immediately afterwards, more than 10 figures, like shooting stars, arrived at Wang Lin's location as he descended. Almost instantly, at the same time Wang Lin entered Qingling Star, more than 10 members of the Immortal Selection clan, led by the old immortal ancestor, instantly teleported there. Upon seeing Wang Lin, the old man's face lit up with excitement, and he said, "Benefactor." Wang Lin glanced at the old man and the Immortal Selection clan members behind him, a smile appearing on his face. He nodded slightly and said, "Was your journey smooth?" The old man took a deep breath and said, "Benefactor." It was smooth sailing, however, along the way. I heard that a Yao family of cultivators in the Luotia Star domain launched a pursuit against you. Wang Lin shook his head and said, "That's all in the past. Let's not talk about it anymore. Since you've come here, live well on Qingling Star. I have to go into seclusion for a few months, so you must take good care of yourselves." The old man nodded hastily. Wang Lin's figure flashed, completely ignoring the Immortal Selection clan members, and instantly teleported away, appearing on the peak of Hengyan Mountain. Hengyan Mountain was still the same as when he left, with no changes whatsoever. The cave dwelling remained. Entering the cave, Wang Lin immediately activated the surrounding formations. Instantly, the entire Huanyun Mountain range, spanning thousands of miles, was sealed off. Then he sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began meditating. Several hours later, it was late at night outside, the stars twinkling and shining down on the ground, the space enveloped in silence. Moonlight streamed through the cave entrance, the ground bathed in a beautiful glow. Wang Lin opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. After leaving the Thunder Immortal Realm, he was extremely exhausted from his journey here. Even within Wang Yu's body, he could only barely relax. But at this moment, on his own cultivation planet, Wang Lin was completely calm. He looked up at the sky outside his cave dwelling, his whole being seemingly immersed in it. After a long time, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and murmured to himself, "That Yao family's pursuit will never stop. I don't have much time left." While deep in thought, Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and immediately a large cauldron appeared. An aura of ancientness permeated it. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of primordial spirit essence, instantly filling the cauldron and beginning the refining process. The longer I refine this cauldron, the greater its power will be. But I also need to study it carefully now. With a single inhale, the cauldron immediately shrank, finally transforming into a rainbow that Wang Lin swallowed into his mouth. The illusory figure behind him flickered, and Tower Mountain emerged, sitting cross-legged beside him. Tower Mountain was severely injured, his face gloomy at this moment. After sitting down, he closed his eyes, and under Wang Lin's mental control, his wounds began to heal automatically. After a long silence, Wang Lin patted his storage bag with his right hand. Immediately, Yao Bingyun, whom he had sealed layer after layer inside the storage bag, flashed with light and appeared before Wang Lin. Within Yao Bingyun's body, the Kunji Immortal was swirling. Outside, her body was surrounded by the soul-sealing banner, and further sealed by hundreds of thousands of golden runes. Wang Lin stared at the sealed Yao Bingyun, his eyes flashing with cold light. He made a hand gesture, and immediately the golden rune sealing Yao Bingyun's body surged up, filling the surroundings. Instantly, 7/10 of the cave dwelling turned golden. Beneath the sealing runes was the soul-sealing banner. Wang Lin's right hand grasped the air, and immediately a large black mist erupted from Yao Bingyun's body, enveloping everything around her and completely revealing her delicate figure. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's clothes were damaged in many places. She possessed a beauty that made one's heart race and legs tremble. Her eyes were tightly closed, her face ashen, seemingly on the verge of losing all vitality. However, her body still contained immense primal energy, though it was in a separated state, unable to merge with her primordial spirit. Wang Lin stared at Yao Bingyun, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Refining her into a celestial guard is the best option. I once considered using her power. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He raised his right hand, his two fingers forming a sword, and instantly pointed it at Yao Bingyun's forehead. The primal energy within Wang Lin's body quickly circulated, instantly entering Yao Bingyun's body through his fingers. Inside her, Wang Lin's primal energy swirled, transforming into a vortex. As soon as the vortex appeared, it absorbed some of the separated primal energy within Yao Bingyun's body, causing it to grow even larger. Wang Lin was extremely careful and slow throughout this process. The vortex absorbed more and more primal energy until, almost uncontrollably, he suddenly took a deep breath. Immediately, Yao Bingyun's body trembled violently, her tattered clothes fluttering as if blown away by the wind. Simultaneously with her body trembling, the vortex within her body quickly emerged from her 7 orifices, instantly filling the surroundings with primal energy of heaven and earth. Without hesitation, Wang Lin opened his mouth and swallowed, instantly drawing in the primal energy of heaven and earth that flowed out from Yao Bingyun's 7 orifices, transforming into a cloud of smoke that he absorbed into his mouth. As the primal energy surged into his body, Wang Lin's eyes immediately shone with an extremely dazzling light, his complexion slightly flushed. His primordial spirit quickly integrated the absorbed primal energy, continuously growing stronger. Time slowly passed, and the sky outside the cave gradually welcomed the dawn. Sunlight fell on the ground, dispelling the cold of the night and creating a warm atmosphere. Inside the cave, Yao Bingyun lay on the ground. The sunlight shining on her created an extremely radiant scene. At this moment, Yao Bingyun possessed an indescribable beauty, yet within that beauty lay a hint of melancholy. Throughout the night, Wang Lin's primordial spirit almost relentlessly devoured the absorbed primal energy, simultaneously integrating and transforming it into Wang Lin's own power. During this process, his primordial spirit gradually recovered from its injuries. By the time the morning light shone down, Wang Lin's primordial spirit was completely restored. Not only that, but on the contrary, as Yao Bingyun's primal energy was refined, his primordial spirit became even more refined. Spitting out a mouthful of grayish turbid air that spilled out of the cave, Wang Lin opened his eyes. Without hesitation, he raised his right two fingers again and pointed them at Yao Bingyun's forehead. Primal energy flowed into Yao Bingyun's body, forming a vortex, continuing to absorb the separated primal energy within her. After absorbing all of her primal energy, my cultivation will surely improve significantly. As long as I comprehend the realm of intent, I can truly enter the second stage, reaching the Nirvana realm. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light as he stared at Yao Bingyun. When the vortex in her body reached its limit, he immediately sucked it out. A whirlwind swept across the Luotia star domain, nearly shaking all the cultivators. In the Luotia northern domain, the colossal beast that had slaughtered countless cultivators was captured by the Thunder Immortal Palace. Few knew the details of the process, but this result terrified all the cultivators in the Luotia star domain. In a short time, the reputation of the Thunder Immortal Palace reached its peak, surpassing several ancient cultivation families and becoming an extremely powerful symbol in the Luotia star domain. Following this whirlwind, the unprecedented event of bestowing the title of 108 Immortals, comprising 36 heavenly stems and 72 earthly fiends, was implemented. The immortal realm has collapsed, immortals have fallen, but within the next generation, there are still true immortals. These immortals bestowed by the Thunder Palace are the future immortals of the Thunder Immortal Realm. Anyone whose name is listed among the 108 immortals will have their family become a clan in the immortal realm, existing forever. And in the Star Alliance battle, both mortals and immortals can become rulers of a region, and their families can obtain a cultivation planet. The news of the Thunder Immortal Palace's conferment of immortality had spread long ago, but it only officially began at this moment. In a short time, all the cultivators in the Luotia star domain went into a frenzy. The main branches of the cultivation families all set out. Because there were so many people vying for the conferment of immortality, the Thunder Immortal Palace announced that the 4 major star domains of Luotia East, West, South, and North were divided into 4 regions for the conferment of immortality. In each region, 108 strong individuals were selected from the Thunder Immortal Palace's dispatched forces to go to the Thunder Immortal Palace for the final conferment battle. The area within 100,000 miles around the Thunder Immortal Palace was considered a forbidden zone. Anyone who came here was strictly forbidden from engaging in any personal fighting. If anyone violated this rule, their entire clan would be annihilated. The date for the conferment of immortality was set for 4 months later. This news was like a whirlwind, and the next announcement from the Thunder Immortal Palace was an earth-shattering act. The Thunder Immortal Palace would open a passage to the Star Alliance. The battle with the Alliance would begin. The entire Luotia star domain was plunged into a frenzy. All the cultivators were preparing, waiting for the conferment of immortality to launch an attack on the Alliance. A thick aura of killing intent permeated the entire Luotia star domain. Wang Lin was unaware of all this. At this moment, he had been in seclusion in his cave dwelling for 10 days. During these 10 days, he had constantly absorbed the elemental power from Yao Bingyun's body. He continuously refined and integrated it, gradually making the immense elemental power of Yao Bingyun's mid-stage nirvana cultivation a part of himself. At this moment, Yao Bingyun seemed like an incredibly precious tonic to Wang Lin, causing his cultivation to slowly improve as he devoured her elemental power. The elemental power within Yao Bingyun's body was enormous. Even in 10 days, Wang Lin had only absorbed 3/3 of it. After refining 3/3 of Yao Bingyun's elemental power, Wang Lin's cultivation had advanced a step, reaching the peak of the Yang realm, just 1 step away from the Nirvana realm. However, this 1 step was like a deep chasm. It wasn't a lack of elemental power, but rather a lack of understanding of the heavenly Tao and the transformations of the intent realm. The intent realm of karma is far more mysterious than the cycle of life and death, and it's impossible to fully comprehend it. Karma, Wang Lin's eyes showed a hint of bewilderment as he fell silent. Everything in the world is bound by karma. Cause and effect are everywhere, yet they are all illusory. Wanting to understand them clearly is like trying to see flowers in a mist, obscuring the truth. A wisp of Yao Bingyun's primal energy, after entering Wang Lin's body, was refined into his own power. He let out a long sigh, his gaze fixed on Yao Bingyun. Cause and effect. Years ago, I obtained the heaven-defying pearl, which led to my encounter with Sijunan. That was the effect. I killed Tang Lai, so Tang Hui Yuan killed my parents. That was the effect. Because of Tang Hui Yuan's actions, I annihilated the Tang clan. That was the effect. This cause and effect. They keep changing. Today the cause, tomorrow it becomes the effect of someone else. Wang Lin frowned, the bewilderment in his eyes deepening. The concept of cause and effect encompasses so much that even today, Wang Lin still cannot fully comprehend it. Unlike the cycle of life and death from years ago, which he could understand clearly, the comprehension of the intent realm is also unavoidable. Otherwise, it's very difficult to fully understand it. Wang Lin sighed inwardly, no longer thinking about it. The two words cause and effect are simple, but truly understanding them is extremely complex. I now somewhat understand why it's so difficult to advance further after reaching a certain level of cultivation. The elemental power is somewhat related, but even more important is one's own understanding. A bitter smile appeared on Wang Lin's face. How can the intent realm of cause and effect be improved? This understanding is so difficult. No matter how much one knows, it's still illusory, not real. But how can I make my own Tao of cause and effect real? Wang Lin sighed, not wanting to think about it. But the thought still wouldn't leave his mind. Back then in the demon spirit land, with the help of the ancient demon Beiluo, I once entered that strange state. Deducing the terrible effects of the slaughter immortal technique, Wang Lin murmured to himself, his eyes suddenly becoming fixed. In this state, I can vaguely perceive all the Tao in the world, transforming into countless clones that merge into my body. This scene is somewhat similar to when Tia Yunzi transmitted his divine abilities back then. Wang Lin's eyes grew brighter and brighter. Tia Yunzi cultivated the Tao of heavenly fortune, and within his consciousness there were countless Tia Yunzi. Each Tia Yunzi mastered a type of immortal technique. My cultivation at that time could only see that much. But thinking about it now, in that consciousness space, each Tia Yunzi not only possessed immortal techniques, but also different Taos. Wang Lin's expression changed slightly, shaken by this thought in his mind. He took a deep breath, recalling the scene from back then in Tia Yunzi's consciousness space, becoming increasingly firm in his own thoughts. Tia Yunzi, he possessed many Taos. How did he acquire these Taos? Wang Lin's eyes lit up as he thought of the words spoken before his first immortal guard was refined. I saw Master Tia Yunzi devour Sun Yun, truly devour it. Devour it completely. Wang Lin closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, a look of determination in his eyes. He stared intently at Yao Bingyun, muttering, the entire Tao of cause and effect is illusory. According to my understanding of the third stage of cultivation, all heavenly Tao ultimately returns to its origin. What the origin of the Tao of cause and effect is, I'm not entirely clear. But at this moment, to make the intent realm tangible, it also requires devouring. Devouring the intent realm of others, comprehending the cause and effect of others, understanding their Tao thoughts, and transforming them into one's own intent realm of cause and effect. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he raised his right hand and pressed it against Yao Bingyun's forehead. However, the moment Wang Lin's hand touched Yao Bingyun's forehead, he suddenly stopped, staring intently at Yao Bingyun's pale face, silent. Devouring the opponent's Tao, that means taking the opponent's entire Tao for one's own use, to perfect one's own Tao. But the heavenly Tao is boundless, the Tao has no limits. Once the devouring begins, it must devour relentlessly. That is also following the path of no return of the heavenly mandate master. But if one doesn't devour, one cannot truly understand cause and effect, causing the Tao of cause and effect to completely escape illusion, unable to truly become real. To devour, or not to devour. Wang Lin rarely hesitated on such a matter. He wasn't pitying Yao Bingyun, but was choosing his own Tao. Seeking the Tao. This step is extremely crucial. It can be said that this is choosing the Tao. A cultivator's entire life is dedicated to cultivating this Tao. Each person's Tao is different, depending on their understanding and experiences. The Tao is ever-changing. Everything in the world can become the Tao. Tia Yunzi once said he had 3,600 avatars, each possessing a unique immortal technique. In my opinion, these 3,600 avatars represent the devouring of 3,600 Tao. He devoured so many Tao thoughts, yet he still hasn't achieved the Tao. He reached the peak of 10,000 years but still hasn't entered the third stage. But if he doesn't devour, the realm of cause and effect cannot be clearly understood. And if he vaguely searches for the Tao without knowing the direction, where will he go to find it? Wang Lin's expression was uncertain, his eyes alternately revealing determination and bewilderment. His right hand, placed on Yao Bingyun's forehead, couldn't truly press down. Time slowly passed, and outside the Huangyun mountain cave dwelling, day turned into night, 3 consecutive days. These 3 days felt like 300 years to Wang Lin. He seemed to have aged considerably. During these 3 days, his body remained motionless. Only his heart was like a raging storm, constantly surging and engulfing his entire being. The Tao. What is the Tao? Wang Lin murmured to himself. These words had echoed countless times in his mouth over the past 3 days. He seemed to be questioning, yet also searching, the bewilderment in his eyes deepening. Ultimately, what is the Tao? While lost in thought, he didn't notice that the primal energy within his body, which had initially flowed slowly, had gradually accelerated. By the third day, a whirlwind had almost formed within him, circulating like a frenzied storm. The final vortex almost emerged from his body, forming a vortex of primal energy around Wang Lin. This primal energy vortex had color, surprisingly. It was black and white. The black and white vortex, as it rotated, resembled yin and yang. Although fused, this vortex became increasingly intense, increasingly powerful, and its speed increased rapidly. Wang Lin was completely unaware of all this. At this moment, he was still immersed in his search for the Tao. His primordial spirit, while constantly searching, questioning, and pursuing, slowly transformed from the form of the ancient thunder dragon into a body identical to himself. He sat cross-legged, raising his right hand as if pointing somewhere, but never lowering it. It seemed that this one thing encompassed Wang Lin's entire life, his entire life of seeking the Tao. Early in the morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone upon Kingling Star, the ordinary people on this planet awoke from their sleep, and the scene of simple, ordinary life continued peacefully. Cultivators sat down to meditate, absorbing the morning's spiritual energy. However, today the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was exceptionally vibrant, several times more concentrated than before. Almost all cultivators who sensed this were surprised and delighted, immediately searching for an empty spot to sit down and meditate. Gradually, some discovered that if they sat down facing northeast, the spiritual energy they absorbed was very concentrated. Therefore, some immediately flew up into the sky and headed straight towards the northeast. To the east of Kingling Star lies Huangyun Mountain. At this moment, thousands of cultivators appeared thousands of miles away from Huangyun Mountain, seemingly performing rituals and meditating. They usually practiced for a short while, but sometimes for several days. On the summit of Huangyun Mountain, the landscape seemed to transform, with black and white energies swirling and intertwining to form the shape of two yin-yang fish. From afar, the black and white energies were incredibly distinct, set against the blue sky, resembling a scene painted by humans. This sight stirred a profound spiritual emotion in all who witnessed it. This tremor spread from the soul, merging with the nascent spirit and filling the body. It seemed to contain a strange power that completely captivated everyone, leaving them unable to escape. What is it, the Tao? At this moment, deep within the souls of all the cultivators on Kingling Star, this mournful phrase suddenly echoed. The voice seemed to carry the sorrow of countless lifetimes, as well as the unwavering pursuit and witness to the majesty of the Tao. The voice filled the air, each person hearing it felt like a thunderclap, startled awake. Their minds involuntarily questioned this phrase. What is it, the Tao? On the peak of Huangyun Mountain, the cave dwelling surrounding Wang Lin's body was blown away by the wind, turning into dust. Each gray speck of dust drifted away in the distance, like a mist, disappearing into the sky. The entire cave dwelling on the mountain vanished, leaving only Wang Lin and Yao Bingyun beside him, still unconscious. His hand remained suspended in the air above Yao Bingyun's forehead above them. The pattern of two black and white yin-yang fish formed a circle, like the Tai Chi symbol, slowly rotating. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth on the azure spirit star moved, slowly spreading in all directions. At this moment, if one were to look at the azure spirit star from the starry sky, they would immediately see the entire star enveloped into colors, black and white. It was incredibly terrifying. If someone with the cultivation level of a blood ancestor were to pass by, they would undoubtedly be extremely frightened. This scene is called the Dream Tao by those in the second stage of cultivation. It is rumored that when heaven and earth were first formed, there was an ordinary person named the ninth ancestor who attained enlightenment in a dream, condensing ancient immortal treasures, leaving behind a Tao heart that lasted for 10,000 years, witnessing heaven, earth, sun, and moon. Wang Lin was currently in a state of pursuit, confusion, verification, and immersion in a dreamlike scene. His entire being seemed to detach from his body, slowly rising into the air, but it was not his primordial spirit. His primordial spirit still remained within his body. What is this, the Tao? In this state, Wang Lin felt his body slowly dissolving, merging with the azure spirit star, as if he were the planet itself. In a dense forest, a 3-jam-long giant snake moved, coiling around a small animal that darted past it, its enormous body tightening slightly. Immediately, a cracking sound of bones breaking emanated from the small animal's body. The giant snake was about to swallow it whole when its body suddenly trembled. It raised its head and looked into the distance, the icy coldness in its eyes disappearing, replaced by a bewildered expression. "This isn't the Tao." A sigh, like a spring breeze, swept through, the bewilderment in the giant snake's eyes vanishing, replaced by a cold, ruthless look as it swallowed the animal whole. Its body moved and vanished into the distance. Outside the forest, a verdant landscape stretched out before them, its winding mountain road stretching as far as the eye could see. A procession of horse-drawn carriages sped along the road. These carriages were of exquisite quality, exuding a fragrant aroma and an air of wealth. The sound of hooves striking the ground and wheels turning echoed through the air. Suddenly, the led carriage stopped, and a young girl, about 8 years old, disembarked. She wore a brocade robe, her complexion rosy, appearing like a jade statue. She clutched something to her chest, and after struggling to dismount, she quickly walked to a patch of grass. She knelt down and placed the object on the ground. It was a small animal, one leg wrapped in white bandages. "Little Black, let's go home." The girl's eyes held an innocent, reluctant expression as she gently stroked the animal's head. The animal lifted its head, its eyes seemingly sentient, gazing at the girl for a long time. At that moment, the curtain of the carriage behind her was lifted, revealing a man and a woman. Both men were nearing middle age, their eyes filled with affection as they gazed at the little girl. A gentle breeze blew, the curtains fluttering softly, and the two people in the carriage were momentarily stunned, their eyes showing a dazed expression. It wasn't just them. At this moment, all the ordinary people in the caravan were in the same state. Even the little girl sitting next to the beast had a dazed look in her eyes. Only the small beast suddenly let out a sound filled with hostility, opening its small mouth and baring its fangs. It seemed to forget its injured leg, leaping directly behind the girl, continuously growling towards the air. Fear was in its eyes, but a force prevented it from retreating, causing it to continue growling. At this moment, it completely ignored the blood seeping through the bandage on its leg. The heavenly Tao is boundless. The great Tao is limitless. Good deeds sown today will have their consequences in the future. After settling the karmic consequences, a mournful voice echoed through the heavens and earth, carrying a hint of understanding, both present and absent. The small creature trembled, yet it continued to cry out, its eyes filled with life as it stared into the air. It could sense an oppressive atmosphere surrounding it, making it difficult to breathe. But at this moment, it refused to retreat. A slow sigh drifted in, gradually fading away. The creature's eyes showed a dazed expression. With its incomplete intellect, it couldn't comprehend the meaning of the voice that had reached its ears. But the moment the voice entered its ears, its vision blurred, and it saw a scene. An old woman lay in an extremely luxurious and expensive room, her face full of wrinkles yet unable to conceal her gentle nature. Although she was dying, her eyes were not dull at all. As she smiled and closed her eyes, suddenly a gigantic beast fell from the sky. After the creature landed, it gave the old woman a long, deep look, opened its mouth, and spewed out a stream of white gas that enveloped her entire body before departing. Little Black, the old woman opened her eyes. The hallucination vanished, and the dazed look in the beast's eyes deepened. A gentle breeze blew, sweeping over everyone. Everyone in the convoy woke up, seemingly unaware of what had just happened. Even the little girl didn't notice anything, smiling as she turned to look at the beast, softly saying, "Little Black, go home in the ordinary world, in a village." A middle-aged woman was pointing at an 8-year-old child who had accidentally broken a bowl of rice, loudly reprimanding him. The child seemed extremely wronged, standing to the side crying, not daring to speak. Beside her sat a middle-aged man, sitting on the ground, holding a pipe and taking a few puffs. Then he looked up, his mouth opening as if to say something, but ultimately only sighed without speaking. At this moment, the gentle breeze blew, and the woman who had been scolding paused, a dazed look in her eyes. Not only her, but even the man beside her stopped, in his pipe smoking. Only the child seemed oblivious, crying and saying, "Mom, the bowl was already cracked, a bowl like this, not perfectly round." With cracks that could break at any moment, a mournful sigh echoed from the heavens, the gentle breeze seemingly dissipating. The bewildered look in the middle-aged woman's eyes vanished as if she hadn't noticed anything, and she continued to scold the child over the broken bowl. The middle-aged man beside her flicked the ashes from his pipe onto the ground, then took another fierce puff. Only the child stared wide-eyed at the distant sky. He seemed to see a man walking on air. Ignoring his mother's scolding, the child rubbed his eyes and looked up again, but saw nothing. In the valley, a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his face filled with terror, was running at full speed. His eyes showed fear as if he had encountered something extremely terrifying. Behind him, a woman in black, her eyes filled with hatred, a cold smile playing on her lips, relentlessly pursued him. Each time she got close, she would raise her long sword and viciously stab, leaving a bloody wound on his body before letting out a mournful laugh. "You despicable official! You ruined my family! Today you've fallen into my hands! If I don't kill you, I'll be ashamed before heaven and earth." A gentle breeze blew, and the man's terrified expression instantly blurred, as did the woman in black behind him. The sword in her hand remained raised, but not lowered. Another cycle of karma, a mournful voice lingered, carrying a sigh as it faded into the distance. A gentle breeze blew, and the woman regained her composure, coldly thrusting her sword forward, severing the head of the middle-aged man. She threw down the sword, tears streaming down her face, and knelt facing north, weeping, "Father, mother, I have avenged you." In the ordinary city, a light drizzle fell on the ground. Everywhere, people crowded the streets, water accumulating underfoot, creating small ripples as they stepped on it. One ripple after another, each ripple seemed a cycle of karma, endlessly merging into the heavens and earth, becoming a part of the Tao. The rain was accompanied by wind, a wind that seemed capable of dispersing the ripples. But even if they dispersed, it was only for a moment. A moment later, as the footsteps of passers-by subsided, the ripples reappeared. It seemed endless. In the distance, a group of people in white robes approached, the sound of morning music slowly drifting by. Then a coffin was lifted and carried along by the moving crowd, through the rain, towards the city gate. The sounds of weeping echoed around, and passers-by immediately moved out of the way. As the procession advanced, each yellow paper was thrown down, seemingly representing the deceased's relatives, as they opened the path to the underworld, guiding them to a peaceful departure. Amidst the weeping, there was genuine and feigned sorrow, joy and sorrow. A gentle breeze carried mournful sighs, swirling around. Death is the end of karma, all cause and effect will end with the dead. A vague, ethereal voice lingered, seemingly questioning. Neither the genuine nor the sorrowful weeping offered any answer, causing the mournful voice to gradually fade away. In the imperial palace, a vast army surrounded the main hall. Standing on the throne, a middle-aged man in imperial robes glared angrily ahead, his body radiating a profound sadness. From the crowd below emerged a figure. This man, clad in armor, possessed an extremely imposing appearance. Upon closer inspection, he bore a striking resemblance to the man in imperial robes. "Father, you are old now. Don't cling to the throne and refuse to let go." The middle-aged man in the imperial robes' eyes grew even more sorrowful and silent. A cool breeze blew from within, instantly causing all the surrounding soldiers to become dazed. "What kind of karma is this?" A soft voice drifted away with the wind, leaving the imperial palace and filling the heavens and earth. It swept through the lives of the world, comprehending the transformations of the heavenly Tao. Wang Lin continuously verified his path along the way, amidst confusion, doubt, and incomprehension. The heavenly Tao is vast and boundless. Exploring it is extremely difficult, very difficult indeed. With the breeze, Wang Lin seemed to be dreaming. In his dream, he became this kindling star, and all the people and beasts on the planet, every word and movement were seen, felt, and understood by Wang Lin. He saw children being born, the elderly dying, saw parental love, saw lovers' affection, saw separation and reunion. Seeing the goodness in people, the wickedness, ultimately what is the Tao? Wang Lin was bewildered, seeing everything but ultimately having no answer. He constantly questioned, constantly searched, constantly verified, but became increasingly bewildered. The spiritual power on the Azure Spirit Star grew stronger. This intensity carried a hint of enchantment. Anyone who practiced breathing exercises would immediately be immersed in a mystical realm, seemingly becoming a part of the Azure Spirit Star through breathing. Their thoughts were now controlled by a strange force, unable to control themselves, following that strange force to find a certain result. Wang Lin's pursuit was relentless. Time slowly passed, seemingly without end for him, constantly filling the heavens and merging with the Azure Spirit Star. When the sun set, in a private classroom in a village, many children had left, leaving only a young boy to clean up. A gentle breeze blew, the young man's body trembled, his eyes shining brightly. He put down the broom and turned to the teacher. "Teacher, I have something I don't understand. What is it?" The door opened, and an old man with shrewd eyes emerged, calmly asking, "Teacher, do you know what the Tao is?" The young man looked at the old man and calmly replied, "The Tao." The old man was startled, glanced at the young man, and waved his sleeve, saying, "What I teach is the cycle of all things and human relationships. There is no Tao." The young man fell silent, turned, and left, the gentle breeze carrying him away. His body trembled, regaining his composure, his mind bewildered by his recent actions. In a small town, a venerable old man named Z, highly respected by all, lit a lamp in his study late at night, holding a book he was about to open. A gentle breeze blew into the room, causing the lamp to flicker. The old man looked up, and a mournful voice echoed in the room. "You are a virtuous man, but do you know what is the Tao?" The old man's face instantly turned pale, the book in his hand fell to the ground, his eyes filled with fear, and he trembled as he said, Are you a man or a ghost? What is the Tao?" The mournful voice lingered again. The old man took a deep breath, composed himself, and said in a trembling voice, "I do not understand what the Tao is." With a sigh, the voice faded away, and the room returned to normal. But the old man no longer had the mood to read. In a classroom in the city, countless students held books, reading slowly. An old man in white robes sat at the head of the table, his right hand stroking his beard, a smile on his face. Just then, a gentle breeze blew, and a young man immediately put down his book, stood up, and calmly asked, "Master, do you know what the Tao is?" The young man's voice echoed, and the surroundings instantly fell silent. The old man's face darkened, and he said in a low voice, "Heavens, that is the Tao." The young man shook his head, and as he sat down, his body trembled before returning to normal. Only the breeze, unnoticed by anyone, drifted out of the classroom. On Kingling Star, in a short period of time, almost all ordinary people, and nearly all high-ranking officials, had been asked this question under various fortuitous circumstances. The answers varied, but no one could explain it clearly. Wang Lin, in his days, immersed himself in this dreamlike state, relentlessly searching for the truth of the Tao. That day, the old man surnamed Z, who Wang Lin had questioned, tossed and turned in his house, unable to calm down for a long time. It was as if, upon calming down, the mournful voice echoed in his ears. The old man sighed, grabbed his umbrella, and wandered along a small path. His eyes held a look of bewilderment. What is the Tao, I wonder, with my boundless knowledge, seeing through everything in the world? Yet completely baffled by a single word from that demon, what is the Tao? Lost in thought, the old man inadvertently walked to the north bank of the river. On the river, an old man in a straw cloak and bamboo hat sat beside it, his hands gripping a fishing net. Old man Z saw everything, but his eyes seemed unfocused, muttering to himself, "What is the Tao?" At this moment, the old man in the straw cloak let out a joyful cry, pulling in his fishing net with one hand. Inside the net were several large fish, constantly leaping. The fish opened their mouths, trying to swallow the river water, their eyes filled with despair. A struggle emanated from their powerful leaps. This scene was like a lightning strike to the old man surnamed Z, causing him to tremble violently, staring intently at the fish in the net and the old man pulling it. This isn't the Tao. I am the fish. The Tao is the net. The river is the sky. And that old man pulling the net is the one who manages the destiny of creation. The old man surnamed Zi's mind was violently shaken, and a raging storm roared in the rain, engulfing the heavens and earth. This storm contained a force of heaven and earth. The old man pulling the net was so frightened that he immediately dropped his net, sitting on the ground, his face bewildered. As for the old man surnamed Z, he retreated a few steps, forcefully regaining his composure. The storm condensed and transformed into Wang Lin. He lowered his head and glanced at the fish once again falling into the river, swimming away incessantly, his eyes showing a hint of understanding. He raised his right hand and pointed, and a stream of heaven and earth's spiritual energy immediately merged into the old man surnamed Z's body. "You have made me understand, so I will grant you one stroke of luck like the primordial heavens and earth." In an instant, a thunderous earth-shattering roar suddenly erupted and echoed in his heart, causing Wang Lin to understand. The Tao in heaven and earth can be proven by everyone. Everyone can achieve the Tao. Heaven is not the Tao, but the Tao is the concept of heaven and earth. That concept is possessed by everyone. Like a fish living in water, not far from heaven and earth, not disturbing yin and yang, living freely. The river is the sky, the world, and the fish is like all things existing between heaven and earth. But when the net appears, it is to catch the fish from the water. The net is the Tao, a continuously appearing rule of heaven and earth. Within this rule, no matter where you exist in heaven and earth, you ultimately cannot escape. Just like a net will one day catch a fish that loses its water will fall into the rules, sold on the main road. It may obediently enter reincarnation, or it will resist and tear the net. A cultivator struggles like a fish. The more violently it struggles, the more it defies the Tao. This is the Tao, the cycle of life and death, the realm of cause and effect. All are manifestations of the Tao. I am cause and effect. The howling gale carried Wang Lin's enlightenment, sweeping straight towards the horizon and disappearing without a trace. Only the terrified face of the old man in the straw cloak remained on the river. Old Man Z stood still, startled, warm energy surging through his body. Is he a human or a ghost? Old Man Z muttered. In an instant, as the wind merged into the azure spirit star, the spiritual power on this planet suddenly increased many times. Countless spiritual veins on the ground suddenly trembled and spewed out endless streams of spiritual energy. In an instant, the small waves on the river gained spiritual power, transforming into emerald green waves. The mountain ranges, originally mere mortals, transformed into spiritual stones as the earth continuously spewed forth spiritual energy, instantly turning the mountains into spiritual peaks. All of this happened because Wang Lin, during his dream state, had merged with the azure spirit star. He was the planet, and the planet was him. Wang Lin's insights into the Tao, unintentionally manifesting as the azure spirit star, caused dramatic changes, making the azure spirit star seem to gradually come to life as he attained enlightenment. Humans possess souls and can understand the Tao. Beasts possess souls and can also understand the Tao. All things today, if they possess a spirit, can understand the heavenly Tao. And planets with souls can also understand the Tao. The moment Wang Lin merged into the azure spirit star, understanding the Tao of heaven and earth, he clearly sensed the planet's soul. He had never before encountered and felt a soul so different from that of a cultivator. Although it was an illusory entity, it was a real existence. It had no thoughts, yet possessed an instinctive force. This force was formed after many years of cultivators absorbing and refining energy on the azure spirit star, the culmination of all the life and death of mortals. It could be said that it was born from the accumulated thoughts of all living beings over countless years. In the past, the scattered demon could extract the planet's soul power. Now, if I so wished, I could do the same. Colossal sounds continuously echoed within the azure spirit star, transforming into thunderous roars that spread outwards. Amidst the earth-shattering explosions, countless mortals knelt in reverence. Many cultivators, their minds shaken, also knelt in worship amidst the thunder and lightning. Among the mortals, the old man surnamed Z stared blankly at the sky. A tremor arose from deep within his soul, enveloping his entire body. It seemed as if his whole being had ascended at this moment. He's not a demon. A feeling of enlightenment dawned on the old man surnamed Z. He remained silent for a moment, then resolutely stepped out. In an instant, all the spiritual energy on Kingling Star became unimaginably dense. At the same time, many cultivators who were in seclusion, intending to break through the nascent soul stage and reach the God transformation stage in various cultivation sects, felt their spiritual energy swirling like a whirlwind. Wang Lin's enlightenment caused powerful changes on Kingling Star. In this moment, cultivators who had been stuck in the nascent soul stage for many years, unable to emerge, gained unimaginable benefits. Among them were cultivators who had been wandering around, instantly awakening, gaining their own intent realm, and advancing to the God transformation stage. Wang Lin caused the azure spirit star to break through the limitations of not having any nascent soul cultivators after many years, making the azure spirit star fully mature. This planet was not abandoned but a new planet. Given time, in many years the spiritual veins within it would emerge and become a spiritual star. Wang Lin's enlightenment caused the planet to mature rapidly, with dense streams of spiritual energy appearing prematurely. In this instant, the peak of Mount Hengyun, where Wang Lin attained enlightenment, changed inch by inch. It completely became a true spiritual mountain. The spiritual energy on Mount Hengyun was unimaginably dense. At this moment, a surge of power from all directions on the azure spirit star frantically condensed and contracted. Although this power was vague in the void, it was instantly detected by all the cultivators. Even ordinary people could clearly feel it. After condensing, this power flew up to the peak of Hengyun Mountain and merged into Wang Lin's body. In that instant, he awakened. Wang Lin's eyes were not bright, but they seemed to contain the sun and moon of the universe. His expression was not joyful, but it subtly hinted at divine power. His skin was pale and greenish, yet it seemed to radiate a dazzling light. In that instant, a surge of self-realized enlightenment erupted from within Wang Lin's body. He still possessed a physical body and a primordial spirit, but if any cultivator were to close their eyes, they would no longer sense Wang Lin's presence. Wang Lin seemed to have merged with the heavens and earth. Before merging into heaven and earth, the physical body truly disappeared. Now, the body and primordial spirit still exist, yet there is still a feeling of merging into the earth and sky. It's like when the heart moves, there is no distance. The divine consciousness becomes cause and effect. The heavenly Tao leaves no trace, yet I have inadvertently fallen into my own karma. If I don't attain enlightenment, I fear I will never awaken again in this lifetime. This is too bizarre, as if many thoughts have silently infiltrated my heart and replaced my consciousness, forcing me to change according to some kind of thought. Wang Lin raised his head and looked up at the sky, a cold glint in his eyes. His gaze was filled with killing intent, a chilling coldness as he looked towards the heavens. Another source of power emerged from the azure spirit star, coming from every mortal, every cultivator, every tree and blade of grass. That power surged and condensed towards Wang Lin, entering his body. It transformed into an immense force that shot out from his gaze, then soared straight into the sky. At this moment, if the heavens and earth on Kingling Star were considered a river, then all the living beings on this planet were like struggling fish, generating streams of energy that merged into Wang Lin's body, forming a rebellious force that was tearing apart the sky. Above Wang Lin, the yin and yang fish intertwined and moved slowly. From within the black and white colors emerged a colossal force, swirling around as if absorbing all the thoughts of every living being on Kingling Star, forming an absolute force that shot straight up into the heavens. In that instant, all the clouds and wind in the sky suddenly changed color, as if an invisible force was rapidly pushing everything back. A moment later, the sky was still the sky, but in Wang Lin's eyes, it had become much calmer. At the same time, at the intersection of the four regions of the Luotia star domain, in an extremely quiet building on the Leishan Palace, Qing Shui, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was calm, looking into the distance as if it could pierce through the starry sky. Years ago, Master once joked that if any outsider learned this divine technique, they could be considered a disciple of Bai Fen. This person learned the wine summoning technique through a stroke of luck. Qing Shui remained silent for a long time, a hint of sadness appearing in his eyes. Master, your disciple is incompetent, but in the remaining years, I must find the reason for the collapse of the immortal realm and the reason for my madness all those years ago. To avenge you on Qingling Star, Wang Lin bowed his head. His cultivation, through his enlightenment, had entered the nirvana realm. With just a slight thought, he could truly become a cultivator of the second stage. To become a nirvana realm cultivator in over 1,000 years, such speed would cause a sensation anywhere. Wang Lin, an ordinary person, relied solely on his own enlightenment, his extremely unwavering and indomitable willpower, and after experiencing hundreds of stages of life, reached this level after 1,000 years. Years ago, when he was on Vermilion Bird Star, no one could have foreseen that the path he would take would lead him here. Wang Lin's expression remained calm. Before his awakening, revealing only half of his cultivation had already caused changes in the heavens and earth. Wang Lin could imagine that once he broke through, the heavenly tribulation would immediately descend. The heavenly tribulation now is a bit strange. Before I retreat into the concept of cause and effect, I must be careful and not be careless. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Ever since he ascended to the peak of inquiry and developed the idea of not submitting to the heavens and earth, every time his cultivation increased, he had to face the pressure of the heavenly tribulation. Therefore, the power of the heavenly tribulation became stronger and more bizarre. Wang Lin lowered his head and glanced at Yao Bingyun, who was still unconscious in front of him. Without hesitation, he pointed a finger at Yao Bingyun's forehead. The concept of devouring the intent realm is a misguided path, but before, that idea existed in my mind. If I hadn't understood the Great Tao, I would have remained immersed in these two difficult issues until I destroyed the Tao. The moment Wang Lin's two fingers touched Yao Bingyun's forehead, strange lights suddenly appeared in his eyes, and his whole being seemed to merge with heaven and earth. The most correct path is not devouring, but enlightenment. Borrowing the Tao of others to verify cause and effect is the most accurate method to achieve the great perfection of the intent realm of cause and effect. Wang Lin took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. The intent realm expanded, and the black and white yin-yang fish in the sky rotated and slowly descended, finally entering Yao Bingyun's body and transforming back into yin and yang. The heaven-defying pearl in Wang Lin's forehead slowly rotated, gradually absorbing. Sister, sister, a weak voice suddenly echoed in the pitch-black space. The voice carried an unimaginable sorrow, a tremor and pain that filled the listener's heart. Sister, I will go save you. You must persevere. Wait for me. The sorrowful voice continued. Wang Lin listened silently to the voice, his emotions neither happy nor sad. The sound reverberated, and in the void, it was as if swirling clouds appeared and disappeared. Deep within the clouds, a young girl sat, her hands clasped around her knees, her eyes filled with bewilderment and fear. She was about 15 or 16 years old, her frail body seemingly ready to vanish with a single gust of wind. Her hair was soft as clouds, her face pale, her whole being radiating helplessness. Sister, sister, a fearful voice escaped her lips. Sister promised to save you for the rest of her life, little sister. Don't cry. Sister is here. Don't be afraid. We just have to go to a very far place. Wait there for me. I will definitely find the power to save you. I will. Don't cry. Mother is gone. Only the two of us are left here. No one will bully you. Listen to your sister. Wait for me. The young girl looked up, tears streaming down her face, murmuring, Sister, I don't want to go. I'm so scared. Suddenly, in the void, a pair of old hands appeared, grabbed her, and threw her into the void, disappearing. Sister, sister. A mournful cry for help echoed, but eventually the sound faded further and further away, until it disappeared completely. Little sister, in this life, I will definitely find the power to save you. Wait for me, be strong and wait for me. A cry filled with unimaginable, indescribable sorrow enveloped the void. That pain seemed to contain a force capable of shattering heaven and earth, spreading in all directions, causing the space to crumble. This force transformed into tiny fragments and blew like raging storms, forming a swirling whirlwind that threatened to tear everything apart. The shattered space revealed a verdant continent. On the ground lay two little girls in pink dresses, their laughter and cheers echoing. They were chasing and playing together. The two girls were still young, and it was clear they were sisters. The girl chasing her older sister was frail, her face full of smiles, but frighteningly pale. Little sister, if you catch up with your older sister, I'll buy you candy. The girl in front turned around to look at her younger sister, smiling. Similar to the Vietnamese toi tahay, which is a type of Vietnamese folk toy made from dough and is edible. Sister, slow down. The little girl ran straight ahead, suddenly tripped and fell face down, then burst into tears. Her older sister quickly ran over, knelt down and whispered, Don't cry. After we get home, I'll buy you some candy. Before she could finish speaking, her crying younger sister immediately grabbed her sister's clothes. The little girl stopped crying and smiled, excitedly saying, Sister, I caught you. You're so naughty. The two girls laughed happily again and played noisily together. After a while, they were probably tired and sat down in the grass. The younger sister looked up at her older sister and whispered, Sister, why did our ancestors want us to stay here? Why didn't they take us to see our mother? We miss Mommy. Just then, the clouds in the sky suddenly changed color. A pink cloud quickly swept across and condensed above the two girls' heads. In just half a moment, a man appeared on the pink cloud. This middle-aged man had an extremely handsome appearance, with an air of noble character. Bingyun, Mengyun, follow me. The middle-aged man looked at the two girls, a complex expression in his eyes. He sighed softly, his body descending to the ground, and he gently said, "Uncle Yun, can you take us to see Mommy?" The girl named Meng Yun immediately said happily. The complexity in the middle-aged man's eyes deepened. He glanced at the two girls, then clenched his fist. A look of determination appeared in his eyes, and he nodded, saying, "Uncle will take you to see Mommy." After saying that, he waved his sleeve, and the pink cloud immediately appeared below, lifting the two girls up and shooting straight towards the horizon like lightning. "Ancestor, these two children are innocent. Even if I have to suffer punishment, I, Yao Yan, must bring these two girls to the blood god star." The middle-aged man gritted his teeth, using extreme speed to merge the two girls into the crimson cloud, soaring straight towards the horizon. But at that moment, the entire sky suddenly became filled with swirling clouds, and a strange, demonic hand suddenly appeared and grabbed the crimson cloud. A moment later, the entire crimson cloud roared and shattered into pieces. Inside, the pale face of the middle-aged man and the terrified expressions of the two girls were revealed. "Yao Yan, return." A mournful voice, full of majesty, brooked no resistance. "Ancestor, why, they are all members of the Yao family." Yao Yan's face showed anger as he shouted. "Because they are members of the Yao family, this is their fate. They cannot escape it. The moment they were born, they were destined to become the souls of the magical artifacts." A stern voice rang out. As this sound swept downwards, a whirlwind instantly appeared in the sky, engulfing the middle-aged man and the two girls before disappearing. Outside the Yao family ancestral hall, Yao Yan's body was forced out of the void. His face turned pale, and he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. After falling to the ground, he retreated 10 meters. He stood there, forcing a smile, staring blankly as the two girls were swept into the ancestral hall in terror and bewilderment, as if being devoured by it. Wang Lin also witnessed this scene, observing everything with a strange state of mind to verify Yao Bingyun's Dao. Everything that had just happened was the Dao concept of Yao Bingyun, the foundation of her entire life of cultivation. "Ancestor, is that family treasure really that important? Bingyun and Mengyun have no father. Although their mother is merely a tool, her purpose is to extract the two souls within the treasure and infuse them into the newborn children. Both of them must become the treasure's new souls." Yao Yan smiled sadly. He had a very special affection for the two girls, because their mother was his older sister, one of the two most talented disciples of the Yao family in many years. Wang Lin calmly observed everything, his heart completely unmoved. He simply stood outside, watching. The two girls in the ancestral hall showed only terror and helplessness on their faces. The younger sister, in particular, trembled violently. She clung tightly to her older sister as if only this could provide her with a sense of security. "Sister, I'm scared. I'm so scared," the girl trembled, clinging tightly to her sister's clothes, even her fingertips turning white. Yao Bingyun, holding her younger sister, also looked pale, fear filling her eyes. She vaguely understood that what awaited them was a situation even more terrifying than life and death. An old man sat cross-legged before the two girls. He wore blood-red clothes, his eyebrows and hair were red, and he looked aged. When the old man opened his eyes, an invisible light appeared, as if trying to steal their souls. "As members of the Yao family, for the eternal glory of the Yao family, you must become spirit beings." The old man finished speaking, then swung his right hand, grabbing at the air. A tearing sound immediately echoed from the void before him, opening a 3-john-long rift from which a chilling wind blew out. An ancient oil lamp slowly floated out from the crack, carried by the wind. A blue flame emanated from the lamp, but it emitted no heat, only a chilling coldness. As the lamp slowly descended into the space between the two girls and the old man, the flame within it suddenly flared up, flickering and dimming. Most notably, the flame simultaneously shot straight towards the two girls. This is a crucial treasure of the Yao family. The flame above has existed since the immortal realm and has never been extinguished. It symbolizes the life of fire. But 500 years ago, this flame began to show signs of dying out. I have studied this for a long time and finally found the reason. The moment the soul energy completely dissipates, this flame will die out. That's why I spent 300 years slowly extracting a portion of the soul energy from within and integrating it into the most outstanding member of our Yao family. After a 200-year gestation period, you two sisters were born. This is your destiny, unavoidable. You were born to become soul energy." The old man's voice was calm. The moment the old man finished speaking, the flame on the lamp hanging in front of him instantly flared up, burning fiercely and giving rise to a cloud of fire. The swirling cloud of fire transformed into an extremely bizarre creature. It had two horns on its head, a gigantic body, and its entire body radiated fire, shooting straight out. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's divine sense suddenly trembled at the sight before him. The bizarre creature conjured from the flames was an ancient demon. As soon as it appeared, the entire ancestral hall was instantly enveloped in a fiery, demonic aura. It opened its mouth wide and lunged straight towards the two girls. "Sister!" The girl clinging tightly to her older sister's clothes suddenly screamed, her voice filled with extreme terror. Even Wang Lin felt a shock. The older sister's face turned pale, devoid of any color, her eyes filled with terror. She was afraid, very afraid. This feeling of fear had never appeared before. Seeing the monstrous creature lunging towards them, the older sister involuntarily took a step back. As the older sister retreated, her younger sister stood in front, the monster lunging forward, its mouth wide open to devour the girl before retracting. A ripping sound echoed, the older sister's clothes torn apart by her younger sister's tightly clutched hands. "Sister, sister, save me, save in an instant." This mournful voice echoed throughout the ancestral hall, then faded away as the monster closed its mouth. The older sister sat on the ground, tears streaming down her face. She bit her lower lip so hard that a stream of fresh blood flowed from it, her eyes filled with regret. She lunged straight at the monstrous creature. "Sister, sister, give my sister back to me. Come here and devour me, devour me." The creature's body suddenly twisted, turning back into the lamp and disappearing. In an instant, the flames intensified, radiating a brilliant light. But inside, a girl could be seen struggling in pain. "Sister, sister." The old man sitting beside her, witnessing the scene before him, had a sinister glint in his eyes. He waved his sleeve, and the older sister was immediately pushed aside. The old man stared at the flames, a smile gradually appearing on his lips. Unexpected, unexpected. It turns out that just one person can become a spirit. If that's the case, then I'll spare your life. The older sister seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes empty. She stared at the lamp in front of her, her face completely consumed by regret. "Sister, I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. I was the one who was swallowed. It was me, sister." Tears streamed down Yao Bingyun's face, her body trembling. At this moment, she was no longer afraid, only filled with overwhelming regret. "I shouldn't have retreated. Before she left, Mother told me to take care of my sister. I couldn't do it. I shouldn't have retreated." Yao Bingyun looked at the lamp, biting her lip tightly before kneeling on the ground and weeping loudly, saying, "Grandfather, I, Yao Bingyun, willingly become a spirit. Even if it takes a lifetime, 1,000 years, 10,000 years, I will accept it without a single complaint. I only hope that the ancestor will release Menyan so that I can become a spirit. I beg you, ancestor, please, please, please." Yao Bingyun's face was covered in tears as she repeatedly bowed her head to the ground. Blood was already flowing from her forehead, but she didn't care, continuing to bow and beg. Her voice was moving, and her actions created a force that even made Wang Lin fall silent. The cry echoed throughout the ancestral hall, even reaching Yao Yun's ears. At this moment, Yao Yun's eyes turned bloodshot. He roared and struggled to stand upright, wanting to rush into the ancestral hall. But the moment he stood up, a surge of power erupted from within the hall. Yao Yun spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, let out a tragic laugh, and was sent flying outwards. For the Yao family, one must know how to sacrifice. The old man glanced at Yao Bingyun, who was kneeling on the ground begging. Her desperate plea struck him deeply, causing him to fall silent, a rare flicker of astonishment appearing in his eyes. But the moment that astonishment appeared, he immediately suppressed it. He swung his hand, grabbing the oil lamp, and calmly said, "This is Mengyun's fate. I cannot change it." Having said that, he thrust the oil lamp into the crack. He flicked his sleeve, and the crack slowly closed and gradually disappeared. "Sister!" Yao Bingyun looked up at the disappearing crack, letting out a mournful cry unlike anything she had ever heard. This sound was like a powerful shockwave that penetrated Wang Lin's Tao consciousness, and in that instant, Wang Lin was almost overwhelmed. "Sister, you must be strong. You must be strong and wait for your sister." I haven't bought you candy yet. I haven't gone to find your mother for you. Little sister, be strong. Wait for your older sister to save you. Sister, I will definitely come to save you. This is my promise to you, my promise. The moment that mournful cry echoed, the scene Wang Lin saw shattered. The ancestral hall was gone, the lamps were gone, the old man and the crack had vanished. Everything turned into tiny fragments, forming a whirlwind that swept everything away. Only one person remained, Yao Bingyun, kneeling on the ground, her eyes filled with regret and coldness. Whoever can save my sister, I, Yao Bingyun, will serve them for all eternity. Even if you want me dead, as long as you save my sister, I will willingly do so, without resentment or regret. Her mournful voice echoed across the land, revealing Yao Bingyun's unwavering determination and immense helplessness. Wang Lin's divine consciousness was attacked, and he sensed Yao Bingyun's intent realm, using it to prove his own Tao. At this moment, Yao Bingyun's Tao clearly manifested before Wang Lin. The image of the two girls leaning on each other lingered in Wang Lin's mind for a long time. I can. Yao Bingyun, kneeling on the ground, suddenly lifted her head, as if she had heard something, but then her body gradually disappeared. The scene before him suddenly shattered, and Wang Lin let out a soft sigh. Gradually, another scene appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. Below an ice mountain, Yao Bingyun, now grown up, sat cross-legged, staring blankly ahead, her eyes filled with only pain. Sister, even if from now on I have no feelings, no sensations left, and become a person with a cold heart, I will never forget you. Be strong and wait for me. Tears streamed down Yao Bingyun's cheeks. She didn't wipe them away, but closed her eyes tightly. She began cultivating her first technique, the Yao family's forbidden art, the closed mind immortal technique. To cultivate this technique, one must sever all emotions and cut off all ties. After achieving mastery, one becomes extremely cold. What she cultivated was the path of heartlessness. Using a heart full of feelings to cultivate the path of heartlessness, Wang Lin sighed inwardly. At this moment, he had completely seen through Yao Bingyun's Tao heart. Her Tao heart is cultivated for her sister, the path of heartlessness, not the magic that the Yao family ancestors honored. Yao Bingyun's illusory figure materialized beside Wang Lin. He looked at Yao Bingyun and shook his head. Well, her Tao heart can be broken, but Wang Lin glanced at Yao Bingyun, and his body suddenly dissipated. On the peak of Huangyun Mountain, Wang Lin opened his eyes, raised his right hand, and softly said, "Your pursuit helped me break through. It can be considered as settling the karmic debt." Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and all the seals on Yao Bingyun's body dissipated. She flew straight up into the sky. In the sky, Yao Bingyun slowly opened her eyes, a hint of bewilderment in them. Her gaze fell upon Wang Lin, who was sitting cross-legged on the peak of Huangyun Mountain. A complex light flickered in Yao Bingyun's eyes. After a long silence, she softly said, "Do you believe in reincarnation?" Years ago, in the Yao family ancestral hall, I clearly heard someone say to me that he could do it. Is that you? On the summit of Hengyan Mountain, Wang Lin's expression remained calm. He had completely seen through Yao Bingyun's Tao heart. His sister was her only remaining Tao heart, and also her only weakness. With my power, I cannot help you, Wang Lin said calmly, without raising his head. Yao Bingyun's expression in the sky darkened. She remained silent for a long time before softly saying, "Perhaps I misheard." Yao Bingyun turned around, a single tear appearing in the corner of her eye. She slowly soared towards the horizon and disappeared. At this moment, Wang Lin still did not raise his head, but closed his eyes tightly, immersed in his own Tao of cause and effect. Gradually, the illusory images of two black and white yin-yang fish slowly appeared outside his body, finally converging behind him and slowly rotating. Each movement generated a powerful gravitational pull, continuously drawing in the forces of heaven and earth from all directions, transforming them into primal energy that merged into Wang Lin's body. A portion of this energy entered the heaven-defying pearl, being absorbed by it. The surface of the heaven-defying pearl also underwent a transformation, forming a yin-yang diagram that slowly rotated within Wang Lin's primordial spirit. Wang Lin's Tao had achieved minor success in cause and effect, allowing him to materialize the karma intent and condense it outside his body. This completely represented his intent realm truly entering the second stage, becoming a nirvana-level cultivator. At this moment, if Wang Lin wished, the heavenly tribulation could descend in an instant. After overcoming the tribulation, he would become an early-stage nirvana-level cultivator. The second stage of cultivation has 3 realms: nirvana, pure nirvana, and shattered nirvana. These realms all contain the word nirvana, combining this with what we know about the third stage. Only when we fully understand the meaning of the word nirvana, and after grasping the rules, will we advance to the third stage. The heavenly Tao is boundless. The great Tao is infinite. But is the path of true Tao really only 3 steps? Wang Lin fell silent. He opened his eyes. His left eye contained yang, his right eye concealed yin, appearing like the sun and moon. Extremely bizarre. As Wang Lin opened his eyes, the rotation speed of the 2 yin-yang fish behind him increased rapidly. This rotation was very strong. Finally, with Hengyan Mountain as the center, all the spiritual power on Kingling Star immediately underwent violent changes, as if an invisible pair of hands were stirring it. Moreover, the spiritual power flowed even faster on Kingling Star, like a powerful whirlwind. This whirlwind was invisible, but all the monks on Kingling Star could clearly sense it. A massive surge of spiritual power frantically converged towards Mount Hengyun. A strange glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He took a deep breath, and the yin-yang fish behind him suddenly stopped rotating. The elemental power is changing, but it can't be on this Kingling Star, otherwise this planet will shatter. Wang Lin stood up straight, taking a step forward as if to walk on the void. But at this moment, his expression subtly changed, and he looked into the distance. Wang Lin's gaze seemed to penetrate all distances, seeing the old man surnamed Z in the distance, slowly making his way towards him. At this moment, the old man surnamed Z was walking in a mortal body, as if his pilgrimage destination was Mount Hengyun. Wang Lin fell silent, withdrawing his gaze and sitting down with his eyes closed. Time slowly passed, and in the blink of an eye, half a month had gone by. During this half-month, Wang Lin was like in a meditative state, remaining motionless. In the half-month, the old man's surname Z also moved faster and faster. A mortal body wouldn't be able to endure for so long, but whenever he felt unbearably tired, a surge of warmth would naturally flow through his entire body, filling him completely. The fatigue would vanish, and his spirit would be invigorated. In this way, after half a month, the old man's surname Z reached the foot of Hengyan Mountain. He gazed at the towering peak and took a deep breath. A look of determination appeared in his eyes as he ascended the mountain. He continued step by step, even though his knees were torn and blood flowed incessantly. He never stopped, but continued to climb the mountain. In his heart, there was a belief he himself couldn't have imagined, which sustained him as he relentlessly moved forward. In this life, I consider myself to have known many principles of heaven and earth, to have learned and understood everything, and to have made it my mission to enlighten the world. But now, as I approach the end of my life, I suddenly realize that I'm merely a fish in water. The old man's surname Z's face was filled with anguish, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Man is the fish, the sky is the water, the Tao is the net. The one who holds the net is creation. One day, the old man's surname Z finally climbed to the summit. In his eyes, he could see the eyes of the person sitting cross-legged before him, concealing the sun, moon, and universe. The old man's surname Z was very tired, although the blood on his knees had scabbed over. The moment he saw those eyes, it was like a spring thunderstorm exploding in his ears. He even had a feeling of his soul leaving his body. In a moment of lucidity, he seemed to see the 2 colors, black and white, yin and yang, intertwining. He immediately knelt down as if bowing in reverence. "Please impart the Tao to me." Wang Lin calmly looked at the old man's surname Z in front of him and fell silent for a moment. This old man was highly respected among the mortals on Kingling Star. He was quite different from other ordinary mortals who claimed to possess a Tao heart, but whose Tao heart was unstable and not truly enlightened. It wasn't that this type of person was unsuitable for cultivation. Compared to those with pure hearts, he was far more suitable. However, once he achieved enlightenment, his cultivation level was usually not high, but his understanding and insights into the Tao were extremely profound, becoming even more solid later on. The only problem was that this man was too old. His meridians throughout his body could no longer withstand the impact of spiritual power, making cultivation very difficult. Your lifespan is limited, and cultivating the Tao is not something that can be accomplished overnight. Do you understand this? Wang Lin's voice was calm. Old Man Z looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with determination, and said in a deep voice, "I began learning to speak at the age of 3, poetry at 6, and by 14 I was already famous in the imperial city, yet my heart remained unsettled. I thought I knew everything, understood the way of being a human being, but I always felt bound by the constraints of heaven and earth. Now that I am old, I have retired from my official position and am teaching students, thinking that life would pass by like this, carrying these uncertainties and constraints into the realm of nothingness. But today, the wind blowing into the room has helped me discover the root of my confusion. It is the Tao, awakening by the river. It's as if a surge of power is struggling within me. Even if I die, I must come here just to seek the Tao. Please impart the Tao to me. Accept me as your disciple." Wang Lin's gaze fell upon the old man surnamed Z, his eyes seemingly able to see through the old man's mind. In a daze, Wang Lin saw a circle of reincarnation behind the old man. "What is your name?" After a long pause, Wang Lin withdrew his gaze and calmly said, "Zi Qing." The old man took a deep breath and said in a low voice. Wang Lin raised his right hand and lightly pointed forward. As his finger touched, the two yin-yang fish behind him suddenly moved as if merging into a single finger, then flew straight through the air and pressed against the king's forehead. The king's body trembled, his eyes became dazed, and he fell to the ground. Wang Lin glanced at Ziqing, then gently waved his sleeve. A cloud of mist suddenly enveloped the ground beneath his feet, and he vanished into the void, disappearing into the horizon. A day later, Ziqing opened his eyes, his gaze still dazed. He remained silent for a long time before sitting cross-legged on the mountaintop. He closed his eyes tightly, quietly meditating. Wang Lin did not immediately leave Kingling Star but went to find the location of the Immortal Selection clan. He took out the last Jiangzi talisman from his storage bag, but unfortunately, no one from the Immortal Selection clan had any clue about it. They only had an extremely familiar feeling towards the talisman, but no other impression. Wang Lin pondered in silence before leaving. In the starry sky, Wang Lin had not yet merged with the heavens and earth, but instead transformed into a rainbow and flew away like an arrow. He spread out his divine consciousness to search for the best place to meditate. After a few days, Wang Lin's eyes became serious, his body flashed, and he shot straight into a planet ahead. This was a desolate planet, its spiritual energy almost completely depleted. Wang Lin leapt into the thin layer of wind and landed on the ground. The surroundings were filled with noxious fumes. Any mortal who inhaled them would surely die. However, these things had no effect on Wang Lin. After landing, he raised his right hand and pointed downwards. Immediately, rumbling sounds echoed from the ground, and it slowly rose. In an instant, a huge mountain appeared on the ground. Midway up the mountain, a newly formed cave appeared. Wang Lin rushed straight into it. He sat down cross-legged, and a phantom image flickered behind him. Tar Mountain instantly materialized and sat outside the cave entrance to protect Wang Lin. Tar Mountain's injuries had improved. His eyes shone like stars, vigilantly scanning the surroundings. After Wang Lin sat down, the elemental energy in his body immediately circulated, and the pair of black and white yin-yang fish behind him instantly appeared and began to spin rapidly. As they spun, all the remaining spiritual energy on this desolate planet suddenly converged towards Wang Lin. Gradually, the elemental energy in Wang Lin's body, which had initially been colorless, slowly surpassed its limit. As the yin-yang fish behind him spun faster and faster, Wang Lin's elemental energy finally split into two parts, transforming into two streams of black and white energy. The white energy remained, while the black energy enveloped Wang Lin's entire body, forming a beautiful cycle. At this moment, while Wang Lin was cultivating, a middle-aged man appeared in the air, stepping on a pink cloud and hurtling straight towards him. In his right hand was a bronze mirror, its surface marked with a red dot indicating direction. This middle-aged man had a somewhat handsome appearance, a calm gaze, and moved at incredible speed on the pink cloud. If Wang Lin were present, he would recognize him at a glance. He was Yao Yan, the man who had appeared in Yao Bingyun's Dao realm to rescue the two sisters. However, although his appearance was no different from when he was in the Dao realm, his expression was one of profound sorrow. His eyes, though calm, contained an extremely eerie and deep light, flickering like a flame. Wang Lin, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing within them. A visible layer of black mist enveloped his body. The primal energy within his body transformed into white mist and rapidly circulated throughout his entire being at several times the normal speed. Tao Realm Incarnation. Wang Lin muttered. From what he knew, his current state wasn't a hazy dream, but a profound enlightenment. He had probably experienced the Tao Realm Incarnation process before, but that was the reincarnation intent. Now he had finally achieved it, completely materializing the karma intent and integrating it into his body. Wang Lin remained silent for a moment, then straightened up. A flash of light appeared, and he materialized outside the mountain peak. The mountain tower transformed into a phantom image and vanished behind Wang Lin. Wang Lin took a step forward, his entire body instantly vanishing and merging into the heavens and earth. When he reappeared, he was high above, but he didn't stop, disappearing again. The most important thing right now is to find Li Yuan and learn the Heart Forbiddance technique. If I encounter any blind fools along the way, I will summon the heavenly tribulation and borrow their power to help me overcome it. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. He had experienced the heavenly tribulation several times before, so he no longer felt the fear he once did. At this moment, Wang Lin merged into the heavens and earth and sped straight towards the Luoxia southern region. The Li family's residence was on a cultivation planet called the Destruction Star in the southern region. Following the path Li Yuan had indicated, Wang Lin merged into the heavens and earth, moving at an unimaginable speed. However, his cultivation level still couldn't allow him to remain immersed in the heavens and earth for too long. After each reappearance, he had to rest. Even so, Wang Lin's speed still far surpassed that of other cultivators who couldn't merge with the heavens and earth. One day, upon arriving in the Luoxia southern region, he transformed into a rainbow and swiftly shot forward. A moment later, as Wang Lin was about to continue merging with the heavens and earth, his expression suddenly changed. In an instant, a sense of danger suddenly enveloped all directions. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and in a flash, he immediately launched himself out into the starry sky. At this moment, a loud explosion resounded in the sky, creating a crater. A powerful shockwave immediately dispersed. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's calm eyes as he looked straight into the distance. In the distance, a swirling mass of red clouds appeared, instantly hundreds of meters away from Wang Lin. The red clouds condensed into a middle-aged man. Are you Sumu? The middle-aged man held a bronze mirror in his right hand and coldly stared at Wang Lin. The moment Wang Lin saw the middle-aged man, he was suddenly shaken. He recognized the other party's identity, but didn't speak, instead stepping back a few paces. Waves suddenly flickered beneath Wang Lin's feet as he tried to merge into the void. But Wang Lin immediately stopped. The void all around was sealed by a strange force, preventing him from merging. Wang Lin had anticipated this before the middle-aged man appeared. After the experiment, Wang Lin's expression remained calm as he looked ahead. Although I, Yao, don't know the divine technique of shrinking the ground into inches, I can still locate your whereabouts. This place was prepared for you. The middle-aged man's expression was cold, his voice extremely frigid. He didn't give Wang Lin a chance to speak. The moment he finished speaking, the bronze mirror in his right hand flashed with light, and the starry sky within a radius of 10,000 feet instantly vanished. The starry sky completely transformed into a mirror-like surface. Collect! The middle-aged man's cold voice rang out, and the 10,000-foot radius immediately enveloped Wang Lin. Everything suddenly shattered into countless small pieces, instantly merging into the bronze mirror. The man waved his sleeve, grabbed the bronze mirror, and sped away. Throughout that moment, the middle-aged man's expression remained unchanged, as if capturing Wang Lin was the most ordinary thing in the world. A hazy aura emanated from Wang Lin's body, enveloping everything in mist. A scorching force condensed from all directions, as if he were in a celestial furnace. Wang Lin's gaze remained calm. At this moment, he didn't need to think much. The white energy, transformed from the primal force within his body, suddenly circulated and immediately intertwined with the black energy outside his body. In an instant, a pair of yin-yang fish appeared outside his body and began to rotate. At this moment, Wang Lin's cultivation advanced another half step. Nirvana. The moment Wang Lin reached the Nirvana stage, a sudden explosion echoed through the misty space. Wang Lin floated in the air, his hair fluttering in the windless air. A massive surge of energy erupted from his body. Under the rotation of the yin-yang fish, this energy instantly formed a swirling vortex, like a raging whirlwind, wreaking havoc around Wang Lin. The surrounding mist was quickly dispersed by the whirlwind, as if swept away by the wind. Even the extremely hot air dissipated in an instant, as if afraid to approach. Wang Lin's eyes contained the sun and moon, and the two streams of black and white energy on his body rapidly rotated within the vortex, like two intertwined giant dragons. A roar echoed through the mist. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he looked up at the sky. Yao Yan, his expression still cold in the starry sky, was hurtling forward like an arrow. But in an instant, his expression suddenly changed. A gigantic crimson cloud appeared in the sky, completely different from the cloud beneath him, containing a force that even he found terrifying. This is a tribulation cloud. Yao Yan's pupils contracted sharply. Thousands of years ago, his cultivation had reached the early stage of pure nirvana, but for some unknown reason, it had regressed. Now, his cultivation was only at the middle stage of glimpse nirvana, and he felt he had forgotten many things. Especially, all his memories from before he left the Blood God Star thousands of years ago had become hazy. No matter how hard Yao Yan thought about it, he couldn't recall anything. He only vaguely remembered doing something that displeased the Patriarch, but ultimately, the Patriarch forgave him without punishment. Thousands of years later, Yao Yan's mind often became hazy, and his cultivation regressed rapidly. If that were all, it wouldn't be worth mentioning. Strangely, he almost constantly felt a throbbing headache, a pain so unbearable that it drove him almost insane. A wave of killing intent enveloped him. If he hadn't tried to control himself, he would surely have unleashed endless slaughter. It seemed that only by doing so could Yao Yan vent the pain in his head. At first, Yao Yan could strongly suppress and control it. But as time passed and his cultivation continued to decline, the pain became increasingly severe. He found it increasingly difficult to suppress the overwhelming urge to slaughter the heavens and earth within him. Yao Yan vaguely understood that everything seemed to be related to what had happened to him on Blood God Star. But he racked his brains for a long time, and even now he still couldn't remember what happened back then. Yao Yan had even asked Blood God Sun, but ultimately received no answer. In desperation, Yao Yan sealed himself in the family's forbidden area, secluding himself for years to try to prevent his cultivation from regressing and delay the signs of his madness, while also trying to recover his lost memories. But time continued to pass until not long ago, he received orders from the ancestor to leave the family's forbidden area and kill a man named Sumu. All information related to this man was passed on to Yao Yan by the ancestor so that he could understand everything. At this moment, when Yao Yan saw the tribulation clouds, his mind was shaken. This shocking sensation didn't originate entirely from him. A large part of it emanated from his soul, as if the tribulation cloud was his nemesis. The feeling was incredibly intense, so powerful that it caused Yao Yan excruciating pain, like a drill piercing his head. At that moment, the pain turned his eyes bloodshot. A furious roar erupted from Yao Yan's mouth, echoing throughout the heavens and earth like thunder. Instantly, a colossal surge of primal energy, like the heavens and earth themselves, erupted from his body. Yao Yan's hair stood on end, veins bulged on his face, and his expression was ferocious. A beam of light appeared on his face, and within that light, another face suddenly emerged. It was a creature with two horns and a very grotesque appearance. After appearing, it stared intently at the tribulation cloud rapidly enveloping the sky. It opened its mouth and let out a silent roar. This roar, devoid of any sound, caused the tribulation clouds gathering in the sky to tremble slightly, a large patch quickly dissipating. But in an instant, the shattered tribulation clouds immediately reformed with even greater speed. Almost immediately, over 10,000 feet of sky were covered in crimson tribulation clouds, swirling wildly. A crimson lightning bolt roared down from the sky with unimaginable speed. The suffering on Yao Yan's face intensified. At that moment, the demonic figure on his body instantly flew out and materialized outside his body. It opened its mouth wide, devouring the descending crimson lightning bolt. A deafening explosion resounded, and the eerie shadow suddenly trembled, almost shattering. At the same time, A large portion of the lightning power followed its shadow and entered Yao Yun's body. Yao Yun's entire body shook, and the pain on his face intensified. Another portion of the heavenly tribulation power shot straight into the bronze mirror. In an instant, the bronze mirror suddenly emitted a very faint creaking sound. This sound, once it appeared, was immediately repeated continuously. At this moment, Wang Lin, within the hazy mist, resembled a sharp sword preparing to strike. The two streams of black and white energy outside his body intertwined and directly shot forward. These two streams of energy formed a fierce whirlwind around him. Slaying Luo technique. Wang Lin shouted softly. In an instant, the two streams of black and white energy outside his body quickly condensed and transformed into a gray sword energy that broke through the air and flew away. Boom! A furious explosion echoed through the space, and the mirror in Yao Yun's right hand suddenly shattered. Under the immense impact, countless small fragments scattered in all directions. The moment the mirror broke, Wang Lin's figure emerged. Yao Yun didn't even glance at the ancient mirror. At this moment, he had long forgotten the ancestor's command, clutching his head with both hands, screaming in pain. Outside his body, the monster's figure, over 10 meters tall, was looking at the tribulation clouds in the air before turning to look at Wang Lin. Ancient demon. Wang Lin's eyes flashed. The ancient demon's eyes revealed a dark light. Its body flicked, wrapping around Yao Yun beside it and quickly retreating, intending to escape the range of the tribulation clouds. Just then, the tribulation clouds condensed in the starry sky suddenly let out an earth-shattering explosion. 4 lightning bolts thundered down to striking directly at Wang Lin, while the other to struck the ancient demon. Wang Lin remained calm, for the power of the heavenly tribulation had been dispersed. The moment the 2 red lightning bolts struck, Wang Lin's hands rotated in front of him, and 2 streams of black and white energy surged forth, forming a yin-yang fusion. The first red lightning bolt struck and collided with the yin-yang twin fish, instantly producing a terrifying explosion. Wang Lin suddenly retreated, the yin-yang rotating before him frantically absorbing. At this moment, the second heavenly tribulation arrived. As the yin-yang descended, a strange light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. His primordial spirit surged from his forehead, once again transforming into the form of the ancient thunder dragon, opening its mouth to devour, devouring the heavenly tribulation. Wang Lin's primordial spirit trembled violently from the immense power of the heavenly tribulation swirling within it. However, the primordial thunder dragon, born from lightning, shrieked and retreated back into Wang Lin's body. Arcs of lightning shot out from his body in all directions, and he himself rapidly retreated. Wang Lin, however, showed no sign of panic. Although the heavenly tribulation was powerful, he showed no fear, especially since someone beside him was bearing half of its force. As for the ancient demon on the other side, it continued to retreat, dragging the tribulation clouds above with it. 2 more bolts of heavenly tribulation descended. Although it devoured those 2 bolts, its body became even more ethereal, and the shrieking sound ceased. Its retreat speed increased even further, to the point that the tribulation clouds couldn't completely engulf it. Seeing the ancient demon engulfing Yao Yun, about to completely leave the range of the heavenly tribulation, Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and he shouted loudly, "Yao Yun! Do you still remember the 2 sisters Yao Bingyun and Yao Mingyun? Do you still remember the scene of the ancient lamp devouring souls on the Blood God Star?" Wang Lin's voice contained divine consciousness, which surged into Yao Yun's ears as he retreated. Yao Yun's agonizing screams unexpectedly became fierce, and he abruptly stopped. "Get out of my body!" The veins on Yao Yun's face bulged. At this moment, he looked extremely ferocious, his hands clutching his head as he roared, "No matter who you are, get out of my body!" Yao Yun raised his head, his eyes bloodshot like a madman. The gloom on the ancient demon's face deepened. He coldly glanced at Wang Lin. His body flicked, and instead of retreating, he extended from Yao Yun's body straight towards Wang Lin and devoured him. A glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes, and he opened his mouth, spitting out a stream of white mist. Within that white mist was an object, the immortal seal. In an instant, the seal magnified, blocking Wang Lin's path. He formed a hand seal, causing over 100,000 golden sealing runes to surge out, rushing towards the ancient demon. At this moment, the tribulation clouds reappeared in the sky, instantly forming more than 10 red lightning bolts, each several meters long. carrying an immense and awe-inspiring power that seemed to shatter the starry sky, descending swiftly and powerfully. Facing the encirclement of over 100,000 golden runes and the lightning tribulation descending from the sky, a strange light flashed in the ancient demon's eyes, and it uttered a few silent incantations. In an instant, its body became even more ethereal, unexpectedly fading away at a speed visible to the naked eye. The more than 100,000 golden talismans, as if losing their focal point, immediately stopped scattered around. The heavenly tribulation in the air, which had been dispersed, also condensed, completely changing direction and descending towards Wang Lin. Amidst the rumbling sound, the ancient demon, in a dazed state, revealed a sinister smile. At this crucial moment, Wang Lin showed no sign of panic. With a flick of his right hand, the golden talisman stopped in midair, quickly changing direction and flying straight towards Wang Lin, inadvertently sealing him. This scene resembled Wang Lin sealing himself. More than 10 lightning tribulations in the air then directly descended with supernatural speed. In that instant, a flash of light appeared around Wang Lin's body, and a large, illusory cauldron suddenly materialized. The moment this cauldron appeared, a dense surge of ancient divine cha emanated from it. The ancient demon gasped, his eyes widening in disbelief. Just a little demon. I wouldn't even bat an eye at you. Swap positions. As Wang Lin sneered, a strange force surged out from outside the ancient god cauldron. In an instant, his figure vanished, and the ancient demon, still maintaining an expression of disbelief, also disappeared. Their positions completely changed in that moment. The spot where the ancient demon had just appeared was immediately covered by 10,000 golden runes, and outside, more than 10 bolts of heavenly lightning roared. The earth-shattering roar echoed through the starry sky. As the 10,000 runes descended upon the ancient demon's body, it was directly struck by all the lightning. In the deafening explosion, the ancient demon's body nearly shattered. Finally, it transformed into a strange demonic mark that pierced through the void and flew straight towards Yao Yan's forehead. This strange demonic mark exuded an extremely weak aura. At this moment, Yao Yan's ferocity intensified, and he roared, "Get out!" At that moment, his entire body's primal energy surged like a self-destructive force, relentlessly attacking, attempting to prevent the demonic mark from returning. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a glint of light. He didn't intervene, but quickly retreated. The heavenly tribulation was far from over, only growing stronger, and with this ancient demon blocking it, he had to retreat quickly. But at that very moment, Wang Lin's expression changed drastically. Suddenly, a foul, bloody smell filled the heavens and earth. This aura seemed unafraid of the heavenly tribulation, forcefully surging forward. Instantly, a vast expanse of blood mist appeared silently within a radius of 10,000 feet. It should end now. A hoarse, aged voice emerged from the mist, and simultaneously a wrinkled arm reached out from behind Yao Yan and grabbed the mark. Ignoring Yao Yan's surging primal energy, it pressed it onto his forehead. Blood God's Son. Wang Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. At this moment, in the Thunder Immortal Palace of the Luotia Star Domain, Qingshui Immortal Monarch suddenly opened his eyes, remained silent for a moment, then let out a cold snort before disappearing without a trace. In the starry sky, dense tribulation clouds formed colossal pressure. This pressure was so dense that within a radius of 10,000 feet, the entire area became the domain of the heavenly tribulation. The power of the heavenly tribulation had only just begun, yet it contained a divine might and destructive aura several times greater than before. The appearance of the tribulation clouds not only seemed to isolate the area within 10,000 feet from heaven and earth, but also in the southern Luotia domain. Almost all cultivators possessing great divine abilities could vaguely sense an abnormal fluctuation in the power of heaven and earth. This fluctuation was extremely strong, as if it could control the elemental power within their bodies. This caused the faces of most cultivators to change drastically in that instant. They immediately sat down, sealing off the elemental power within their bodies. A strange, flickering mark appeared on Yao Yan's forehead. His eyes showed a dazed expression, the ferocity on his face gradually fading. Even the veins bulging slowly subsided. However, deep within his eyes lurked a frantic struggle. If one possessed the divine ability to observe his inner thoughts, they would surely hear a nearly insane roar. Before him, a crimson light condensed, revealing an old man. He wore a blood-red robe, his aged face concealing an unreadable, malevolent aura. He was Yao Yan's ancestor, Blood God's Son. As he appeared, he casually swung his right hand behind him, instantly intensifying the demonic markings on Yao Yan's forehead. Yao Yan's body trembled violently, and the struggle in his heart and eyes finally dissipated. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The moment Blood Godson's figure appeared, he immediately retreated rapidly. At the same time, his right hand reached for his storage bag. If it weren't for the impending heavenly tribulation preventing him from teleporting or merging with the heavens and earth, Wang Lin would have left without hesitation. His speed was not slow at this moment. Like a flash of light, he almost unleashed his full power, frantically retreating. Blood God's son calmly watched Wang Lin retreating, as if looking at an ant. He raised his right hand towards Wang Lin and said indifferently, "Hand over the item you obtained from Wang Yu's body." His cold voice transformed into a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding heavens and earth to tremble violently. The voice of the Blood God's son under the heavenly tribulation felt like the very power of heaven itself. His voice was a heavenly sound that brooked no resistance. Amidst the deafening roar, the air suddenly changed. Even the tribulation clouds in the sky had to retreat slightly, all because of the Blood God's son's voice. His voice contained a power of rules, seemingly capable of instantly altering the rules within a radius of 10,000 feet, forcing everything to conform to his will. Otherwise, it would surely shatter. It seemed that within this radius of 10,000 feet, the Blood God's son was a true immortal. Words become law. Wang Lin took a deep breath. Cultivating this divine ability, words become law, to such a level was truly astonishing. He couldn't understand how the power of the Blood God's son's words could change the rules, but Wang Lin clearly felt that in the instant the Blood God's son uttered those words, more than 10,000 slaying Luo techniques appeared. Within a radius of 10,000 feet, the area shattered into pieces by the appearance of those words, and his body was similarly affected. As these words were uttered, the ancient god's great cauldron suddenly appeared outside Wang Lin's body. But even so, he still spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, his face instantly turning pale. This Blood God's son must be injured. The ancient god's son's star-shattering strike this person absolutely cannot recover in such a short time. After spitting out the blood, he retreated even faster, simultaneously muttering softly, "With your status, senior, attacking me is inevitably a case of the strong oppressing the weak. If this gets out, the Yao family's reputation will plummet." Blood God's son coldly raised his right hand and pointed forward, saying softly, "Avoiding my immortal techniques is your good fortune." As soon as he finished speaking, a red light flashed in his right hand, and a beam of red light transformed into a blood swallow, instantly soaring straight towards Wang Lin. What kind of divine technique is this? My devouring divine ability is normal, but after devouring, I didn't expect it to be able to be unleashed. Wang Lin's expression darkened as he stared at Blood Swallow. He gritted his teeth and patted his storage bag. The third divine archer appeared and transformed into a 5-colored butterfly in front of him. The moment this butterfly appeared, Blood God's son's eyes suddenly hardened, and he frowned slightly. At this moment, Blood Swallow also broke free from the golden rune seal and rushed straight towards Wang Lin. The moment it approached, the butterfly lightly flapped its wings. Immediately, the red light in Blood Swallow's eyes flared. Its body suddenly stopped, and it opened its small mouth and sucked in the void. The wings of the 5-colored butterfly flapped again, emitting its pollen. Blood Swallow cried out and rushed towards the butterfly. The butterfly, formed from the divine archer, flapped its wings continuously. Each time Blood Swallow lunged forward, it immediately stopped and quickly absorbed, causing its speed to suddenly slow down. Blood God's son's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and pointed forward. The blood-red light surrounding the Blood Swallow instantly intensified several times. It lunged forward as if breaking free from some kind of rule, letting out a cry as it swiftly approached. The butterfly moved slightly, circling the approaching Blood Swallow. Its wings fluttered, emitting a 5-colored powder that enveloped the Blood Swallow. The red light on the Blood Swallow gradually dimmed, and unexpectedly, it finally emitted a 5-colored light. It stopped lunging forward and instead danced along with the butterfly. This scene was extremely bizarre, but Wang Lin clearly saw that the light on the butterfly also dimmed considerably, clearly indicating that it was having some difficulty resisting this divine ability. While the Blood Swallow flew alongside the butterfly, it did not attack, but continued to dance around Wang Lin. Without hesitation, Wang Lin quickly retreated, the Wind Immortal seal in front of him following closely. Blood God's son snorted coldly and took a step forward. A gap appeared in the space behind Wang Lin, too wide to cross. A blast of cold wind immediately sent a shiver down Wang Lin's spine. He stared at Blood God's son and said coldly, "Senior, are you going back on your word?" "What if I am?" Blood God's son's expression darkened. His step not only prevented Wang Lin from retreating, but also infused a surge of heaven and earth elemental power into the tribulation clouds in the sky. Almost instantly, the tribulation clouds in the sky rapidly condensed, emitting thunderous roars. Countless lightning bolts scattered in all directions, and then streaks of red heavenly lightning struck down in an instant. This lightning bolt split into two halves. One half went straight to Blood God's son, while the other half targeted Wang Lin. In that moment, the entire surrounding sky was enveloped in lightning tribulation. Blood God's son didn't even glance at the descending lightning tribulation. He took a step, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Wang Lin, raising his right hand and casually grabbing forward. This grab was simple, without any divine techniques, yet it caused a powerful shock to Wang Lin's mind, as if there was no way to dodge it. With the lightning tribulation before him and Blood God's son's grab about to arrive, in that moment of extreme danger, Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and he growled softly, "Do you know the ancient demon Beiluo?" Blood God's son immediately stopped, and a strong, eerie light suddenly burst from his eyes. At this moment, a ball of black energy appeared on his forehead. This black energy spun wildly, and a demonic creature, emitting demonic energy with two swollen, green bodies, emerged from within. As soon as it appeared, a piercing voice echoed in Wang Lin's primordial spirit, "Where is Beiluo?" The moment the demonic creature appeared, Blood God's son's body instantly froze, and Wang Lin seized the opportunity to retreat. He quickly formed hand seals, and in an instant, more than a dozen red lightning bolts descended. The ancient god cauldron outside his body trembled and carried him back 100 meters. These lightning bolts, having lost their target, did not dissipate but unexpectedly changed direction and struck Wang Lin again. A distance of 100 meters is just a blink of an eye for lightning. But for Wang Lin, although the lightning was extremely fast, it was still enough time for him to unleash a divine ability. Wine summoning. In the face of danger, Wang Lin's eyes remained calm. The only way to overcome this crisis was through the heavenly tribulation. Even so, he could only hope for a slim chance of success. Let this heavenly tribulation come even stronger. Wang Lin gritted his teeth, and a black wind suddenly appeared in his right hand. The black wind filled the sky, swirling around Wang Lin's body. In the instant the lightning struck, it transformed into a black dragon, then opened its mouth and blew out a blast of icy wind. That wind could extinguish all life force. At this moment, several of the lightning bolts that were attacking shattered instantly. But a few still broke through the black wind and rushed straight towards Wang Lin. A glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. In the instant the lightning bolts struck, his primordial spirit rushed out and frantically devoured them. After devouring 3 lightning bolts, his primordial spirit had to return to his body. The moment his primordial spirit re-entered his body, the remaining lightning bolts also arrived. At this time, the 5-colored butterfly and the blood swallow still circling Wang Lin's body also flashed forward to block them, neutralizing the incoming lightning bolts. Earth-shattering explosions resounded, but 3 lightning bolts still managed to penetrate everything and approached Wang Lin's body. A strange glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. He formed a hand seal, and the Wind Immortal seal immediately blocked in front of him. At the same time, he merged into the Wind Immortal seal. The moment his body entered the Wind Immortal seal, 3 bolts of heavenly lightning struck simultaneously. Boom, boom. Wind and lightning. A low whir emanated from within the Wind Immortal seal. Simultaneously, the Wind Immortal seal vibrated violently, lightning spreading across it like a sea of lightning. Wang Lin's body was instantly forced back, spitting out fresh blood. He grabbed at the air with his right hand, and his body flashed, quickly retreating. The lightning on the entire Wind Immortal seal was incredibly dense, but Wang Lin retreated straight towards the tribulation cloud. Golden runes appeared profusely outside the Wind Immortal seal. Wang Lin knew he couldn't escape from Blood God's son. Although the opponent was injured by the ancient god star shattering strike, he couldn't resist. However, if he could borrow the power of the heavenly tribulation, there might still be a chance of escape. The monstrous creature that emerged from the Blood God's son's forehead coldly stared at Wang Lin, then retracted into the Blood God Sun's body. Blood God Sun's eyes immediately flashed with demonic light. He took a step forward, raising his right hand to grab Wang Lin's head. Clearly, he intended to extract his soul and spirit. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he raised his right hand and softly shouted, "Summon Wine!" The wine summoning technique, his most powerful divine ability, was unleashed for the second time. This time, the surrounding black wine intensified, transforming into 2 black dragons in front of Wang Lin. Before reaching the Nirvana realm, Wang Lin could only transform into 1 at most. But now, due to his increased cultivation, he could unleash 2 black dragons with full force. The 2 black dragons roared, flying in succession around Wang Lin, simultaneously opening their mouths and blowing out countless gusts of wind. Countless explosions echoed throughout the heavens and earth, the extremely cold winds causing the surrounding starry sky to tremble slightly. At the same time, Wang Lin pointed towards the wined immortal seal, which immediately flashed with golden light, and a bolt of heavenly lightning quickly condensed from within and flew towards Blood God Sun. Wang Lin patted his storage bag again, and the immortal sword appeared in his hand. He spared no expense in expending his elemental power, continuously unleashing the slaying Luo technique. One after another, he continued to unleash it, unaware that Blood God Sun calmly and casually stepped forward, pointing his right hand to the sky. And immediately the heavenly lightning condensed by the wined immortal seal exploded. Blood God Sun pointed his right hand downwards, and immediately the enormous force formed by the 100 slaying Luo techniques shattered. Finally, Blood God Sun pointed his right hand forward, and the dark wind spewed by the 2 black dragons also disappeared. Even the 2 black dragons, under Blood God Sun's single finger, let out a mournful cry as they were slashed in half by an unimaginably powerful force. Is that all the Immortal Emperor by Fan's wine summoning technique is capable of? The eerie light in Blood God Sun's eyes intensified, and his right hand grabbed at Wang Lin in the air. "Right now, my master, Qing Shui, do you dare repeat that name again?" A wave of killing intent, seemingly capable of tearing through the air, accompanied the deep, resonant voice that suddenly rang out the moment Blood God Sun finished speaking. The moment the voice echoed, the surrounding space was instantly shattered into countless fragments, creating deafening explosions, as if unable to withstand the sound. Not only the starry sky, but even the tribulation clouds in the heavens receded rapidly. Blood God Sun's previous rule of words becoming law was no match for this voice. The rules formed within a radius of 10,000 feet shattered in an instant. Even Yao Yun in the distance spat out fresh blood, his body immediately weakened, his eyes wide with terror as he quickly retreated. The entire 10,000 feet of space was instantly filled with this unimaginable killing intent. Not only that, at this moment, all the cultivators in the southern Luotia region could feel a surge of killing intent emanating from the power of heaven and earth. The intensity of this killing intent caused many cultivators to be shaken and spit out fresh blood. At this moment, Blood God Sun, trapped at the center of the whirlwind of killing intent, felt it even more deeply, his pupils contracting. The black dragon, severed in half in front of Wang Lin, instantly reverted to its normal hissing sound. In the starry sky, a young man in white robes, with flowing black hair and a deep red right eye, slowly walked forward. Blood God Sun's expression changed drastically for the first time. "Qing Shui, Immortal Lord." Blood God Sun suddenly withdrew his hand and took several steps back. He stared at the white-robed young man walking towards him, his face instantly turning gloomy. "Do you dare repeat those words in front of me?" Qing Shui clasped his hands behind his back, his face icy cold, and calmly said. As he spoke, the red in Qing Shui's right eye intensified, flashing outwards, seemingly containing a force capable of destroying heaven and earth, sending chills down people's spines. The demonic light in Blood God Sun's eyes deepened, and he said in a low voice, "Qing Shui, Immortal Lord, there is no enmity between you and me. If it is because of my words just now, I will certainly retract them. Later, you and I still want to go to the Star Alliance together. At that time, I will find an opportunity to make up for what I said today. However, this person has a grudge against my Yao family, so I hope Immortal Lord will not interfere, otherwise it will harm our harmony." Qing Shui's expression remained as cold as before. He took a step forward, walking towards Blood God Sun, and calmly said, "This junior brother of mine, lacking in skill, has provoked your Yao family, but so what? Junior brother." Blood God Sun was stunned, his face changing color. Qing Shui's right eye flashed, and he pointed a finger at the sky. Immediately, a dense black wind, countless times thicker than the wind Wang Lin had just summoned, instantly filled the heavens and earth. The density of this black wind was unimaginable, and moreover, it echoed with howling sounds. In an instant, 6 black dragons materialized from within the swirling black wind. All 6 of these black dragons were tens of thousands of feet long, seemingly enveloping the entire heaven and earth, forming a terrifying, oppressive force. Under this oppressive force, the tribulation clouds in the sky quickly retreated. However, as they retreated, even more tribulation clouds condensed, seemingly concealing their most powerful attack. This scene, even a single glance, was enough to strike terror into anyone's heart. He has just finished learning the wind summoning technique, and he is the great successor of my master. With his status, let alone your Yao family, even your ancestors wouldn't dare harm a single hair on his head. Qing Shui said coldly, pointing his right hand towards Zhu Shenzi. Immediately, the 6 black dragons opened their mouths and spewed out terrifying gusts of wind. Blood God Sun's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment, the chilling wind felt incredibly cold even to his cultivation level. Although this wind and Wang Lin's earlier divine ability were similar, their power was vastly different. Blood God Sun pondered for a moment, then opened his hands, and a pink light appeared before him. A rumbling sound echoed as the pink light transformed into a swarm of blood swallows. 99 blood swallows flew, forming a red vortex that collided with the chilling wind. A deafening explosion resounded, and numerous cracks appeared in the space between Blood God Sun and Qing Shui, then suddenly widened into a gigantic chasm. Blood God Sun's body trembled, and he immediately retreated. He glared at Qing Shui, hastily shouting, "Qing Shui, I respect you as a celestial lord. Don't be so overbearing. Have you become muddled from your long slumber? Even if Sumu has learned the wind summoning technique, how could he possibly be your junior brother? Moreover, he killed many members of my Yao family. It's perfectly reasonable for me to kill him. What right do you have to interfere? I'm not afraid of you. Don't force me." Blood God Sun didn't know. Qing Shui still felt guilty towards his master, a feeling deeply ingrained in his heart. However, he had no opportunity to repay him. After he awakened, he saw Wang Lin's wind summoning technique. In his battle with Yan Leizi, after his memories were awakened, a complex feeling arose deep within his heart towards Wang Lin. Even if he truly did wrong, I will personally teach him a lesson on behalf of my master. You have no right. Qing Shui Immortal Lord said coldly, the icy wind spewing from the 6 black dragons surrounding his body howling. At this moment, the 6 black dragons intertwined and merged into one. Amidst the furious roar of the giant black dragon, a torrent of rainwater gushed out. In an instant, the entire area within 1,000 miles was covered in a dense, misty rain. Huan Yu! At this moment, the raindrops, like crystal beads, emitted a dazzling light, enveloping the area within 1,000 miles, accompanied by a murderous aura. Strangely, these raindrops, instead of feeling cold, enveloped Wang Lin's body with warmth, slowly restoring the large amount of depleted elemental energy within him. Wang Lin stared blankly at everything before him. Qing Shui's words resonated deeply within him, plunging him into contemplation. His gaze remained fixed on Qing Shui, a strange, indescribable feeling stirring deep within him. This kind of feeling was very unfamiliar to him, seemingly a long time since it had appeared in his heart. He only vaguely remembered that his master, Dun Tiao of the Soul Refining Sect on Vermilion Bird Star, had given him such a feeling. He also remembered that Sichunan, who was like a teacher and a friend, gave him a similar feeling. He also remembered that when he first met Tai Yunzi at the nascent soul stage, he felt this indescribable emotion. And there was Zhou Yi, who was the same. Throughout his life, Wang Lin followed the rule of if others don't offend me, I won't offend them. Similarly, if someone showed him kindness, even if that kindness was only half a point, very little, it could still be truly cherished in Wang Lin's heart. Wang Lin remembered Dan Tian's kindness clearly. The development of the soul refining sect was always etched in his heart. Wang Lin remembered Sichunan's kindness clearly. He would readily give away something as precious as the divine archer chariot without hesitation. If Sichunan were in danger, Wang Lin knew that even if he were to be torn to shreds, he would still choose to save Sichunan without hesitation if there was a way to do so. Because Sichunan had shown him kindness, Wang Lin had not forgotten Zhou Yi's kindness. To repay that kindness, he had done so much. When he reached the god transformation stage, Yanzi also showed him kindness. It was this kindness that caused Wang Lin to hesitate even after discovering various clues. Only when everything was laid bare before him did he have no choice but to walk the path of opposing Yanzi. However, deep within his heart, there was an unresolvable pain. At this moment, Qing Shui stood before him, shielding Blood God's son from the heavenly tribulation for his sake. All of this was solely due to the wine summoning spell, because a sex inheritance didn't even exist. Blood God's son's face darkened. The torrential rain that covered 1,000 miles had shaken him to his core. He wasn't as afraid of Qing Shui as he claimed. In fact, the ancient god's young son's shattering attack had inflicted extremely serious injuries on him. However, he had forcibly suppressed it and used inherited healing techniques to recover somewhat. But facing Qing Shui, his injuries would become his greatest hidden danger. Moreover, as the ancestor of a cultivation family with a lineage from the immortal realm, he had extremely complex feelings towards immortals. Especially Qing Shui, he remembered the family's ancient texts describing this person, whom even his ancestors treated with respect. The reputation of Qing Shui was too great. Even if Blood God's son wasn't injured, he wasn't sure he could defeat her. Moreover, with their cultivation levels, a battle between them would undoubtedly be earth-shattering. At this moment, raindrops within a 1,000-mile radius suddenly moved, emitting piercing screech sounds containing an unimaginably dense force of heaven and earth, even concealing a trace of pure immortal power. Countless raindrops, like countless sharp swords, frantically attacked Blood God's son. Each raindrop contained an extremely terrifying aura. Just one drop could shatter the body of a peak-level cultivator. 10 drops of yin void would cause death, and 100 or more would force nirvana cultivators to flee. Especially since these countless raindrops rushed forward with an aura that could penetrate all rules. Even Blood God's son's mind and body were greatly shaken by the countless raindrops. He raised his hands, and immediately a thunderous roar erupted. The thunder, like a wave of sound, seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Terrifying rumbling sounds continuously emanated from Blood God's son's body. A whirlwind suddenly appeared, swirling around Blood God's son, instantly transforming into a thunderous storm. This was the renowned thunderstorm of the Thunder Immortal realm, the wine-sounding immortal technique. The incantation for this technique was meticulously recorded in the 8th level of Wang Lin's library. Blood God's son's face darkened. He pointed his right hand towards the horizon, and the thunderous storm around him immediately erupted, spreading wildly in all directions. Raindrops instantly collided with the thunderous storm, creating a violent explosion. In a short time, only the sound of thunder filled the air within 1,000 miles. A shockwave spread in all directions, stirring up the surrounding heaven and earth forces, causing countless cracks to appear in the space. Countless raindrops swirled back, converging outside the thunderous storm, and after merging, formed a stream of water. The lightning bolts hidden within the wind appeared at the intersection with the incessant raindrops. Almost instantly, for thousands of miles, everything became a hellish lightning storm. Wind and sound immortal technique. Qing Shui's expression was cold and calm as he spoke, rain and wind. The moment the words ceased, countless raindrops for thousands of miles instantly dispersed into an unimaginable chill. Almost immediately, they turned into snowflakes. The lightning and wind, upon colliding with the raindrops, were instantly frozen. At this moment, Blood God's son, without hesitation, immediately formed hand seals and chanted a spell. Heaven and earth power from all directions penetrated the ice, quickly condensing into a fist-sized sphere before him. The moment the sphere appeared, Blood God's son's right hand pressed down, unleashing a spell into the sphere. Instantly, a powerful ripple spread out, the small sphere stirred, transforming into a celestial crane with a pink crest, golden legs, and snow-white feathers. The celestial crane circled around Blood God's son. Blood God's son did not stop, and almost in an instant, as the power of heaven and earth condensed, his divine ability transformed one celestial crane into 9. 9 celestial cranes danced and spun around. Blood God's son shouted, "Qing Shui, the divine ability of my Yao family's ancestor, Jiu Lei Feng, is not as good as your Huo Feng technique. But over countless years, my Yao family's ancestors, through many generations, have created a supreme divine ability." The eyes of the 9 celestial cranes suddenly turned bright red, and a dense demonic aura emanated from their bodies like a whirlwind. The surrounding ice, upon contact with the demonic aura, showed signs of shattering. This demonic aura was too powerful. Blood God Sun stood in the center, his hair fluttering, a red vortex emerging from his forehead. Blood God Sun no longer resembled a cultivator. His body had been possessed by an ancient demon. Crane's Cry Immortal Technique. The demonic light in Blood God Sun's eyes instantly shone like a bright lamp emitting a dark glow. As soon as he finished speaking, 9 immortal cranes continuously circled around Blood God Sun, letting out a cry before soaring out. The crane cries were piercingly loud. The 9 immortal cranes simultaneously cried out, creating a whirlwind that radiated unimaginable power. Loud rumbling sounds echoed, and in an instant, the surrounding ice shattered, being swept backward. Not only that, the shattering spread rapidly. Almost in a flash, all the ice crystals within a 1,000-mile radius shattered one after another. In a short time, the entire starry sky seemed to be enveloped by the sound of the crane's cries. The sound was so powerful, like countless tiny needles shooting out, causing everything it touched to explode. At this moment, a celestial crane suddenly exploded, shooting out countless white feathers, containing immense power to attack. Immediately afterward, another celestial crane exploded. Almost instantly, all 9 celestial cranes self-destructed. Countless feathers scattered in all directions, forming a powerful divine ability that permeated a 1,000-mile radius. This technique isn't bad. Qing Shui's eyes remained as cold as before as he slowly spoke. Just not bad. This divine ability of my Yao family isn't finished yet. Wind Azure Crane and beautiful herbs and trees. Blood God Sun's eyes revealed a demonic light. His pink robe billowed, and he unleashed 2 hand seals to either side. Instantly, the sky and earth seemed to darken. Beautiful herbs and trees. Countless feathers shot out in all directions at this moment, also emitting demonic energy, instantly forming a collection of completely different magical artifacts. In the divine ability herb and plant weapons, the meaning of weapons refers to weapons. At this moment, the divine ability was unleashed, instantly changing the color of heaven and earth, wind rising and clouds swirling. The entire starry sky resembling countless waves spreading thousands of miles, tens of thousands of miles, hundreds of thousands of miles. This spread was extremely fast. If it continued like this, it was feared that the southern region of Luoqiao would face a great catastrophe. In the instant his divine ability reached its peak, directly attacking Qing Shui. Also at this moment, the tribulation clouds condensed above the starry sky had completed their final contraction. At this time, its large area had dissipated, and it all condensed towards the center, transforming into a 7-colored heavenly lightning. Its appearance revealed a terrifying force. Almost instantly, the 7-colored heavenly lightning roared down. It wasn't just one bolt, but 7 bolts of lightning in the colors red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The 7 bolts of heavenly lightning, in the instant the tribulation clouds condensed and dissipated, descended one after another. The power contained within the lightning tribulation radiated a destructive aura. What utter nonsense, mistaking a chicken for a quail. Without genuine immortal essence, yet daring to claim to have devised immortal techniques. A look of contempt flashed in Qing Shui's eyes. Facing the countless feathers that had transformed into streams of energy within 1,000 miles around him, he didn't even glance at them. Taking a step forward, he directly passed through them, arriving in front of Wang Lin, and looked up at the horizon where 7 colored heavenly tribulations were descending furiously. At this moment, the first heavenly tribulation, a red light flashing with a deafening roar, descended with immense power. However, at the instant the red heavenly tribulation struck, a crimson light flashed in Qing Shui's eyes, erupting like a gaping, blood-filled mouth, swallowing the crimson thunder heavenly tribulation that had descended with the force of 1,000 armies. The red light in his eyes flared again, and his body flew forward, aiming directly at the second heavenly tribulation, the orange thunder tribulation. Similarly, without hesitation, Qing Shui swallowed another one, and immediately the orange heavenly tribulation dissipated. The crimson light in Qing Shui's eyes intensified, continuing to devour 7 streams of 7-colored heavenly tribulation, one after another, almost without stopping. At this moment, Wang Lin's pupils contracted. Unexpectedly, all the heavenly tribulations were swallowed by Qing Shui's eyes, which had materialized into a physical form. Streams of arcs of light surged from Qing Shui's body. his body grew even colder, and an extremely dangerous aura erupted from him, especially his left eye, which emitted an unimaginable red light. This red color was almost blood red, extremely terrifying, causing anyone who saw it to be violently shaken. The heavenly tribulation isn't bad. It can help my extreme realm recover a bit. Qing Shui turned around, glancing at Wang Lin. Although his eyes were icy cold, there was a hint of difference. Summoning wind and rain, scattering beams into soldiers. These are the 3 divine abilities of my former master. Now you can see for yourself. Qing Shui raised his right hand, forming a hand seal, pointing forward, a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. I completely mastered the summoning wind technique in just 3 hours. The rain scattering technique only took a little over a month. But this scattering beams into soldiers, I spent about 100 years comprehending it before I finally refined it. Qing Shui sighed, casually waving his right hand forward. As he waved his hand, a silent beam of light appeared before him, causing the countless streams of energy within a 1,000-mile radius, formed by the Blood God Sun's divine abilities, to instantly stop. As Wang Lin's eyes focused, he saw those points of light scattering. One of them suddenly emitted a dazzling light, transforming into an old man. The moment this old man appeared, a dense aura of death emanated from him, filling the space. In addition, boundless primal energy radiated from him, giving the old man a strange and eerie appearance. Ancient cultivator Meng Mo, whom I killed in the immortal realm before. At this moment, another point of light flashed and disappeared into the air, transforming into a young man. This young man had a handsome face and also emitted a death aura, but a strong killing intent emanated from him. Kong Ran, ancient cultivator, I killed him in the immortal realm before. Lu Ya, ancient cultivator, I killed him in the immortal realm before. Following Qing Shui's voice, each point of light that vanished transformed into a figure. Each one was shrouded in deathly aura, yet they possessed an energy that violently shook Wang Lin's mind. Shan Feng, a 5th-level heavenly immortal, killed this person in the battle at the immortal realm. Are You Dai, an 8th-level heavenly immortal, killed this woman in the battle at the immortal realm. Tia Ho, a 3rd-level immortal king, killed this person in the battle at the immortal realm. Yan Meng, a 7th-level immortal king, killed this woman in a battle over an artifact. Qing Shui's expression was filled with deep memories, and with each casual, gentle word, a group of ethereal souls emerged from those points of light, not only causing Wang Lin's eyes to widen, but also terrifying Blood God Sun. Especially that group of immortal souls. Almost every one of them carried a powerful aura of killing intent and resentment, as if they died with their eyes wide open, as if unwilling to enter reincarnation. The moment they appeared, the starry sky seemed to transform into purgatory. Yao Hiking, a 9th-level immortal king. I killed this man in the battle for scattered immortal techniques. A figure resembling Blood God Sun, the transformed soul of an immortal, appeared, his body radiating an even stronger aura of death. The moment this person appeared, Blood God Sun's expression changed drastically. 1st-level immortal Lord Liu Yan. I killed this man in the battle for the immortal lord title. Wu Immortal Realm, a 3rd-level immortal Lord Kauda. I killed this man in the battle for the Thunder Immortal Realm. 5th-level immortal Lord Shenhan. I killed this man in the battle to eliminate the rebels. Feng Immortal Realm, the 7th-level immortal Lord Hio Hanzi. I killed this man in a battle in the Ancient Passage. Wu Immortal Realm, a 9th-level immortal lord, the 1st clone of Qing Shuang. I killed her clone in the Thunder Immortal War. A stream of light vanished, and a figure appeared. The illusory images of these people were incredibly realistic, yet an unimaginable aura of killing intent and resentment filled the air. In an instant, countless immortal souls surged before Qing Shui. Wang Lin had no doubt about the identities of these people, especially upon seeing the illusory image of Qing Shuang. His heart was shaken like a tidal wave. My life has been filled with too much bloodshed. The technique of scattering beams to form soldiers is to refine all the bloodshed within my heart, extracting the souls of all those I kill from the void of reincarnation, preventing them from entering reincarnation, and then refining them into my life force. In this way, the divine ability of scattering beams to form soldiers has achieved some success. Qing Shui's voice was calm, but within that calmness lay an overwhelming killing intent. Even Wang Lin was shaken by Qing Shui's lifelong achievements. As Qing Shui's voice subsided, countless immortal souls before him instantly erupted. a colossal aura surging forth, overwhelming the heavens and earth, and in an instant, it rushed towards Blood God's son. Blood God's son's face was devoid of color. He simply couldn't have imagined that the immortal technique of scattering beams to form soldiers, recorded in the family's ancient texts of Immortal Emperor by Fan, would be so terrifying. This isn't an immortal emperor at all. This is clearly a demon lord. Blood God's son recoiled violently, the sight before him making his scalp tingle. The family's ancient texts contained a passage about one of Yao Haiking's ancestors when he was alive. Although it wasn't detailed, it didn't mention that this person died at Qing Shui's hands. Herb and plant technique. As he retreated, Blood God's son's eyes turned bloodshot, a powerful demonic light flashing in his forehead as he roared. Instantly, countless feathers transformed into weapons, all rushing out and striking directly at the immortal souls. In a flash, within a 1,000-mile radius, a deafening roar echoed everywhere, forming an unimaginably powerful whirlwind. This level of combat spread throughout the entire southern region of the Luotia star domain, causing the entire starry sky to collapse, falling into an uncontrollable state. The rumbling sounds reverberated through space, spreading throughout the entire southern region of Luotia. If this continued for too long, a catastrophe would inevitably occur, and it would be irreversible. Yao Yun had been continuously retreating. His entire body glowed with demonic light as he relentlessly resisted behind Blood God's son. Of course, with his current cultivation level, he was utterly powerless. After suffering repeated injuries, he was completely exhausted, and even the demonic creatures within him were on the verge of collapse. A continuous rumbling sound echoed as Blood God's son's divine abilities crumbled. Even the feathers transformed into weapons were utterly powerless and shattered. Blood God's son's body continued to retreat. In front of him, a celestial soul had arrived beside him, instantly self-destructing, forming a powerful force that attacked Blood God's son. It wasn't just this one soul. Countless celestial souls gathered around Blood God's son, their intense killing intent shaking the minds of others, causing Blood God's son to show fear for the first time. It had been a long time since he had felt the threat of death, especially the souls of those who were immortal lords when alive, which obviously made Blood God's son even more wary. Each of the immortal lord souls possessed an extremely powerful aura. If there were one, Blood God's son could easily destroy it, even two would be manageable. But at this moment, his body was injured, and with Qing Shu by his side, he couldn't help but struggle. Then 3, you want to kill me? Blood God's son's expression turned ferocious. His body recoiled, his sleeves swiftly fluttered, and large swaths of heaven and earth's primal energy, unleashed in a manner capable of shattering the starry sky and altering the very rules, surged forth wildly. So what if I kill you? Then 3 took a step forward, his entire body lunging forward, his right hand grabbing at the air, instantly filling it with icy cold energy, transforming it into a black mass of air. Blood God's son's eyes showed determination. His body recoiled. In a single step he reached Yao Yun's side, his right hand touching her forehead. Immediately, Yao Yun's eyes opened wide, her body rapidly contracting. In an instant, it seemed as if her flesh, blood, and primordial spirit were all being absorbed and devoured by something within her body. A mournful cry escaped from his mouth, and Yao Yun's eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins. However, in that instant, the dazed and ruthless look in his eyes vanished, replaced by a glimmer of clarity. Above his head, the illusory image of the ancient demon materialized, much more solid than before, as if devouring the rapidly draining tonic from Yao Yun's body. During this process, Yao Yun's body rapidly weakened, becoming nothing but skin and bones. His entire flesh and blood, even his soul, were completely absorbed and merged into the ancient demon's body. Yao Yun's eyes became even clearer, a tragic smile playing on his lips. He remembered memories he hadn't been able to find for 1,000 years. The Yao family is no more. His body fell from midair, hurtling downwards. From his body, the soul of an ancient demon surged forth, carrying a dense demonic aura merging into the Blood God's son's body. All of this happened in an instant. The Blood God's son absorbed the demonic soul. His entire body's demonic energy surged. His eyes gleamed with a dark light, and with a flick of his sleeve, his right hand tore through the void. A long crack appeared in the void, and an ancient lamp slowly emerged from within. Qing Shui, you are seeking death. Don't blame me for slaying immortals. The Blood God's son's expression turned terrifyingly ferocious. A massive, illusory ancient demon body, approximately 10 meters tall, suddenly materialized, its blood-red eyes staring intently at Qing Shui, emitting a silent, guttural roar. Qing Shui's expression remained as cold as before, his gaze not fixed on Zhu Shenzi, but on the Tenjiangtao, illusory demonic figure extending into the air, a chilling glint in his eyes. At this moment, his right eye flashed with a crimson light, emanating an intensely dark red glow, and a powerful, intense killing intent surged forth. Taking a step forward, Qing Shui suddenly pressed closer, a ball of black energy instantly expanding in his right hand, reaching a height of 3 zhang, heading straight towards Zhu Shenzi. Zhu Shenzi's face was ferocious as he pointed at the ancient lamp in front of him. He wasn't the only one moving. Even the ancient demon extending from his body raised its enormous claw, pointing at the ancient lamp. A flame had been burning above the ancient lamp all along. Not far away was Wang Lin, whose eyes suddenly became intensely focused the moment the ancient lamp appeared. He clearly saw a phantom image of a girl at the wick of the ancient lamp, seemingly struggling, as if being consumed by the flames. An unspeakable sorrow permeated the entire starry sky. Blood God's Son pointed his finger, and the flame of the ancient lamp instantly flared up fiercely, almost immediately swelling up. Within the flames, a phantom image of an ancient demon had suddenly appeared. The appearance of this ancient demon was almost identical to the demonic creature outside Blood God's Son's body, but from it emanated an unimaginably powerful and terrifying aura, far surpassing the demonic creature outside Blood God's Son's body, like the light of an oil lamp versus the moonlight. This is the true form. Wang Lin's eyes suddenly lit up. He now understood everything. The demonic creature above the ancient lamp was indeed the true form of the ancient demon. As for the objects within Blood God's Son's body and Yaoyun, they were all clones of this ancient demon, the demonic flame-devouring god. Blood God's Son roared ferociously. From his furious roar, the flames above the ancient lamp suddenly burst with a bang, scattering, and the true form of the ancient demon let out a low growl before directly charging out. In that instant, a colossal demonic aura permeated the air. Not only this place, but the entire southern region of Luotiao was instantly enveloped by this boundless demonic energy. It was as if an ancient, desolate force was awakening from the starry sky. The demonic energy throughout the southern region of Luotia immediately caused the elemental power in the bodies of countless cultivators to become unstable. Meanwhile, the ferocious beasts on some of the cultivation stars seemed to become excited at this moment, frantically absorbing the demonic power. The ancient demon flew out, its entire body engulfed in flames, its enormous hand reaching out to grab Qing Shui. This claw contained an aura even more arrogant than any rule. All rules vanished before it, especially the flames on its body. These were demonic flames that had never extinguished for countless millennia, capable of burning everything in heaven and earth. Qing Shui's eyes showed a solemn expression as he exerted all his strength to fly out. 10 streams of black energy appeared on his right hand, and at the same time, a red light flashed in his right eye. Without a second thought, he unleashed the extreme realm. A dazzling red light, like a lightning bolt, shot out from his right eye. With the appearance of the extreme realm, everything in the starry sky immediately recoiled, and all living beings were terrified. The dense demonic energy in all directions instantly collapsed, rapidly dissipating under the influence of the extreme cold. It seemed that when faced with the extreme realm, nothing could resist. The red lightning bolt carried an extremely terrifying aura, imbued with the murderous intent of Qing Shui's entire life, forming an extreme realm whirlwind that instantly and unbelievably rushed towards the demon above the ancient lamp. A look of terror flashed in the ancient demon's eyes. Its right hand's claw didn't retract but directly embraced the extreme realm. At that very moment, a deafening crashing sound echoed. The ancient demon's right hand's claw shattered instantly, and the moment the extreme realm entered, its body disintegrated. This disintegration didn't just occur on the ancient demon's right hand but spread widely throughout its entire body. Almost in an instant, the ancient demon's colossal body completely disintegrated with a thump. But at the very moment the ancient demon shattered, the flames above the ancient lamp burned fiercely, and from within, the illusory image of the ancient demon condensed. Although somewhat dim, a red light flashed from the center of this ancient demon's forehead. Upon closer inspection, one could see that within this red light, there was unexpectedly the power of a trace of the supreme realm. All the primordial divine abilities in this world were taught by my ancient demon tribe. Only if they contain a trace of the power of the heavenly Tao is something my ancient demon tribe cannot grasp. However, this power now belongs to me. A mournful voice echoed through the heavens and earth. The ancient demon transformed once again, its eyes revealing an eerie light. In an instant, the red light at its forehead flashed, and a bolt of lightning shot out from its forehead, heading straight towards Qing Shui. But this red lightning bolt had barely appeared when, under Qing Shui's gaze, it instantly collapsed with a resounding crash, forming a powerful, spreading attack. Qing Shui's expression was cold as he raised his right hand and calmly said, "Sumu, remember to carefully observe the 6 great divine abilities of your master." Fourth form, Mountain Collapse. The ancient demon transformed and appeared on the ancient lamp. Its eyes were filled with dense demonic energy, and its colossal body quickly retreated, embracing Blood God Sun. Its massive form immediately burrowed into Blood God Sun's body. In an instant, a low, agonizing roar emanated from Blood God Sun's mouth. Veins bulged on Blood God Sun's face, revealing an expression of intense pain, as if he were experiencing excruciating agony. His red hair, which had been flowing without wind, quickly lengthened, especially above Blood God Sun's crown. 2 illusory horns unexpectedly sprouted from his body, and a blue light enveloped Blood God Sun's entire being, making him look not like a cultivator at all, but rather the head of an ancient demon. A dense demonic aura surged from his body. Blood God Sun's eyes focused on a single target, and the demonic light emanating from his entire being roared and shot straight towards Qing Shui. Qing Shui's expression was solemn, and a red light flashed in his right eye, preparing to strike. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he sharply raised his head to look at the space in front of him. At this moment, even Wang Lin immediately looked up. He vaguely sensed a primordial aura descending from the starry sky. This aura wasn't strong, but in Wang Lin's perception, it seemed that with just a thought from the person possessing this aura, their entire body would instantly disintegrate and turn into primal energy. This is the 3rd step. Wang Lin's face changed drastically. Even Blood God Sun, who was in a frenzy at this moment, his expression changed, and he instantly raised his head. "Enough!" A calm voice slowly echoed from the starry sky. Immediately afterward, a figure formed from countless starlight stepped down and instantly appeared between Qing Shui and Zhu Shenzi. The moment this illusory figure appeared, it raised its hand and casually slapped Zhu Shenzi. Immediately, a large mouthful of blood spurted from Zhu Shenzi's mouth. The ancient demon within his body was directly blasted out, escaping from Zhu Shenzi's body, and with a terrified expression, stared at the illusory figure. "Ancient demon, you borrowed the Yao family to restore your demonic body, and I don't mind that. But if you cause Luo Jia to suffer a calamity and affect the Alliance's affairs, I will immediately destroy your immortal demonic flame." The voice was calm, but hidden within it was an aura that violently shook the minds of others. At this moment, Wang Lin felt as if he had returned 1,000 years into the past, a feeling similar to when he was a mortal and saw a cultivator. Powerful. An unbelievable, irresistible, and unstoppable power. Even the thought of resistance was instantly annihilated by this immense force. The figure continued, "Immortal Lord Qing Shui, the immortal realm has shattered. This place is the Luotia star domain." The illusory figure turned and glanced at Qing Shui. This glance seemed like a Dao suppression. It had no physical force, but it created a series of thunderous roars all around Qing Shui, echoing in the space, as if the entire heaven and earth at this moment had to submit to that sound, allowing no resistance. Them 3 remained as cold as before, staring intently at the illusory figure. After a long while, he let out a cold snort, saying nothing. The illusory figure was indistinct, its features unclear. After uttering those 2 sentences, he spread his hands and his body instantly transformed into countless spakes of starlight that spread in all directions. Wang Lin's pupils contracted. The surrounding collapsed starry sky was quickly absorbed, restoring itself to normal. Not only that, as the stream of starlight gradually spread further, engulfing the entire southern Luotia region, all the things destroyed by this battle were instantly reversed. Even on some cultivation planets, the demonic energy in the beasts that had absorbed the demonic energy was silently neutralized at this moment. "If you two attack again, I will kill you all." Leaving behind this calm statement, the starlight vanished, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. However, this final statement possessed a power capable of chilling all living beings in the world to the bone, an intensely potent killing intent. Even a half part of this killing intent could cause the heavens and earth to change color. If fully unleashed, it could make the entire starry sky tremble. Blood God Sun pondered for a moment, then picked up the ancient lamp without even glancing at Qing Shui, and with a single step, turned and merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing from sight. Only Qing Shui and Wang Lin remained in the starry sky. Wang Lin's mind was shaken, and he still hadn't recovered. He would never forget this kind of shock. Wang Lin could identify that illusory image. It was undoubtedly a cultivator at the third stage. This person appeared without the slightest disturbance, yet the fear emanating from within his soul was undeniably profound. It seemed that even if that person wanted this starry sky to completely collapse, to cause the entire southern region of Luotia to disintegrate, it would only take a thought from the other party. Wang Lin closed his eyes, and after a long time, he forcibly suppressed the tremor in his heart, clasped his hands and respectfully said to Qing Shui, "Thank you, Senior, for your help. I will never forget this kindness." Qing Shui's gaze was fixed on the distant starry sky, his eyes revealing a melancholic memory. After a long while, this melancholy dissipated, and he glanced at Wang Lin, calmly opening his mouth to say, "No need to thank me. I don't care how you learn the wine summoning technique. Learning this means you have become a disciple of my master after many years. I, Qing Shui, have nothing to worry about in the Luotia star domain. So I met you and made some arrangements on behalf of my master. Your body hasn't formed immortal essence yet. If you can't enter the immortal pool, you can't condense immortal essence." At this moment, 108 immortals of the Thunder Immortal Palace and 36 immortals of the Heavenly Canopy all have the opportunity to ascend to the immortal pool. You can go and try your luck. If you succeed, I will impart to you the illusory rain and the immortal technique of scattering beans into soldiers. If you fail, you will have no connection with these two immortal techniques. I saved you once, which can be considered as repaying the glimmer of opportunity you and your master had for the wine summoning technique. Handle it yourself. Qing Shui glanced at Wang Lin, hesitated for a moment, then raised his right hand to the void. Immediately, a transparent drop of water, like a snowflake, condensed and floated towards Wang Lin. This contains 3 cycles of the illusory rain immortal technique. Keep it for self-defense. Qing Shui turned and walked towards the void, gradually moving further away. In this moment, the melancholy in his eyes deepened, and he muttered, "This person seems even stronger than my master." The only thing was, there was a very familiar feeling about him. I must have met him before. Wang Lin watched Qing Shui's receding figure, then pondered for a long time. He slightly bowed towards a certain spot, picked up a snowflake, and with a flash of his hand, disappeared without a trace. That person must be a cultivator at the third stage. I didn't expect such a cultivator to exist in this Luotia star domain. Wang Lin's figure merged with the heavens and earth, heading towards the location of the Liyuan family. The problem is, I don't know if there are any other cultivators at the third stage in the Star Alliance. This person is too powerful. Even a shattered Nirvana cultivator would have no strength to resist him. Wang Lin's figure emerged from the starry sky, his eyes gleaming. However, from within my heaven-defying pearl, I've already seen the direction of the third stage. There will be a day when that day comes. In Wang Lin's eyes, the starlight intensified. He took a step forward, merging into the heavens and earth, using the technique of shrinking the ground into inches to move. Within the southern region of Luotia, in a remote star field, lay a cultivation planet named Annihilation. Long ago, its name was not only renowned in the southern region of Luotia, but also throughout the entire Luotia star domain. The Li family, a family with an ancient forbiddance technique, possessed the Annihilation Forbiddance technique. This family was incredibly powerful, once renowned throughout Luotia. However, after countless years, the Li family declined, and the Annihilation Forbiddance technique gradually fell, causing the Li family to plummet from its peak. Today, the Li family's glory has largely faded, existing only in memory, but covered in so much dust that it can no longer radiate its former brilliance. Following the devastation of the Li family's clan, even their memories gradually faded, as if they had never existed. The destruction star became desolate and deserted, with no cultivators visiting. Even the great forbiddance formation left behind by the Li family on the destruction star, after countless years, was probably no longer functioning, just like the destruction star itself. On this destruction star, in the ancestral hall of the Li family, Li Yuan's face was downcast, staring blankly ahead. Having journeyed through the Thunder Immortal realm, he was extremely grateful to Su Mu, especially after Su Mu helped him escape. Brother Su, the Yao family is hunting you down. It's not that I, Li Yuan, didn't help, but I was powerless. Li Yuan's face showed bitterness. He wanted to help, but with his cultivation level, facing the Yao family, he was not only useless but also a liability. Sighing, Li Yuan stood up and left the room, looking up at the sky. The scene of the Thunder Immortal realm flashed through his mind. Brother Su, if you can come here, I will not hold back anything and will pass on the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique to you. Li Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, his expression changed. He stared intently at the sky, and after a moment, a look of surprised joy appeared in his eyes. In midair, a ripple suddenly appeared, spreading in all directions. It was as if the air had transformed into a vast stream, the ripples rising in small waves. Within the ripples, Wang Lin's figure emerged. From midair, he glanced around, spotting Li Yuan on the ground in the distance, and smiled slightly before advancing towards him. In the ancestral hall of the Li family, in a pond filled with dark water, Wang Lin and Li Yuan sat cross-legged. The water in the pond exuded a bone-chilling cold, and a slow vortex rose within it. However, this vortex was weak, swirling around them, creating ripples within. Li Yuan's eyes were closed, a black light flickering in his forehead. After gradually filling, it transformed from his body into a black line, merging into the pond's water. Upon touching the pond water, this black line immediately resembled a dragon entering the sea, instantly beginning to swirl violently, creating large ripples in the pond. Wang Lin sat cross-legged opposite Li Yuan. They had been cultivating here for 3 days. 3 days prior, when Wang Lin arrived at the Destruction Star, after meeting Li Yuan personally invited him to this place to inherit the Destruction Heart Forbiddance technique. This Destruction Heart Forbiddance technique could only be fully unleashed by those who possess the Heart Forbiddance technique. Only the inheritance of this Heart Forbiddance technique could be performed in the Li family's ancestral hall, otherwise, it could not be passed down. The black line emanating from Li Yuan's forehead merged into the pond water, and the swirling subsided, seemingly becoming one with the water. At the same time, the black pond water spread around Wang Lin's body, finally settling at the position of his forehead. Time slowly passed, and weariness gradually appeared on Li Yuan's face. The Heart Forbiddance inheritance in their family was usually only unleashed when their elders were nearing the end of their lives, used to designate a successor. At this moment, out of gratitude, he didn't hesitate to give half of the Heart Forbiddance inheritance in his body to Wang Lin. By the 5th day, Li Yuan seemed to have aged considerably. These 5 days felt like 50 years to him. The black light on his forehead had become very dim, as more than half of it had transformed into black lines and merged into the pond water. The swirling water in the pond became even more intense, constantly spinning like a whirlwind. Dragging his weary body, Li Yuan walked to the pond, sat down cross-legged, and looked at Wang Lin in the water, murmuring softly, "Brother Su, I have repaid your kindness." He closed his bloodshot eyes, his whole body showing extreme dejection, and sat down to meditate. For this act of repaying the favor, he had sacrificed much. Half of the heart seal had been removed from his body, causing his cultivation of the seal to drop significantly. Wang Lin sat cross-legged in the pool of water. The swirling vortex in the pool became increasingly intense, and on the 6th day, it formed a whirlpool that caused all the water in the pool to rise, enveloping Wang Lin's entire body. The cold air all around unexpectedly froze into a freezing mist, even forming ice in some places. Within the constantly swirling water, streams of black lines merged into Wang Lin's forehead, forming complex patterns, each layer quickly becoming an imprint. At this moment, Wang Lin seemed to enter an extremely strange state, all related to the Annihilation Seal. Everything flashed through his mind, along with his previous knowledge of Forbiddance formations, comparing them step by step and gradually merging. The various mysterious Forbiddance formations were continuously imprinted in his mind by the black lines, becoming more and more deeply ingrained and profound. On the 9th day, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes wide. Immediately, the swirling black water around his body roared and collapsed, shooting outwards in all directions, while large chunks of cold air burst forth. Wang Lin's eyes emitted a strange light, and within this radiance appeared countless forbidden formations. At this moment, his eyes seemed capable of seeing through all the forbidden formations in heaven and earth. He raised his right hand and pointed forward. Immediately, all the black water shooting outwards stopped, condensed, and flew to Wang Lin's palm, quickly merging together, finally transforming into a small black sphere. Above this sphere, a shimmering black light emanated, revealing an eerie, chilling aura. Under the light's illumination, the ancestral hole seemed to become gloomy. Staring at the small black sphere, Wang Lin closed his eyes. After a moment, he forcefully opened them, grabbed his storage bag, and immediately a large chunk of earth flew out. This chunk of earth was obtained from Li Yuan's guidance in the Thunder Immortal Realm. As the earth flew out, Wang Lin raised his left hand and absorbed it into the small black sphere. Gradually, the sphere quickly condensed. At this moment, Wang Lin opened his mouth and spat out a stream of primordial spirit energy, striking the sphere. Immediately, the black light on the sphere became extremely dense. Under Wang Lin's gaze, it gradually contracted, changing shape, and finally becoming an octagonal compass. Each person who passes on the Great Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique must also possess their own Heart Forbiddance compass. Congratulations, Brother Su. Li Yuan, standing beside him, opened his weary eyes, a look of joy appearing in them. This joy was genuine, without a hint of pretense. The compass in Wang Lin's hand merged into his mind, disappearing into his forehead, flashing briefly before vanishing. Wang Lin took a step forward, bowing to Li Yuan and saying, "Brother Li, thank you." Li Yuan smiled and shook his head, saying, "Brother Su, there's no need for that. You've done a favor for my Li family, and this is something I should do." "I wonder what your next steps are." Wang Lin's eyes showed a pensive expression. A few days ago, when he entered this Annihilation Star, he had reminisced with Li Yuan and learned many things, even about his new name, the demonic Dao Sun. Recalling Li Yuan's words about waging a war to seize one of the 108 immortals of the Thunder Immortal Palace, with the 4 major star domains as the battlegrounds, Wang Lin made up his mind. It wasn't just because of the 2 great immortal techniques mentioned by Qing Shui. Most importantly, it stemmed from the promise of the Xiang family on Donglan Star, the 36 Heavenly Kang Immortals, and the promise of 2 ancient cultivation families to obtain the Thunder Immortal Palace. A glint of light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he asked, "Brother Li, are you interested in vying for one of these 108 immortals?" Li Yuan pondered for a while, then gave a wry smile and said, "With my current cultivation level, it would be useless. I plan to go into seclusion to cultivate, hoping to break through to the Yin Void Realm." As he spoke, Li Yuan's eyes revealed a resolute determination. Because his family could once again achieve glory, he also made a great decision, determined to break through no matter what. Wang Lin nodded and calmly said, "With Brother Li's talent, a breakthrough is only a matter of time." He pondered for a moment, patted his storage bag, and a jade slip immediately appeared in his hand. He concentrated for a moment. The Thunder Origin technique from back then was engraved on it. "Brother Li, this jade slip contains a set of cultivation techniques. If you cultivate carefully, the probability of a breakthrough will increase significantly." Li Yuan accepted the jade slip, concentrated on examining it, and couldn't help but show a look of emotion. Although his Li family was said to have inherited from ancient times, many of its scriptures had been lost to this day, leaving only the Annihilation Heart Forbiddance technique. In reality, they were not even as powerful as an ordinary cultivation family. This kind of Thunder Origin technique, while not extremely precious in the Thunder Immortal Palace, was absolutely rare. He nodded slightly and said in a low voice, "Brother Su, I cannot express my gratitude enough for your kindness. If I ever achieve a breakthrough, I will definitely seek you out. Together we will roam the Thunder Immortal Realm." "That will surely be a joyful occasion." Wang Lin smiled and said, "Brother Li, farewell." After saying this, he took a step forward and flew away, ripples spreading beneath his feet as he merged into the heavens and earth, disappearing completely. The 108 immortals of the Thunder Immortal Palace of the Luotia Star Domain. Using the 4 major star domains in the east, west, south, and north as battlegrounds, a fierce struggle was underway. This conferment of immortality revived the Luotia immortal realm from its collapse, and the contemporary immortal Lord Qing Shui passed on his teachings. Besides that, there were also the promises of two ancient cultivation families, the mysterious ancient family, and the qualification to enter the immortal pool. All of this, without a doubt, brought the conferment of immortal titles to a climax. The upcoming attack on the Star Alliance, along with this conferment of immortal titles, fueled the fighting spirit of the entire Luotia star domain. Countless cultivation families in the four major regions of East, West, South, and North Luotia, and the Thunder Immortal Palace, sent envoys to witness the final selection of 108 individuals to go to the Thunder Immortal Palace for the final title conferment battle. In the southern Luotia domain, within 1,000 miles outside the Earth Flame Star, one of the three major main stars of vast expansive starry sky was enveloped in a dazzling halo. Beyond this 1,000-mile radius, an endless crowd of cultivators was densely packed. This was the battlefield for the title conferment in the southern Luotia domain. Beyond this 1,000-mile radius, numerous blue stone slabs floated, each with one or more people sitting cross-legged, waiting. The number of these slabs was immense, filling the surrounding area. These stone slabs were prepared by the spectators of the Southern Region Luotian's Immortal Peak competition. Now, within this 1,000-mile radius, there are tens of thousands of cultivators of all levels, the vast majority of whom have little to nomadic cultivation and are stuck at the initial stage of cultivation. Their purpose in coming here, besides those accompanying their respective families in the competition, is to broaden their horizons and witness the immortal techniques. Among the countless blue stone slabs, there are also many crimson stone slabs. Although cultivators sit on these slabs, each one's eyes gleam with intense fighting spirit. These are the individuals who have been deemed qualified to participate in the Southern Region Luotian's competition. There are approximately 300 to 400 of these crimson stone slabs. The 108 people selected from these individuals to enter the Thunder Immortal Palace in the Southern Region Luotia are chosen from these very people. At this moment, thousands of miles across the battlefield, two cultivators were locked in a fierce battle, their divine abilities and magical techniques overflowing. Their power levels were evenly matched, and thunderous roars echoed throughout the area. All the onlookers were focused, especially those participating in the next round, who watched intently. Of course, there were also a few cultivators who merely glanced at the scene before averting their gaze, clearly uninterested in this level of combat. Zan Kongli was one of them. The Zan family was a powerful clan, and Zan Kongli was the most outstanding among its younger generation. Participating in this Southern Region title-winning battle, the Zan family's requirement for him was to finish in the top 10. A place in the top 10, barring any unforeseen circumstances, would be within our grasp. Zan Kongli's gaze swept intensely across the area before settling on a dark red stone slab in the distance. On this slab sat Shen Gonghu, cross-legged, his eyes closed. He seemed to notice Zan Kongli opening his eyes and looking towards him. The two exchanged a knowing smile, then averted their gaze. Shen Gonghu withdrew his gaze and looked towards the distant void, his expression somewhat somber. The sect master had been hunted down by the Yao family. He had originally intended to help, but an elder from the family had personally intervened to stop him. Although unwilling, Shen Gonghu ultimately had no choice but to submit, though inwardly he sneered coldly. He thought to himself that the Yao family truly wanted to die for provoking the sect master. Later, although events unfolded unexpectedly for Shen Gonghu, during the Yao family's pursuit, the sect master launched a series of counterattacks, causing a large number of cultivators to perish. Earning him the title of Demon Dao Sen, finally, a earth-shattering battle took place in the northern region of Luotia, making the name Sumo completely famous. While all of this outwardly brought him great fame, it left an illogical impression on Shen Gonghu. He pondered for a long time, recalling the past events, a bitter feeling rising in his heart. With his keen mind, Shen Gonghu could somewhat guess. I'm afraid that Sumu isn't as powerful as I imagined. His cultivation level is probably not even equal to mine. Although he has improved, he's only at the same level as me, both at the peak of the young realm, alas. Shen Gonghu's heart was extremely complex as he withdrew his gaze from the void. Similarly, Qin Kang Liat's inner turmoil was also complex. His feelings were similar to those of Thin Kang H. At the climax, when Vibang Lam was being hunted down by the Yao family, he gradually understood, immediately leaving behind a feeling of profound sorrow. Sumisi, oh, I never thought that I, Qin Kang Liat, would one day be deceived by someone else. This person's cultivation level is not something I can't see through. His cultivation level is inherently like this. Why did I think I couldn't see through it? This person must have had some fortuitous encounter in the Thunder Immortal realm to reach the Yang realm, yet I thought he was hiding his cultivation. Although this person is certainly at the Yang realm now, I was still mistaken about him. Qin King Liat sighed inwardly, feeling extremely disappointed. Behind Qin King Liat, on a rock, Qinven sat cross-legged. She looked at Qin King Liat, seeing the frown on his face. With a soft sigh, she understood perfectly well that her cousin was once again thinking about that senior figure. These past few days, that senior figure has completely shaken the Luotia star domain. Every time she recalls the scene in the Thunder Immortal realm, her heart trembles intensely. If it weren't for that senior figure leading the attack, she would surely have perished by now. At this moment, in the distance, there was a dark red stone slab, and Tang Yanfeng sat cross-legged on it, his eyes gloomy. Seeing this scene, he snorted coldly without saying anything. Zhang Kongli, Shen Gongku, and Tang Yanfeng, these three were renowned figures in the southern domain of Luotia, known as the three southern martial arts heroes. Among the surrounding spectators, besides the cultivation families, there were also enemies, those in charge of the title competition to select the winner, including three from the Thunder Immortal Palace. Of these three, two wore green robes, their expressions icy cold, with lightning flashing in their eyes. There was another person, his face showing a sorrowful expression, dressed in a black robe, his eyes always closed, seemingly indifferent to everything before him. The two messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, dressed in green robes, treated this person with utmost respect. Not only them, but also the patriarchs of the various families in the southern Luotia region all around showed the same attitude towards the old man in the black robe, showing great reverence. Besides these three, many other patriarchs of the southern Luotia region had also arrived, seated on white stone slabs. There weren't many of these white slabs, fewer than 10, but each one held a person of illustrious reputation. The only exception was the patriarchs of the Shengong family and the Zan family, who had yet to arrive. The battle within this 1,000-mile-long barrier of light gradually drew to a close. Streams of magical light shot out in all directions, and the cultivation clans watching intently at the battleground watched to see who would be defeated. A moment later, one of them trembled, his body shaking as the opponent's divine power reached him. His face turned pale, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he rapidly retreated. Seeing his opponent pursuing him, he sighed inwardly, retreating even faster before saying in a low voice, "I surrender." A long laugh escaped the pursuer's lips, and he subtly shifted his body, abandoning the pursuit. Within the flickering halo of light, a figure appeared, clad in a green robe, one of the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace. His appearance was accompanied by a flash of lightning, seemingly accompanied by the roar of thunder. His gaze swept across the scene, and he calmly declared, "Li Yi wins." At the very moment when a battle for the title was taking place outside the southern region of Luotia, on the Earth Flame Star, more than 100,000 miles away, Wang Lin's figure materialized from the void of heaven and earth. His gaze was icy cold, glancing into the distance. Li Yuan once said that the competition for the title in the southern region of Luotia is held on the Earth Flame Star. Furthermore, every participant needs a qualification token from the southern region of Luotia. Without a token, they are not allowed to participate. Moreover, once it begins, the area within 100,000 miles will be sealed off. Those who arrive late will not be allowed in. Wang Lin snorted coldly, taking a step forward, ripples spreading beneath his feet. After 2 such steps, he disappeared again. Outside the 100,000 miles of the Earth Flame Star, every 1,000 miles, a cultivator sat cross-legged. The number of these cultivators was immense, forming a circle around the Earth Flame Star, creating a blockade that prevented others from entering. Streams of spiritual energy flowed from their bodies, continuously enveloping each other, forming a close connection. Whenever there was a change in one location, it would be immediately detected by everyone. At this moment, MDN Lam was sitting cross-legged in the starry sky, his expression showing his displeasure. He was originally from an extremely powerful family on the Earth Flame Star, and had initially intended to use this opportunity to fully observe various immortal techniques during the competition for the title, but instead his family had sent him here, which greatly annoyed him. thinking about the expressions of his contemporaries in his family after learning that he had been assigned to guard this place, and the gleeful looks on their faces at his misfortune, only added to MD and Lam's distress. Although he wanted to meditate, he couldn't bring himself to do so. This competition for the immortal title, especially the three heroes of the southern region, they possess all sorts of divine abilities and techniques. If I could witness them, it would undoubtedly bring me countless great benefits. Alas, Meng Lin sighed deeply. His cultivation level was only at the late stage of the nascent soul realm, and it had been stagnant for a long time, preventing him from ever reaching the peak of the nascent soul realm. At this moment, as he sat there sighing, his pupils suddenly contracted, staring intently ahead. 100 yards in front of Meng Lin, a small ripple appeared in the void, fluctuating slightly before a figure emerged. This person was dressed entirely in white, their black hair fluttering in the windless air, and their eyes emitted an indescribable light. The first glance at this figure caused a deafening roar in Meng Lin's head, as if countless thunderclaps were exploding in his ears. His primordial spirit nearly collapsed, his spiritual power instantly dissipating and escaping from his body. In that instant, he lost all sensation. Wang Lin's figure flashed past Meng Lin, and only when he was far away did Meng Lin regain his composure. His eyes showed a dazed expression as he turned to look back, but saw nothing. Strange, why was I so flustered just now? Meng Lin scratched his head, unable to figure out the reason, sighed, and began to sit down and practice breathing exercises. Strangely, this breathing exercise was unlike previous unsuccessful attempts. In just a moment, his entire being was immersed in cultivation. Within 100,000 miles of the Earth-flying star, Wang Lin did not merge with the heavens and Earth, but instead advanced step by step, using an increasingly faster speed. The reason he didn't merge with the heavens and Earth and use the shrinking ground into inches technique was because this battle was extremely important to him. Through each step, his emotions grew calmer, yet this calmness was terrifying. A fighting spirit grew stronger with each step, becoming more powerful, more formidable, and more overwhelming. This fighting spirit surged wildly with Wang Lin's relentless advance. Finally, a whirlwind seemed to form behind Wang Lin. This whirlwind was incredibly powerful, containing Wang Lin's overwhelming fighting spirit. 108 immortals. What I want is not 72 earthly fiends, but 36 heavenly generals. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with cold light. What he needed was victory, absolute victory. To compete for the qualification of 108 immortals in the southern Luotia region, one only needed to be a cultivator at the first stage of the nascent soul realm. The fighting spirit transformed into a whirlwind, surging wildly behind Wang Lin, causing his entire aura to inexplicably merge with the heavens and earth. Moreover, within this whirlwind, to fish of two colors, white and black, representing yin and yang, powerfully dispersed. A ripple spread out, sweeping across tens of thousands of miles, and was still expanding. Wang Lin's fighting spirit transformed, his heart now filled with the killing intent of heaven and earth. Furthermore, his black hair fluttered in the wind, making him look like a statue of a demonic immortal. The white robe he wore was not the white of snow, but the white of bone. In this battle, Wang Lin not only wanted to win, but also to win extremely quickly, as if this battle was meant to make him famous throughout Luotia. Only then could he make demands on the Xiang family, forcing them to take his qualifications seriously. Wanner. The beastly intent in Wang Lin's eyes was intense, yet at this extreme point, a trace of sorrow still lingered. This sorrow stemmed from his Wanner. He vividly remembered that when Li Muwan's last tear fell, the entire world before his eyes crumbled, and the feeling of the vast emptiness of the sky descended into sorrow and desolation. He could never forget the time of his ascension to the peak, when, unwilling to give up and willingly devoted to his beloved, he defied all hope and embarked on a path of cultivation against all odds. He had fought countless battles in the Luotia star domain. All of this was ultimately to bring Wanner back to life. That year, the words of the woman from the Xiang family, sealed within the painting, resonated like countless thunderclaps, shaking Wang Lin's heart. These words were a fundamental reason for his entry into the Luotia star domain. He could not be defeated. And the promise of Qingshui also meant Wang Lin could not be defeated. Driven by this extreme belief and an invincible fighting spirit, Wang Lin's internal energy surged wildly. The fighting spirit behind him transformed into a whirlwind, expanding even further. and the two yin-yang fish within it spun even faster. This powerful fighting spirit spread wildly, instantly extending tens of thousands of miles across the Earth-flying star. With each step Wang Lin took, his speed gradually increased, surpassing thunder, meteors, and rainbows by several times. At this speed, Wang Lin directly penetrated 3,000 miles into the Earth-flying star. There, in an instant, within the light screen 10,000 miles outside the Earth-flying star, the two cultivators engaged in battle instantly turned pale, their eyes filled with terror. They even forgot to kill each other, turning their heads sharply to stare at the distant source that had caused such a violent shock to their minds. At this moment, not only the two of them, but almost everyone within a 1,000-mile radius had a change in expression, quickly looking towards the distance. Among the messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace, the two men in green robes also changed color, their hearts pounding faster, their blood seemingly stopping. Only the elemental energy in their bodies circulating at a terrifying speed, as if they couldn't resist without doing so. The elders of the cultivation families sitting nearby also opened their eyes and stared intently into the distance, their faces showing shock. The light in their eyes flashing with a terrifying intensity. What powerful battle intent! Even they felt this way, so words couldn't describe the feelings of the others. Within 1,000 miles, all the clansmen sitting on the rocks had expressions of terror in their eyes, all looking towards the distance. The spiritual energy within their bodies surged wildly, almost beyond their control. Because of the unbelievably immense battle intent pressing down, if they didn't act, their minds would be instantly damaged. This battle intent was too intense, too powerful, too domineering. Battle. This boundless battle intent seemed to transform into the word battle, like an explosive roar reverberating in the ears of all cultivators within 1,000 miles. The word battle was silent, yet at this moment, it could still cause a tremor in everyone's minds. Some cultivators with lower cultivation levels immediately spat out blood, instantly injured. They were defeated by this battle intent, a feeling of utter helplessness rising in their hearts. In an instant, Shen Gonghu's eyes opened wide. He stood up resolutely, an irresistible aura surging from his soul like a raging flood. In his mind, he vaguely perceived an ancient beast's head approaching from the distant void ahead. That overwhelming fighting spirit ignited a burning passion within him, making him feel as if his heart was being choked, ready to be spewed out at any moment. This wasn't the crucial point. The crucial point was that within this fighting spirit lay an aura that Shen Gonghu was very familiar with. A mixture of bitterness and choked emotion surged within him, forming a complex feeling that permeated his entire being. Lord! Shen Gonghu's body trembled. He had thought he was disappointed, that he had lost faith in the sect master, that he had been deceived, that he had become a fool. But at this moment, a powerful force surged within him, a force that stirred him up again, though this agitation also contained a hint of unwillingness. Awe! Shen Gonghu's roar transformed into a colossal aura swirling around his body. This aura absorbed Shen Gonghu's complex emotions, ultimately transforming into an overwhelming surge of battle intent that soared forth, seemingly forming a giant dragon roaring towards the distance. Not only him, but at this moment, Zhang Kongli also stood up, staring intently ahead. Unlike Shen Gonghu, who could sense Su Mu's approach, he could find a familiar glint in this battle intent, carrying a guess in his heart, the oppressive pressure of battle intent, and the indomitable spirit of his own being a member of the Zhan family. After Shen Gonghu's roar, his entire being seemed like a sword drawn from its sheath, erupting with an overwhelming battle intent. This battle intent similarly transformed into a giant dragon, but it was a dragon of sword energy surging from within him. Tang Yanfeng slowly stood up, a dense killing intent erupting from his body. He was like a flash of lightning, taking a step forward directly towards the battle intent before him. His eyes were cold, his killing intent earth-shattering. This killing intent and battle intent merged to form a powerful whirlwind that swept outwards. Along with Shen Gonghu's battle intent, Zhan Kongli's battle intent merged, charging forward madly to confront it. Under this oppressive pressure, it wasn't just the three of them who were awakened by the battle intent within them. Almost immediately, 10 streams of battle intent shot upwards, carrying an unyielding spirit, like thunder, a rumbling sound spreading throughout. This scene terrified all the cultivators around. Only the old man in the black robe from the Thunder Immortal Palace remained calm, his eyes closed, showing no change in expression. The various battle intents transformed into swirling lines and immediately collided with Wang Lin's oppressive battle intent. After a deafening explosion that seemed to shake the entire starry sky for thousands of miles, Wang Lin, dressed in white, approached from afar, step by step. As he advanced, the battle intents of everyone in front of him were suppressed, like a solid entity, point by point. At this moment, Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with cold light. The killing intent in his heart surged like a raging inferno, relentlessly suppressing everything without mercy. With a low growl, Tang Yanfeng charged forward, a red long sword radiating terrifying sword energy. As his entire body's elemental power circulated, a series of divine abilities erupted from him, transforming into a swirling red lotus flower before charging straight towards Wang Lin with all their might. Behind him, several other cultivators, unable to suppress their fighting spirit, eagerly flew towards Wang Lin. A cold light flashed in Wang Lin's eyes. Taking a step forward, he raised his right hand, and instantly, the elemental power within his body surged, transforming into a whirlwind that roared and swept in all directions. His early nirvana stage cultivation was unleashed at this moment, sweeping across the heavens and earth. The primal energy surged out wildly, and a look of horror flashed in Tang Yanfeng's eyes. He couldn't have imagined that the cultivation of the person before him had unexpectedly broken through the Yang realm and reached the nirvana realm. In that instant of fear, Wang Lin took a step forward, and the slaying Luo technique flashed and landed directly on Tang Yanfeng's red long sword. The sword shattered with a loud bang, breaking into countless fragments. In the moment Tang Yanfeng was momentarily stunned, Wang Lin moved closer, his sword striking with such force that it destroyed all of the opponent's divine abilities, causing the pink lotus surrounding Tang Yanfeng's body to collapse completely in an instant. A deafening roar echoed, but Wang Lin's right hand didn't hesitate for a moment, directly striking Tang Yanfeng's chest. Thump! Tang Yanfeng spat out a large mouthful of blood, flying backward. A rumbling sound continued within his body. Countless lightning bolts erupted, his primordial spirit severely wounded, rolling on the ground. All of this happened in the blink of an eye, incredibly fast. For Wang Lin, with his nirvana cultivation, repelling a peak young level cultivator was truly insignificant. If he had intended to kill Tang Yanfeng, that single strike would have undoubtedly killed him. At this moment, he subtly retracted his finger, his third eye on his forehead suddenly opening. A crimson light burst forth, and as Wang Lin turned, a screen of crimson light spread out. The cultivators behind Tang Yanfeng all had drastically changed expressions. All sorts of divine abilities outside their bodies were completely transformed into their original essence. The entire group spat out immortal blood, seemingly severely injured, and fell back down. 108 qualifications of the southern region Luotia, Su, must be ranked first. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he slowly spoke. Su Mu. Among the surrounding cultivators, someone immediately cried out in shock. Demon Dao Sun Sumu. He is Sumu. I've seen him with my own eyes. Sumu from Luotia Star Domain. This man was hunted by the Yao family and ultimately caused them to suffer a crushing defeat. Under this sky, he remains an unassailable number one. It is rumored that the Yao family suffered a terrible and serious loss this time, with many of their clansmen killed by this demon Dao Sun Sumu. Not only that, many cultivation families who previously participated in the Yao family's war are still uneasy. As long as Sumu is alive, they will continue to worry about revenge. A cacophony of voices erupted after a moment of contemplation. The name Sumu was too well known in the Luotia Star Domain, almost no one was unaware of him. Shen Gong, who stared blankly at Wang Lin, a powerful surge of emotion welling up inside him. However, at that moment, Wang Lin's early nirvana stage cultivation shocked him. This kind of fear surged from deep within him, powerfully spreading throughout his entire body. He truly didn't know if the person before him was really the one he thought he knew. Zan Konglai was equally stunned. He never imagined that the familiar feeling of battle intent was actually Wang Lin's, especially Wang Lin's current cultivation level, which completely bewildered him. The first time I saw him, he was at the late stage of the peak realm, the second time at the young realm, and now the third time he's already reached the early stage of the nirvana realm. He really isn't hiding his cultivation, is he? Zan Kongli was utterly bewildered. Senior. Zan Yan, besides Zan Kongli, spoke with a look of joyful surprise, quickly flying over and stopping more than 10 meters away from Wang Lin. She immediately clasped her hands together, her expression extremely respectful. Not only her, but at this moment, within a radius of 10,000 miles of the Earth Flame Star, there were also those whom Wang Lin had brought out of the Thunder Immortal realm that day. They were all deeply moved and immediately flew over, bowing respectfully. Seeing these people, Wang Lin nodded slightly. Just then, a low, deep shout suddenly came from a large rock in the distance. On that rock sat an old man with his legs crossed, and beside him lay Tang Yanfeng, unconscious. What right do you have to aspire to be the 108th number 1 cultivator in our Luotia star domain? You are not qualified to participate in the battle. Your actions are tantamount to disrespecting all the cultivators of our Luotia star domain. The old man stared at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with killing intent. From his observation, although Sumo didn't kill Tang Yanfeng, he severely injured him. Even if his injuries healed, his cultivation would be greatly reduced, and he wouldn't have a single chance in this battle for the Immortal Seal. Wang Lin's expression was icy cold as he looked at the old man in the distance. Just then, a middle-aged cultivator appeared 100 yards away from Wang Lin. This was one of the people Wang Lin had rescued in the Thunder Immortal realm. He pondered for a moment, gritted his teeth, and glared fiercely at the Tang family old man, saying in a deep voice, "I am from the Chen family in the Luotia star domain. I recommended Senior Su was qualified to participate in the battle. I wonder if my Chen family is qualified." The old man's surname Tang's eyes flashed, not looking at the middle-aged cultivator, but at one of the Chen family's ancestors who had approached not far away. At this moment, another cultivator stepped forward. This cultivator was somewhat aged. After stepping out, he looked at the old man's surname Tang and said in a low voice, "The Zhao family in the Luotia star domain has nominated Senior Sumu as qualified to participate in the battle. I wonder if my Zhao family, in the eyes of Senior Tang, has such qualifications." The Li family of the Luotia star domain has nominated Senior Su as qualified to participate in the battle. I wonder if my Li family has such qualifications. A middle-aged man in purple robes stepped forward, looking at the old man's surname Tang. The Zheng family has also nominated Senior Su. I wonder if my Zheng family has such qualifications. Following the middle-aged man, a woman in flamboyant attire also stepped forward, her voice soft but resolute. "I am from the main branch of the Miao family, and I recommend Senior Su. My Miao family is one of the prominent families on the main planet. Senior Tang, does my Miao family have the qualifications for this?" A young man in black, with a cold expression, slowly stepped forward. These four had all been rescued by Wang Lin in the Thunder Immortal realm, and they were still indebted to him. However, when Wang Lin was being hunted by the Yao family, their families prevented them from assisting him, but deep down they felt guilty. At this moment, they would stand by Wang Lin's side without hesitation, regardless of the cost. This scene caused the old man surnamed Tang to change his expression. Even the ancestor of the Chen family was stunned. Then a bitter smile appeared on his lips, and he simply closed his eyes. But he wasn't the only one. Several other leaders of cultivation families also closed their eyes and didn't care. Even so, if anyone questioned the legitimacy of their families, these people would still voice their opinions. The Meng family of the Earth Flame Star has nominated Senior Su. I wonder if our Meng family has the qualifications. Another cultivator stepped forward, fearlessly looking at the old man's surname Tang. The Baili family of the Thundercloud Star has nominated Senior Sumu. The Sikong family of the Waterming Star has nominated Senior Sumu. The Chu family of the Earth Flame Star has nominated Senior Sumu. The Ju family of the Heavenly Blue Star has also nominated Senior Sumu. I wonder if our Ju family, as a family on the main planet, has the qualifications. One after another, more and more cultivators stepped forward to stand beside Wang Lin, looking towards the old man's surname Tang. These people were no exception. They were all people from the Thunder Immortal realm whose lives Wang Lin had saved. The scene before him shook the old man's surname Tang. His eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he looked at the people standing beside Wang Lin, intently observing his juniors. Even with his cultivation level, he couldn't help but become serious. It was unclear what these juniors intended to do, but they acted in such a way that, unexpectedly, the elders of the family didn't object. Instead, they all closed their eyes and remained silent. All of this caused the old man surnamed Hang to feel a hint of fear towards Sumu for the first time. His cultivation had also reached the Nirvana realm, But like Wang Lin, it was only the early stage of the Nirvana realm. However, he had been in the Nirvana realm for a long time, clearly having reached the peak of the early stage. In the Luotia star domain, in ordinary cultivation families, those in the yin-yang void and reality realm were already considered the ancestors of the clan. Without other fortuitous circumstances, it was impossible for someone to reach the Nirvana realm. Only cultivation families on the main planets could have Nirvana realm cultivators, and even then, there were absolutely not many. Each family could only have one at most. Only cultivation families like the Yao family, inherited from the immortal realm, like the Tang family, can produce true cultivators who have reached the second stage. This is the accumulated strength of families spanning tens of thousands of years, and it cannot be forced. This old man is one of the 4 Tang family members who have reached the second stage. He is also the weakest. On behalf of the Zan family, Zan Kongli recommends Senior Sumu as qualified. Senior Tang, may I, Zan Kongli, be qualified? After a moment of contemplation, Zan Kongli looked up and stared at the old man of the Tang family. The old man's expression grew even more somber. Shen Gonghu recommends Senior Sumu as qualified. Shen Gonghu didn't say much. After saying this, his eyes revealed a resolute expression. The old man of the Tang family laughed, about to speak. But at this moment, a calm voice slowly came from the mouth of the purple-robed old man who had been keeping his eyes closed among the 3 messengers of the Thunder Immortal Palace. Sumu is qualified. As soon as these words were spoken, the old man of the Tang family's expression completely changed. He knew the identity of the old man in purple, and hearing the other party's words, he dared not refute them. With a cold snort, he waved his sleeve, wrapping Tang Yanfeng in his clothes, and directly left. The Tang family members also quickly flew up, following closely behind the old man as they departed into the distance. Before leaving, the old man of the Tang family glared fiercely at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Wang Lin calmly looked back and said, "Explode." The word explode caused the old man of the Tang family to freeze, his expression instantly changing. The moment he turned around, Tang Yanfeng, whom he was holding, instantly trembled and shattered into countless pieces of flesh and blood with a loud bang. Even his primordial spirit was destroyed by this attack, leaving the old man no chance to rescue him. From the beginning, Wang Lin had left a hidden force deep within Tang Yanfeng's body. Unless someone's cultivation was a level higher than his, reaching the mid-stage of Nirvana, it would be impossible to detect it in a short time. At this moment, if Tang Yanfeng's people showed any killing intent towards him, Wang Lin would not hesitate to detonate that force, causing Tang Yanfeng's complete annihilation. Tang family, do you want to become a second Yao clan? Wang Lin's voice was calm, but it contained a dense, icy killing intent. Sumu. The old man's surname Tang, with a pained expression, stared at Wang Lin, took a step forward, and lunged straight at him. Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged, raising his right hand. Just then, a cold snort came from the mouth of the old man in purple robes among the Leishan Palace's envoys. This old man opened his eyes for the first time, revealing an icy cold light. During the title conferment period, no fighting for personal matters is allowed. Members of the Tang family, get out of here. After the title conferment is complete, if you wish to seek revenge, follow the example of the Yao family and settle it yourselves. The old man from the Tang family paused, pondered for a moment, glared at Wang Lin with hatred, then turned and quickly led his clansmen away. You want to be the 108th person qualified to be the #1 person in the Luotia star domain. The old man in purple robes from the Leishan Palace's eyes flashed, and he calmly said. Wang Lin looked at this old man with his current cultivation level. He could vaguely sense a very strong surge of primal energy. Wang Lin couldn't discern this person's cultivation level, but if he guessed, it was only slightly weaker than the blood ancestor, even if not the pure nirvana stage. It must be at least the peak of the late nirvana stage. That's right. Wang Lin calmly opened his mouth, his voice revealing determination and a strong fighting spirit. All right. If no one here challenges you, I will declare you qualified to become the #1 person in the Luotia star domain. The old man in purple robes showed a look of admiration in his eyes and slowly said, Is there anyone who wants to challenge me? The old man in purple robes glanced at the many cultivators sitting on the dark red rocks, finally stopping at one person. This person was dressed entirely in black, approximately 40 years old, with slightly pale temples, and 9 swords were stuck in the rock in front of him. Even when suppressed by Wang Lin's battle intent earlier, this person showed no reaction, remaining silent throughout. Only after Wang Lin revealed that he was a cultivator in the early Nirvana stage did he raise his head, a barely perceptible hint of battle intent appearing in his eyes. Zhang Kongli wants to challenge Senior Sumu. A voice suddenly rang out. Zhang Kongli took a deep breath, his eyes showing a complex and confused expression, but also containing a hidden battle intent. He bowed to Wang Lin, clasped his hands respectfully, and said, "If Senior Sumo can convince me, I, Zhang Kongli, am willing to offer my Tao thoughts and honor Senior Sumu as my sect master. And I will do my utmost to obey your command." As soon as he spoke, a great wave surged within 1,000 miles. Wang Lin's divine ability had repelled Tang Yanfeng, revealing his true cultivation had reached the second stage, the early stage of Nirvana. Facing such power, Zhang Kongli's words stirred various thoughts in everyone's minds. Regardless of the cultivators observing and pondering, as soon as Zhang Kongli forcefully uttered these words, he instantly flashed into the 1,000-mile radius of light. His eyes shining like torches, he looked at Wang Lin with an extremely serious expression, clasped his hands, and said, "Senior Sumu, please enlighten me." Wang Lin's expression remained unchanged as he met Zhang Kongli's gaze. His current perspective on Zhang Kongli was completely different from how it had been years ago. Back then, he could only pretend to be a senior, and even in the Thunder Immortal realm, his cultivation was only comparable to Zhang Kongli's, requiring him to be cautious in his words. But now, his cultivation had broken through the Young realm, truly reaching the second stage, the early Nirvana realm. Looking at Zhang Kongli, Wang Lin's mind was completely calm, his eyes showing not a ripple of emotion. "You are no match for me. Out of consideration for our past acquaintance, please withdraw," Wang Lin said calmly, withdrawing his gaze. Zhang Kongli pondered for a moment, then looked at Wang Lin, his eyes filled with complex emotions. He said in a low voice, "Senior, 700 years ago on the heavenly thunderstar, I comprehended the indomitable spirit of lightning, integrating that indomitable power of heaven and earth into myself. Returning to my family, I sat in meditation beneath the war character, an ancestral artifact, contemplating for 100 years, forming my own mental state. My mental state is the indomitable fighting spirit. Based on this mental state, my cultivation suddenly increased dramatically, progressing steadily until 400 years ago when I reached the Young realm. But to this day, I haven't advanced another step. Senior, is my path right or wrong?" As soon as those words were spoken, silence fell over the surroundings. The cultivators all fell silent. Even some of the patriarchs of the cultivation families showed thoughtful expressions. Clearly, this question had always lingered in their minds. I once asked the patriarch of the Zan family, Lai Yunzi, but the answer I heard only further puzzled me. Zhang Kongli looked at Wang Lin and said in a low voice, "Please explain it to me, senior." Wang Lin's eyes were calm. He glanced at Zhang Kongli and said calmly, "Your fighting spirit is still weak." A glint of light flashed in Zhang Kongli's eyes, but in an instant, it dimmed and he became even more silent. "Surely your ancestors gave you the answer. Challenge everyone with cultivation levels equivalent to yours throughout this vast starry sky. Use relentless combat to comprehend the fighting spirit. Use continuous victories to strengthen that fighting spirit, until you enter a state of frenzied fighting that is the breakthrough, reaching nirvana." Zhang Kongli's body trembled violently as he sharply raised his head to look at Wang Lin. Although Wang Lin's words were different from Lai Yunzi's, the underlying meaning was equally astonishing. "Please, senior, enlighten me, then I, Zhan, am willing to offer my Tao concept." Zhang Kongli took a few steps back and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. "If you can offer your Tao concept so casually, what's the point of being indomitable? What use is it, Zhang Kongli, considering our acquaintance? I'll give you a piece of advice. Condensing your fighting spirit through relentless battle is powerful, but this power has its limits. True fighting spirit must be based on belief, on a Tao concept that drives you to fight to win, and on unwavering determination. Even if you face me, your Zhan family's ancestor, or even the entire heaven and earth, if anyone dares to oppose you, there's only one word: death." Wang Lin's voice was calm, but to Zhang Kongli's ears, it was like thunder. His mind was completely shaken. His body staggered back several steps. The fighting spirit in his eyes dissipated, replaced by a clear, enlightened light. Step back, Wang Lin waved his sleeve, and Zhang Kongli's figure immediately retreated, directly out of the 1,000-mile-wide halo of light. He pondered for a long time, bowed to Wang Lin, and sat on the dark red rock, silently meditating. Complete silence surrounded them. The black-robed man in front, with 9 swords stuck in his body, also revealed a shocking glint in his eyes. He raised his head, looked at Wang Lin, and in a hoarse, slow voice said, "Every word you utter is profound. I, Nanchang, admire your enlightenment. You are qualified to accept my challenge." The voice of the man in black rang out. He didn't ask Wang Lin if he accepted his challenge, as if being challenged by him was a great honor for anyone in the world. He hadn't yet stood up, but his right hand formed a hand seal and swung forward. Immediately, the 9 blades in front of him trembled, and a powerful surge of blade energy instantly emanated from them. He swung his hand again, and the 9 blades roared out, heading straight for Wang Lin. This blade energy was incredibly powerful, surging forward with a thunderous roar, seemingly containing some kind of rule, unexpectedly causing ripples in the surrounding starry sky. Even the protective aura covering thousands of miles trembled, seemingly unable to withstand this blade energy and on the verge of collapse. 9 curved heavenly blade. The ancestor of a cultivation family sitting on a white rock. Upon seeing this blade light, his eyes flashed, and he murmured. Hearing this, the people around immediately brightened, staring intently at the man in black, their minds racing with thoughts. The 9 curved heavenly blade technique of the Nanchang family in the Luotia star domain. This man is actually from the Nanchang family. Among the 4 great families of the Luotia star domain, Nanchang, Tang, Zan, and Shengong, the Nanchang family ranks first. But 1,000 years ago, half of the Nanchang family's members on the cultivation planet mysteriously disappeared. This even attracted the attention of the Leixian Palace, but they never found the cause. No wonder no one has ever seen him before. He's from the Nanchang family back then. Amidst the murmurs, 9 blades transformed into blade energy, accompanied by a deafening roar, hurtling towards Wang Lin at incredible speed. Wang Lin remained calm. The man in black's cultivation was the same as his, both at the early nirvana stage. These 9 blades concealed a ferocious, rule-breaking power, surging forward and completely blocking his escape routes. His only choice was to confront them. A cold glint flashed in Wang Lin's eyes as he took a step forward, raising his right hand and softly murmuring, "Summon wind." Wang Lin didn't want to waste time with him, so he unleashed his most powerful divine ability. He wanted to be number 1. If he continued to fight, his momentum would diminish, and vying for the title of number 1 would become more difficult. A torrent of black wind instantly spread across the heavens and earth. The endless black wind seemed to engulf the entire starry sky. Under this black wind, the surrounding sword energy offered no resistance, instantly collapsing with a thunderous roar, shattering into fragments that swirled and returned. The black wind howled, releasing boundless cold air capable of extinguishing all life's flames. As it raged, it transformed into 2 black dragons. These 2 black dragons were thousands of feet long, and a slight coil of their bodies produced a deafening roar. The ferocious black dragons unleashed a power as if it were the might of heaven and earth. At this moment, an extremely intense aura of killing intent enveloped everything, an aura emanating from Wang Lin. Although this divine ability was transformed from the wind summoning technique, it contained Wang Lin's original power, embodying his lifelong killing intent, including his intense battle spirit. A fierce roar instantly erupted. The 2 black dragons intertwined, and they roared together. A gust of dark wind transformed into a whirlwind, instantly shattering the 9 streams of sword energy, disintegrating before even getting close. Within the 1,000-mile-wide halo of light in the starry sky, Wang Lin, clad in white, was enveloped in a swirling black wind. 2 black dragons coiled around him, their bodies stretching thousands of feet, their roars echoing incessantly. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he advanced step by step towards the man in black. "You want to fight? I'll fight you." A calm, almost chilling voice emanated from Wang Lin's mouth. At that moment, the cultivators all around, upon witnessing this divine ability, their expressions changed drastically. Even the patriarchs of the various clans showed signs of shock. What kind of divine ability is this? This divine ability is too powerful. Even with the 1,000-mile-wide halo separating us, I can still feel a chill in my heart, as if my entire body is wrapped in ice. and even my vital energy is difficult to circulate. This is no ordinary divine power. This Sumu truly lives up to his reputation as the demonic Taoist. His entire body of Taoist techniques is overflowing with demonic energy. It's incredibly powerful. This kind of divine power is terrifying. If it were me fighting back, I certainly wouldn't be able to retaliate. Where did this person learn this kind of divine power? I've never even heard of it. The Yao family has the Thunder Wine technique, which is somewhat similar to this, but its power seems incomparable. The old man in purple robes from the Thunder Immortal Palace's eyes flashed with a glint of light, a slight smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he thought to himself, I heard the sect master say that Sumu is the junior disciple of Qing Shui Immortal Lord. This might be true. It's just that I don't know which is better, the nine-curved heavenly blade, which is about to reach completion, or the Immortal Emperor's magic, which can only conjure to black dragons. The black dragons roared, following Wang Lin's footsteps, spewing out a furious gust of wind that filled the sky and earth, heading straight towards the dark red rock where the black-robed man was sitting. The black-robed man's eyes gleamed even brighter, but he didn't stand up. Instead, he formed a hand seal. Immediately, 4 of the 9 blades in front of him flew up from the rock, instantly intertwining and spinning to form a whirlwind. As soon as this whirlwind appeared, huge cracks appeared in the surrounding starry sky, seemingly unable to withstand it. Heavenly blade annihilation? The black-robed man's voice was hoarse as he slowly spoke. These 4 blades instantly surged forward, spinning and howling, intertwining with the whirlwind to form 4 boundless heavenly blades that seemed capable of splitting heaven and earth. Slashing down at the 2 ferocious black dragons, the 9 curved heavenly blades at this moment displayed a power that seemed unstoppable in the world. After witnessing Qing Shui's use of the wine summoning technique twice, Wang Lin had gained considerable insight. Now, controlling the wine summoning technique, he couldn't help but recall the painting he had seen on the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion. He felt as if he had transformed into that young boy. Understanding the situation, Wang Lin raised his hands, as if merging with the 2 black dragons. It was as if, at this moment, he was that young boy, witnessing the scene where Emperor Baifen raised his hand. The black dragons roared, the heavens and earth changed color, and all living beings were annihilated. Wang Lin's eyes gleamed with a strange light. He raised his hands and formed a hand seal. Immediately, the 2,000-foot-long black dragons surrounding his body roared, their eyes brimming with a dark, ominous light. This dark light was profound. It seemed as if, in that instant, these 2 black dragons had become sentient, or had just awakened from a deep slumber, unleashing a torrent of destruction upon the heavens and earth, carrying with them a dense black wine that flew straight towards the 4 heavenly blades. The heavenly blades were sharp, capable of cleaving through the heavens and earth, yet they could not sever the souls of the black dragons. The first blade roared, its impact resounding throughout the heavens and earth, swiftly descending. This single strike carried the gaze of the surrounding spectators, seemingly capable of devouring everything. As it descended, ripples appeared in the starry sky, as if the starry sky itself had been torn apart by this single blow. One of the black dragons shrieked, raising its head and charging straight towards the blade. A deafening explosion resounded. The first sword, upon striking, began to shatter, its tip breaking into countless fragments that swirled upwards. This shattering continued to spread wildly, relentlessly expanding throughout the entire sword with a deafening roar. In an instant, the entire sword was completely destroyed. At that very moment, a second sword descended from the sky. As soon as it approached, it formed a powerful whirlwind. As this whirlwind slammed down, crackling sounds filled the air, and large fissures appeared. The fragments of the first sword that had been swirling upwards instantly merged into the second sword. The second sword, with a strange roar, suddenly slashed down. A series of tremors, spanning thousands of miles, continuously exploded, instantly drowning out all other sounds, reverberating in the ears of all the cultivators. Some cultivators with lower cultivation levels, affected by the sound, immediately felt their vision blur. This second sword, formed by the fusion of the first, directly slashed down, colliding with the black dragon. Amidst the explosion, the black dragon's furious roar resounded. Its entire body trembled, it violently swung its head, and with a series of rumbling sounds, the second sword shattered. The third and fourth swords instantly arrived, absorbing the fragments of the 2 swords. The third sword, before it could even strike, dissolved itself, merging into the fourth, forming an unimaginable sword like that. Amidst the rumbling, flashed down. With a fierce roar, the black dragon's body shattered, transforming into a massive black whirlwind that swept in all directions. At the same time, the last remaining sword also crumbled with a deafening crash. Along with it, the 1,000-mile-wide halo of light, unable to withstand the onslaught, shattered into countless fragments. The halo of light also vanished. The fierce attack, now unstoppable, unleashed its fury in all directions. The cultivators all around were shocked, their faces changing drastically. The elders of the various clans immediately unleashed their divine powers to protect their clansmen. Under this whirlwind, all the blue rocks were blown backward, many of them directly exploding and turning into dust. In a short time, the area within 10,000 miles of the Earth Flame Star seemed to be in a state of catastrophe. The black-robed man sitting cross-legged on the dark red rock now had a pale face, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. The rock beneath him shattered with a loud crash, and he was forced to fly upwards. The remaining 5 blades also flew up after him as the rock shattered. The black-robed man's face turned pale, and he immediately retreated. 4 blades killed a black dragon. Such a feat was astonishing. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, and the second black dragon, with a roar, also directly charged out. "Weren't you going to fight? Why are you retreating?" He took a step forward, seemingly merging his entire being into the black dragon, charging wildly towards the retreating man in black. The man in black's eyes flashed with intense fighting spirit. Hearing this, he stopped, his hands moving in front of him, pushing outwards forcefully, and shouted, "Heavenly Blade Demon Slayer!" The 5 blades beside him immediately vibrated, scattering sharp blade energy, transforming into 5 silver beams of light heading straight towards Wang Lin. In the starry sky, the 5 silver beams of light formed from the 5 blades suddenly descended simultaneously, flying directly towards Wang Lin's position. The black dragon roared and charged forward with all its might, its eyes flashing with dark light. Wang Lin stared at the descending heavenly blade, the painting on the 9th floor of the treasure pavilion becoming clearer in his mind. Summoning wind and rain, scattering beams to form soldiers. At this moment, the words written on the painting flashed in Wang Lin's mind. The black dragon's eyes flashed with a powerful, dark light, and in an instant, it opened its mouth and spewed out a dark wind. But this dark wind wasn't entirely wind. There was also rain. Although not heavy, it was definitely rain. In a flash, the dark wind swept across the starry sky, and within it, hundreds of raindrops merged, enveloping the surroundings in a chilling yin energy. The 5 swords that were slashing down suddenly trembled, and cracking sounds emanated from them. The black dragon roared in anger, charging forward to confront the 5 heavenly swords. Boom, 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 a series of violent explosions resounded, shaking the starry sky and creating endless shockwaves. Cultivators within a radius of 10,000 miles quickly retreated. Only those with profound cultivation could withstand this shockwave without a scratch, their eyes like torches, witnessing firsthand the clash of these 2 great divine powers. The lingering roar of the black dragon remained, but its body slowly dissipated into the heavens and earth, and the black wind had vanished completely. Wang Lin's face turned slightly pale, and he retreated a few steps, his eyes flashing with a sharp glint. This person's cultivation is comparable to mine, but he is also a formidable opponent. Wang Lin's eyes flashed, and with a flick of his body, he merged into the heavens and earth, completely disappearing. The man in black quickly retreated, his face devoid of color, all 5 heavenly blades shattered, his mind severely damaged. There was no fear in his eyes, only a stronger fighting spirit. With a maniacal laugh, he took a step back with his right foot, his body retreating, and stomped his right foot down with all his might. A tremendous collapsing sound echoed from the starry sky, and a large crack appeared behind him. Exhilarating, since I, Nanchang Han, achieved mastery of the Tao of the Saber. Except for those senior masters with great divine abilities, I have never encountered a worthy opponent. When I reached the peak of enlightenment, I was the strongest below the Yin Void. When I reached the Yin Void, I was the strongest below the Yang Realm. When I reached the Yang Realm, I was the strongest below the Nirvana Realm. You are now qualified to be my opponent. The black-robed man, Nanchang Han, let out a long laugh, his hands forming a hand seal. A flash appeared before him, and the starry sky outside his body rippled, suddenly revealing 9 illusory sabers. But as soon as these 9 illusory sabers appeared, ripples also appeared in the void beside him. Wang Lin stepped forward, his right two fingers forming a sword, pointing without hesitation. This single finger contained Wang Lin's Tao, containing his Nirvana realm primal force. As this finger was released, the black and white yin and yang twin fish rotated, like a seal, suddenly heading towards Nanchang Han. Nangong Han spun around sharply, his body rapidly retreating backward. He formed hand seals, and 9 illusory blades in front of him instantly flashed and flew out. However, Wang Lin's appearance was too unexpected and the distance too close. Only 2 of the 9 illusory blades could block him. Under Wang Lin's cold gaze, these 2 illusory blades instantly shattered. As soon as these 2 blades broke, Wang Lin's 2 fingers pointed towards Nangong Han's eyebrows. Nangong Han's pupils contracted, and never-before-seen sense of life or death danger instantly surged through his entire body. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and unleashed a palm strike. A silver light flashed, blocking Wang Lin's 2 fingers. With a loud bang, a powerful surge of primal energy directly entered Nangong Han's body. He trembled, recoiling violently, blood gushing from his chest, but he managed to suppress it. What terrified him even more was that the opponent's elemental power transmitted into his body was unexpectedly 2 streams of black and white energy. These 2 streams of black and white energy relentlessly destroyed him, incredibly solid, and from within, a fluctuating aura of intent emanated. At this moment, Wang Lin's fingertips had completely lost all feeling. His victory was due to a sneak attack. Although the opponent's attack also involved elemental power flowing into his body, he could still resist it. However, Nangong Han's elemental power also contained blade energy extremely sharp, and after being transmitted into his body, it was like a blade tearing through him. Wang Lin's eyes flashed with cold light, but instead of retreating, he stepped forward, marching into the void. After Nangong Han saw Wang Lin disappear, his pupils contracted sharply, his hands quickly formed a hand seal, and he softly shouted, 9 curved blade formation, in a short time. The 2 shattered illusory blades reappeared, intertwining with the other 7 and rapidly rotating, instantly encircling Nanchang Han's body from all sides, powerfully spreading outwards. Wang Lin's figure materialized 3 meters away from Nanchang Han, the blade formation already close to him. The beast bone diagram on his right hand flashed and instantly materialized, a dark light flickering, the dark light in its eyes immediately shining, and gray energy emanating. In this instant, Wang Lin suppressed the internal injuries in his body and once again disappeared. Nanchang Han gasped for breath, rapidly retreating, repeatedly shouting, "Stop, stop, I surrender. I can't fight anymore. You have the divine ability of shrinking space to create a village. How can I possibly defeat you? Stop!" He continuously retreated, changing direction, and rapidly saying, "I've already surrendered, you persistent ghost. I've lost. I won't fight anymore." Nangong Han gave a wry smile. He didn't want it to be this way, but facing a Nirvana cultivator with the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch was truly too disadvantageous. As soon as he said this, the aura of a master cultivator that Nangong Han had cultivated throughout his life instantly crumbled. 20 yards away, Wang Lin's figure materialized, frowning as he looked at Nangong Han. He had spent his life killing, never having encountered anyone like this. No more fighting, no more fighting. It's not too late to fight after I've comprehended the technique of shrinking the ground to an inch. Right now, I can't defeat you. Nangong Han's expression was one of displeasure. He instantly retreated, running to a red rock where someone was already sitting. Seeing Nangong Han charging towards him, the person immediately yielded. Wang Lin pondered for a moment, then withdrew his gaze, looking around in all directions before speaking. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" Complete silence fell over the surroundings. Shen Gonghu silently observed everything, his previously dim eyes gradually brightening as he looked at Wang Lin. Although the fervent excitement in his eyes had faded, reverence once again filled them. The cultivators all around looked at Wang Lin, but not a single one stepped forward. Sumu, the 108th ranked person in the southern region, along with the 107 others who have been selected, follow me to the Thunder Immortal Palace, the old man in purple slowly said. There were also Nirvana cultivators participating in the Immortal Peak competition, but not many. These cultivators had all become ancestors in their respective clans. they wouldn't easily reveal themselves to take action. They carried the heavy burden of their entire families on their shoulders, and every decision had to be carefully considered. In this competition for the immortal seal, there are many juniors involved. If these people were to intervene, it would inevitably create a bad reputation for competing with the younger generation, which would be counterproductive. Many have already noticed that the 108 immortals of the Thunder Immortal Palace must possess a formidable fighting spirit and be true masters among the juniors. While it's difficult to say for sure, there are clear signs to understand. While the participation of Nirvana cultivators is quite common, there aren't many in the Luotia star domain. They all hold the status of tribal elders, making it inconvenient to antagonize Wang Lin. After all, the name Sumu is too prominent. His nickname, Demon Dao Sun, still carries a stench of blood. Moreover, Sumu is usually humble, but his current demeanor is arrogant, befitting a top-tier individual. Given this, there's no need to engage in a fight and risk antagonizing him. 7 days passed quickly. During these 7 days, Wang Lin was arranged to stay with a cultivation family on the Earth Flame Star. He consistently sat cross-legged, regulating his elemental power, maintaining his best state for the final battle in the Luotia star domain. During these 7 days, Shen Gonghu was the first to visit. He didn't inquire about Wang Lin's previous cultivation, but instead discussed the Tao with Wang Lin. After gaining some insight, he bowed and left. Although the reverence in his eyes was no longer as intense, it still remained, clearly indicating that Wang Lin had now gained his acceptance. After Shen Gonghu left, 7 more people arrived, and it wasn't until the 4th day that things finally quieted down. However, while Wang Lin was meditating, one person constantly disturbed him, Nangong Han. Nangong Han's purpose in bothering Wang Lin was only one, the divine ability of shrinking the distance to an inch. Every time he came to visit, it gave Wang Lin a huge headache. Finally, after being bothered too much by Nangong Han, he directly released Siligu. Wang Lin clearly explained to Nangong Han that this divine ability belonged to Siligu, and without caring whether Nangong Han believed him or not, he simply left, finding a quiet place on the Earth Flame Star to meditate and cultivate. Poor Siligu, although Nangong Han didn't believe Wang Lin's words, he found that he and Siligu got along very well, and he kept talking to him. At first, Siligu didn't show any reaction, but after a long time, he couldn't bear it anymore, eventually becoming extremely distressed. He couldn't defeat Nangong Han, so he didn't dare resist, and he couldn't leave either. He could only try his best to cope, enduring this torture, hoping that the 7 days would pass quickly and his master would return soon. On the 7th day, Wang Lin, while meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. In a flash, his figure vanished, and his divine consciousness swept across, searching for Siligu. But upon seeing Siligu, Wang Lin frowned slightly. Siligu's demonic body was unexpectedly disintegrating, almost collapsing. Nangong Han, opposite him, sighed and groaned incessantly. Siligu, in his panic, was immediately overcome with emotion upon seeing Wang Lin and recklessly rushed out. If he had tears, they would probably be streaming down his face at this moment. "Master, please reconsider. Little Su will never dare again, please. Master, have mercy. Let me return quickly. This person is terrifying. Master, don't let little Su leave you." Siligu's voice was extremely pathetic. Wang Lin looked down. Seeing Siligu in such a pathetic state, he raised his right hand, collected him into his storage bag, and his gaze swept over Nangong Han. Nangong Han was in good spirits, though he felt a little embarrassed at the moment. Rubbing his hands together, he nodded and said, "Brother Su, your spirit essence is excellent. We get along very well. We should get closer in the future." Wang Lin frowned, turned around, and disappeared from the spot. Nangong Han looked regretful and followed closely behind, muttering to himself, "It's indeed a very good spirit essence. It's a pity I can't defeat Sumu. Otherwise, I would definitely seize it." The remaining 107 people from the Luotia star domain all gathered outside the starry sky. The old man in purple took a black stone from his storage bag and crushed it. Immediately, countless starlight flashed, and a illusory formation appeared in the middle of the starry sky. This formation was very large, covering a radius of 100 meters. The old man in purple stepped in first, followed closely by the two green-robed messengers from the Leishan Palace, entering the formation and then disappearing. The remaining 100 or so people entered the formation one after another, Wang Lin being among them. Among these 108 people were Zhang Kongli, Shen Gonghu, and others who followed. The formation flashed with light, carrying the 108 people, and completely disappeared. The Thunder Immortal Palace in the Luotia Star Domain was an extremely powerful force, and even after countless years, under the expansion of successive palace lords, it seemed to have become the strongest in the Luotia Star Domain. The Thunder Immortal Palace was an extremely mysterious place. No one knew its exact location. Even the Thunder Immortal Palace's envoys had to pass through this special teleportation array when returning. There was no other way. At this moment, within a radius of 100,000 miles around the Thunder Immortal Palace, everywhere was covered with restrictions. And a group of Thunder Immortal Palace envoys and cultivators, like vassals, rushed towards it. This conferment of immortality is a crucial event for the Thunder Immortal Palace in countless years. Within this 100,000-mile radius, a strict restriction has been established. If anyone trespasses, the Thunder Immortal Palace will immediately intervene. Four massive teleportation arrays surround the Thunder Immortal Palace. The arrays flashed with light, and a group of cultivators emerged from the northern array. These cultivators, led by messengers from the Thunder Immortal Palace, appeared one after another. Their expressions were calm, but upon arriving at the Thunder Immortal Palace, they became agitated, radiating an overwhelming fighting spirit. At this moment, the teleportation arrays in the south and west flashed with light. Almost simultaneously, a large number of figures appeared, including Wang Lin. After stepping out of the arrays, his gaze swept across the surroundings, his expression unchanged. The Thunder Immortal Palace seemed like the imperial palace of a mortal emperor, extremely solemn, and a terrifying wave of forbidden formations emanated from it. Upon sensing the fluctuations of these formations, Wang Lin's eyes widened. With his understanding of forbidden formations, he could clearly sense that the formations within the Thunder Immortal Palace were incredibly powerful, even with his cultivation level. Being trapped inside would surely lead to death. Not only the Thunder Immortal Palace, but as Wang Lin slowly frowned and looked around, he saw that all the surrounding vegetation, even the white clouds in the sky, contained extremely powerful forbidden formations. Wang Lin wasn't the only one observing. Almost all the cultivators present were staring intently. At this moment, the teleportation array to the east suddenly flashed with light, attracting everyone's attention. The light from the eastern formation intensified, revealing three figures within. These three were the messengers sent by the Thunder Immortal Palace to the Luotia Eastern region. The three men's expressions were extremely grim as they quickly exited the formation. One of them even turned back after a few steps, looking at the teleportation array with a look of fear in his eyes. Wang Lin's gaze lingered on them. At that moment, a strong, pungent smell of blood emanated from the eastern teleportation array, spreading everywhere. A flash of light appeared, and another figure emerged. No need to wait. The remaining 107 people have all been killed by me.